At the top of the towering peak stood a palace that speared the heavens. Ashen skeletons lay scattered all around. Thousands and millions of different kinds of undead creatures began to kneel down on the ground halfway through the mountain, worshipping towards the apex of the magnificent mountain as though they were making a pilgrimage. A ghastly, sinister power swept across the entire several thousand-meter high peak. The dense aura of death was attracted by the evil powers in the palace, all heading for the palace at the peak. For a moment, the aura of death that was hard to see with the naked eye had condensed into a thin trickle of fluid, flowing into the palace with thousands and millions of strands. The whole palace was like a monstrous creature, constantly absorbing the aura of death that surged through hundreds of miles. Centered on the magnificent peak, the aura of death in this region had converged frantically, rousing all kinds of mighty necromancy creatures within the 100-mile radius, and even from thousands of miles away. The hollow gazes of those powerful necromancy creatures aimed at the giant peak as they involuntarily walked towards it. Han Shuo's consciousness had landed in front of the little skeleton's palace. He had formed a ghostly body first by using the ubiquitous aura of death and unfolded his consciousness, taking in the changes of the entire giant peak into his eyes. Skeletal warriors, zombie warriors, ghouls, gargoyles, evil knights, mummy lords, old fey zombies, bone demons. All sorts of undead creatures had crowded at the hillside and the bottom of the hill, seemingly summoned by some sort of force, slowly walking towards the top of the great peak. Among them were some creatures that Han Shuo was familiar with, as well as some that Han Shuo knew little about. Gazing into the distance, within a dozen miles were more necromancy creatures rushing over. Among them were 2 bone dragons and also a zombie king with an extremely robust figure. The zombie king was roaring along the way, and some of the low-level necromancy creatures in his path were vaporized one by one in his roar. The 2 bone dragons and the zombie king seemed to Han Shuo to be charging with hostility into the palace where the little skeleton sat as they arrived at the realization that their subjects were, all of a sudden, no longer abiding by their orders. They were slowly straying from them under the influence of some evil summoning power. What a disgrace it was, indeed, for the king of the netherworld to suddenly lose grip of his subjects. Even though they could, themselves, feel the summoning force from the top of the peak, as king of the netherworld who had reigned for what could have been an eternity, they had the capability to pull away from this kind of summoning power, and they were trying to completely destroy this bodacious existence. "Father, you've come." As Han Shuo gazed into the distance, Earth Elite Zombie suddenly emerged from the middle of the palace. Behind him were Fire Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie, appearing side by side, and Han Shuo could sense the joy in their hearts. "Of course, I have," Han Shuo replied. He could feel that at the bottom of the palace on the magnificent peak and deep in the mountain, the Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie were painstakingly absorbing and digesting the power. It would seem that once they were done, the penta-elemental undead formation would be finally complete. In the middle of the palace, the little skeleton that sat atop the bone throne was still madly absorbing the aura of death for hundreds of miles. Threads of dense aura of death slowly pervaded into the smooth bones of little skeleton that were as bright as jade, and his entire body was filled with the pure element of death. A startling realization suddenly occurred to Han Shuo. After the soul of little skeleton fused with the origin crystal, he had not only formed the soul of element but was now also using the manipulative abilities of the element of death to form a body of element in a short time. Soul of element and body of element were the basis of becoming a god. Han Shuo didn't expect that an origin crystal of the element of death alone would allow little skeleton to own the soul of element and also magically let him possess the body of element. Once soul of element and body of element were complete, he was only a step away from becoming a god. Chapter 507, Do You Truly Wish to Die? GDK 507, Do You Truly Wish to Die? Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. A never-ending sea of undead creatures, as though they were making a pilgrimage, blindly rushed towards the magnificent mountain. At present, Little Skeleton was the most renowned king of the undead within the 100-mile radius. The aura of death gushed into the palace, being absorbed into Little Skeleton as he sat atop his bone throne. It was rapidly transforming Little Skeleton's already unyielding white skeletal body, forming a body of element that complemented the element of death to perfection. Before the palace stood metal, earth, and fire elite zombies, each in 3 different directions. Standing behind the 3 unusual-looking undeads were several evil knights, mummy lords, and bone devils. They all firmly defended the palace and their king of the undead inside. 2 bone dragons and 1 king zombie were rushing their way, furiously roaring to no end. Wherever they passed, all those low-level undead creatures who had betrayed them were crushed to nothing but mush under their mighty strength, with their souls annihilated. 3 extraordinarily mighty existences in the netherworld, carrying their torrential rage and fury, rapidly strode towards the summit of the mountain. In the process, Little Skeleton had completely sucked away the aura of death he had gathered from within the 100-mile radius, and formed a body of element. "Father," Little Skeleton finally walked out from the palace. He stood tall on the peak of the mountain, overlooking all the undead creatures beneath his feet. At the sight of Little Skeleton, Han Chuo could not resist taking a careful look at him up and down, examining his current appearance. A spotlessly white skeletal body giving off jade-like radiance with every inch of his bone containing an enormous amount of aura of death. A puff of light, dusky smoke constantly revolved at the center of his skull, which looked just as unglamorous as the ever-dull and grey netherworld. But Han Chuo knew that it was the soul of element that Little Skeleton had just formed. When Han Chuo looked at Little Skeleton, he sensed that the soul of element in the center of Little Skeleton's skull had merged and become one with the boundless aura of death found all throughout the netherworld. In addition, this reforged body of Little Skeleton left Han Chuo with a bizarre sensation. It was as though this Little Skeleton before him had existed in this netherworld for thousands upon thousands of years, and that he had been the true undead king of the netherworld all along. "There are 2 bone dragons and 1 king zombie heading here. They aren't affected by your energy," warned Han Chuo. "I drew them here on purpose. Father, stay and watch. They will soon crawl under my feet just the same," Little Skeleton said with overwhelming self-confidence as he slowly walked to Han Chuo. His purple demon eye suddenly began to glimmer with nefarious light. And marvelous energy radiated from it like a water ripple. As though in order, after Little Skeleton sent out this energy, the innumerable undead creatures who were rushing to the mountaintop like pilgrims began to grovel on the ground. Each and every one of them ceased to move an inch, instead burying their heads, seemingly awaiting Little Skeleton's next command. Han Chuo could tell that among these undead creatures that occupied every surface of the mountain, only a small portion were original subordinates of Little Skeleton. A greater portion of them were outsiders who had only involuntarily approached after they heard that calling from the magnificent mountain. Of those creatures, the majority had previously been followers of the 2 bone dragons and the king zombie. It was only because they were attracted by that miraculous energy of Little Skeletons that they instinctively gathered there. After Little Skeleton displayed his formidable might, every last creature kneeled to the ground without making the slightest movement. Only the trio of bone dragons and king zombie were unaffected by Little Skeleton's energy. They arrived at the top of the mountain having roared the whole way through. "Are you the one challenging my might?" After the 3 undead creatures, whose strengths were the cream of the crop in the netherworld, arrived before Little Skeleton, one of the bone dragons displayed a powerful corrosive aura as he spurted out a long dragon breath. His body was hovering in the air above the mountain as he gazed at Little Skeleton down below with arrogance. "Unruly existence, you will pay the price," the king zombie who had an enormous body roared at the sky, releasing his overbearing aura which would cause inferior undead creatures to willingly serve him. He seemed to be extremely irritated and furious. "Peculiar existence, I shall absorb your soul, and obliterate all evidence that you had ever existed." The other bone dragon was wavering his tail as he came out from the sky behind Little Skeleton, greedily gazing at the soul inside Little Skeleton's skull. "You 3 puny fellows, pledge your allegiance to me immediately. Otherwise, face your death." Little Skeleton uttered his commanding speech to the 3 exceptionally formidable undead beings as though it were their destiny. Upon finishing those words, little skeleton let out an intense energy of death. Suddenly, the element of death all around them began to sizzle. Little skeleton's originally stout body started to grow bigger and bigger. In no time, little skeleton had sprouted to 7 to 8 meters tall, with fierce-looking bone spurs from head to toe, giving him a sinister appearance. A 5-meter-long bone spur, emitting energy of death of the utmost ferocity, was effortlessly grasped by little skeleton in his hand. On his back, his 7 bone spurs tripled in length to resemble the vicious fangs of a predator. Glittering with a bewitching and sinister luster, they left any observer with an intense feeling of shock. Little skeleton, who had suddenly mammoth, released that energy of his as though looking down upon all beings as weak tiny ants. In all of a sudden, the 3 creatures who had made solemn vows to vent their fury on little skeleton, all instinctive grew fearful in their hearts. All 3 of them couldn't help but maintain a distance from him. "Pledge your allegiance to me, or else, you lowly souls will surely be obliterated." With a wicked tone of voice, little skeleton had yet again broken their willpower. The king zombie took a few steps backward but immediately took a few steps forward after little skeleton's arrogant speech. He raised his head and suggested to the bone dragons in the sky ahead and behind him, "You 2 bone dragons, let the 3 of us work together, and behead this mighty being." "Will do," the 2 bone dragons replied simultaneously. They then abruptly charged at little skeleton from his front and back. The attack which had been brewing inside their bodies for a long while burst out in an instant. The king zombie also fiercely charged over as he carried an unstoppable, terrifying energy. The death energy around him was far more incisive than the sharpest of swords. With one flick of his hand, little skeleton stopped metal, fire, earth elite zombies, who were tempted to help him, and said, "I've got this." At the same time, Hanchuo, who originally intended to join forces with his 3 elite zombies, also received little skeleton's dissuasion. Little skeleton simply oozes with absolute confidence. At this moment, he seemed to be the true king of the netherworld since the beginning of time. There was seemingly not a single undead creature who could offend the dignity of this king of undead. Hanchuo hesitated for a moment before stepping back beside wood, metal, fire elite zombies. As he kept an eye on that fierce battle that was on the verge of eruption, he gathered up his mental strength with the intention of jumping right into the battle when little skeleton revealed any signs of being on the losing side. 2 bone dragons and 1 king zombie. These were mighty undead creatures that only sacred-grade necromancers could summon. Even on profound continent, beings of this level would cause anyone a big headache. In the netherworld, where the aura of death was at its utmost intensity, as Hanchuo only had his consciousness traversed to this place, he had no certainty of handling any one existence of this level. Auuu! Little skeleton let out an overbearing howl combined with the aura of death, and it reverberated to a distance of over a dozen miles. Without using the 7 bone spurs on his back to propel himself, little skeleton's enormous body floated loftily in midair. That 5-meter-long bone spur in his hand, after being lightly whirled, as though it were the most incisive weapon in the netherworld, whooshed like lightning towards the bone dragon, mounting a sneak attack from behind little skeleton. Dong! The bone spur was lightning fast. Leaving no time for that bone dragon to evade, it stabbed straight through and shattered several of his bones, sending his enormous body backwards through the air. Pow! After throwing out the bone spur, little skeleton didn't even turn back to look but suddenly descended towards the king zombie. As he threw a kick, an enormous amount of aura of death converged at the bottom of his white, bony feet, and landed on one of the shoulders of the king zombie. A crisp and a crackle echoed through the atmosphere just as the king zombie staggered and fell backward. Before the other bone dragon could get near him, little skeleton swatted the king zombie's head. Pop! The king zombie's big head was smashed to smithereens, and little skeleton simply yanked out a greenish ball of soul. "My king, I'm willing to serve you. From this day forth, I will serve you alone as my master," declared the king zombie, whose soul was clutched in little skeleton hollow palms, without the slightest hesitation. "Smart fella! His sparkling bone claw that held onto the king zombie's soul suddenly bombarded towards the bone dragon that charged straight ahead. A storm of corrosive fluid that was mixed with this bone dragon's dragon breath fell down like fine rain droplets. The king zombie's soul shrieked miserably as he hastily exerted all his strength to congeal the aura of death. That soulless body of his suddenly flew out and crashed into the bone dragon. Dong! As the king zombie's body collided with the bone dragon, Little Skeleton inserted the king zombie's soul back into his body with one punch. The king zombie wrapped himself in the bone dragon as though his life depended on it. Little Skeleton then bewitchingly landed on the back of the bone dragon. The bone dragon was greatly shocked and struggled with all his might. Tightly tangled and given no chance by the king zombie who was still an ally just moments ago, the bone dragon felt dejected in his heart as he bawled the king zombie out in all shamelessness. The king zombie who had been intimidated by Little Skeleton knew in his heart that Little Skeleton's strength was surely not something that he could contend against, therefore he made the wise decision to surrender and serve him. This was naturally the best moment for him to display his loyalty to Little Skeleton. Bone Dragon, do you truly wish to die? As Little Skeleton stood on the back of the bone dragon, a bony claw suddenly came into contact with the nape of Bone Dragon's neck. Chapter 508, King of Undead. GDK 508, King of Undead. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. The bone dragon, tightly held by the king zombie, knew that it was all over when he heard Little Skeleton's voice. A sense of fear permeated deep into his soul like it was being locked up in shackles. That kind of wicked energy left him completely petrified, so much he could no longer defend himself. The monstrous body of the bone dragon trembled. A hand pressed down on his nape with the weight of a mountain, a force he could not dream of rivaling. Under this enormous force, his entire body sank downwards inch by inch helplessly. As Han Chuo's consciousness was omnipresent, he could sense that it was the hand of Little Skeleton that was holding down the bone dragon. An overpowering aura of death gathered in his surroundings. Little Skeleton forced Bone Dragon down from the air, leaving not an inkling of leeway for the Bone Dragon to resist. Little Skeleton, having formed the soul of element and body of element, now possessed strength so valiant that even Han Chuo was in disbelief. Even with both his consciousness and physical body, Han Chuo couldn't be nearly as footloose as Little Skeleton was in the netherworld. The aura of death was at its utmost intensity and richness in the netherworld. Having formed a soul of element and a body of element, Little Skeleton could muster the aura of death to form all kinds of attacks when pushing his powers to the limit. In the netherworld, such powers were simply too overwhelming for a single being to possess. It was for this reason that King Zombie and the Bone Dragon hadn't even the slightest chance of defending themselves. Han Chuo never quite knew the upper limits of Little Skeleton's true strength, and now, all he could be certain of was that Little Skeleton possessed at least demigod strength. Having developed a soul of element and body of element, Little Skeleton was only one step away from becoming an actual god. Suddenly, Han Chuo realized that he no longer had to worry about Little Skeleton in the netherworld anymore. Rumbles. With Little Skeleton constantly pressing on his nape, the humongous body of the bone dragon suddenly fell to the ground. I yield, my king, finally, the bone dragon tremblingly expressed the fear in his heart. Mighty existence, it is our true and final place to be under your leadership. The king zombie hastily grabbed the chance to express his devotion. After having his soul restored by Little Skeleton, utilizing the aura of death found all around, he restored his skull that was smashed by Little Skeleton to its original state. Good. It would be quite a waste as you have all evolved to such a high stage already. If your soul were to be destroyed, you would cease to exist, Little Skeleton said in a most imposing, dignified tone and let go of his bony hand pressing on the bone dragon's nape. Little Skeleton raced before the other bone dragon like a thunderbolt, arriving in front of him. This bone dragon was the first one attacked by Little Skeleton and had broken a few bones from that bone spur Little Skeleton wielded. Barely managing his escape the last time, the bone dragon knew how futile it was fighting Little Skeleton. What a pity! The mighty strength little skeleton newly possessed meant he wouldn't be able to leave easily, especially when the bone spur that little skeleton wielded was still lodged inside the body of the bone dragon. A bright radiance streaked across the sky. Little skeleton had arrived ahead of where the bone dragon was escaping to. Before the bone dragon could even react, little skeleton had grabbed onto the bone spur stuck on the bone dragon. His purple demon eye glittered with brilliant rays, and the bone spur in his hand began to slowly revolve. The skeleton of this bone dragon started disintegrating by the second as a creaking noise filled the air. The bone dragon started howling in misery. As he struggled in the air, he shouted, "Master, my great master, forgive me." Who would have guessed, yet another cowardly character. In the netherworld, only the fittest survived. When lower-ranking life forms met higher-ranking beings, they had only two choices: pledge their allegiance, or have their soul energy sucked out from them. Since the dawn of their existence in the netherworld, low-ranking undead creatures had known how to survive in front of higher-ranking creatures. When the bone dragon realized that there was no escape, he knew in his heart the choice he would have to make. "Very well. Offer up your soul and form contract with me. From today onwards, between us, I shall be your master, you shall be my slave, until one of our souls is destroyed." Little skeleton stood straight before this bone dragon. He stretched out his hands to produce a strange soul contract. An oval-shaped, bizarre magical brand instantly took shape between his hands. After this soul contract was successfully deployed, this bone dragon only hesitated for a short moment before obediently handing out his soul, which slowly fell into the magical brand between little skeleton's two hands. The other bone dragon and the king zombie dutifully strode over from a short distance away. Without the need for instructions, they took the initiative and presented their souls, which also fell into the magical brand made by little skeleton. 3 souls of extremely mighty undead creatures of the netherworld fell into the magical brand made by little skeleton one after another. At this moment, multiple waves of wicked energy were suddenly discharging from little skeleton's palms, while the soul of element in little skeleton's skull slowly flew out and wrapped up the magical brand bit by bit. A kind of miraculous contract which even Han Chuo didn't know about materialized all of a sudden. Observing the interactions between the 4 souls, Han Chuo realized that little skeleton's soul had completely occupied the position as the leader, not allowing the 3 creatures even the slightest bit of autonomy. Gradually, little skeleton's soul of element once more returned to his own skull. The souls of the 3 mighty beings in his 2 hands suddenly shot back into their own respective bodies in 3 straight lines. "Master!" The 2 bone dragons and the king zombie suddenly kowtowed at little skeleton's feet as they respectfully saluted little skeleton in unison. The 3 mighty undead creatures that came with rage and fury, when pit against little skeleton who had evolved to a new realm, had no room to resist in any way. Just like that, they were all forced to complete a master and slave contract with little skeleton, vowing their eternal loyalty and devotion to little skeleton. It had to be said that little skeleton indeed had left Han Chuo in more and more disbelief. Recalling little skeleton's appearance back in the days when he helped Han Chuo take out the trash every morning, Han Chuo's feelings were indescribable. In just a short few years, from a nobody working odd jobs, Han Chuo became a city lord in Lancelot Empire and possessed strength not in the least inferior to a demigod. From a petite and useless low-level skeletal warrior, after continuously evolving, little skeleton ascended to the point where he could force bone dragons and a king zombie to submit and accept him as their master. Sometimes, life is just so inconceivable, so transformative, and so magical. Very good. You 3 were rather tactful. Otherwise, by now, your souls would have scattered and vanished, with every mark of your existence thoroughly erased. Little skeleton narrated the truth as he gazed at the 3 slaves he just received crouching on the ground as brilliant rays radiated from his purple demon eye. "Master, it is only by following behind you that we can advance further. An existence as great as Master will certainly provide us with even more expansive skies." The last bone dragon was immediately bootlicking. He seemed to be a bright one. Compared to the abundant low-ranking undead creatures, these mighty beings belonged at the top of the pyramid. Not only did they possess terrifying strength, but even their intelligence levels were well over those lowly creatures. Given they had intelligently chosen to pledge allegiance, as well as giving these rather crude flatteries, there could be no denying that they were of great potential. A woo! A deafening howl mixed with a whiff of sinister energy was suddenly released from Little Skeleton. In an instant, all the undead creatures crouching on the ground as far as the eye could see stood up and gazed at Little Skeleton on the summit of the giant mountain. They looked like soldiers waiting for their general to issue commands. Undead creatures were very sensitive to rankings. They had all been informed through their language of the fact that the 3 former kings had suddenly all pledged allegiance to Little Skeleton. By now, Little Skeleton who summoned them over had testified his own unparalleled might to all of them. These undead creatures were instinctively fearful. You 3 will continue to command your previous subordinates. From today forth, with this mountain at the center, expand my territories to all regions in the surrounding. If you meet with existences you cannot conquer, report back to me immediately. Little Skeleton was akin to the general of a magnificent army of 1,000 men and horses as he began to methodically give commands to the forces he obtained without breaking a sweat. As you bid, Master. We will spread your prestige to every corner of the netherworld, the 3 powerful undead creatures replied in unison. Good. Take your own respective original subordinates and dismiss, Little Skeleton instructed, full of mettle. At Little Skeleton's command, those undead creatures who had rushed over like pilgrims slowly retreated from the mountain. The 3 high-level undead creatures that came with rage yet again became the masters of those who had betrayed them, preparing to lead them through enemy lines, opening up even more expansive territories for Little Skeleton. The summoning that Little Skeleton issued this time made all the undead creatures within the several hundred miles recognize one fact: Little Skeleton was the true king of undead there. After hibernating a long while, this time when Little Skeleton reappeared, he returned with an astonishing demeanor. Hanchuo, who had observed the entire event, suddenly realized that Little Skeleton truly had changed. Unwittingly, he had turned into a mighty being that could no longer be overlooked. In the netherworld, Little Skeleton was the true emperor. All undead creatures were expected to creep under his feet. Hanchuo believed that Little Skeleton's existence was tantamount to him having a monstrous-sized army of undead. The more powerful Little Skeleton became in the netherworld, the more forces Hanchuo had at his disposal. Seeing that Little Skeleton, who had initially been a complete accident, had grown to this stage, Hanchuo felt a deep sense of awe. Chapter 509, Venturing Deep. GDK 509, Venturing Deep. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The hordes of undead creatures that covered every inch of the land, left as quickly as they came. They returned from whence they came not long after Little Skeleton's orders. It was only when the mountain had transformed back to its regular state did Little Skeleton's enormous body wane, returning to his original petite appearance. Looking at Hanchuo, he said, "Father, why have you come? I had sensed that you had fused your soul with the origin crystal of death, I just had to come check on you. I must say you having attained such feats was quite unexpected." "Well done," Hanchuo rejoiced. He was sincerely happy for Little Skeleton. "I very much owe my accomplishments to Father's assistance. Without Father, I would not have accomplished what I already have," Little Skeleton replied. Hanchuo now truly knew he hadn't worry for Little Skeleton any longer. Little Skeleton subdued bone dragons and King Zombie. As long as he doesn't run into any more mysterious and indomitable beings such as those told in the legends of the netherworld, he would never be in any more real danger. All right. Now that you have obtained such strengths, I can truly be at ease. For the time being, you should learn to get used to your new body and soul. You will also have to look after Little Water and Little Wood when they arrive. You will supervise them in their practice of penta-elemental undead formation," said Hanchuo. "Be at ease, Father, I know what I ought to do," affirmed Little Skeleton. Without wasting any more time, Hanchuo's consciousness traversed through space-time tunnel and returned to Profound Continent. He awoke in the hidden chamber in the dark forest. Han Shuo hadn't a clue of how much time had passed. He did some stretching before quickly leaving the chamber and into the depths of the dark forest. To get to the Valley of Sunshine from Kasi Empire, one had to traverse through the dark forest. Han Shuo had always been very interested in the dark forest, a place full of wonders and mysteries. During his previous excursion to Kasi Empire, Han Shuo did not spend too much time in the dark forest. But seeing as there was no particular urgency for his return this time, Han Shuo took his time with the journey. Walking into the depths of the dark forest, Han Shuo paid close attention to the distinctive flora and fauna of the dark forest. He was fascinated by it all. He had even obtained several very precious materials along the way. As he lamented at the wonders of the dark forest, he paid even more attention in his tour of the dark forest. Han Shuo stayed in the dark forest for several days as he gradually ventured towards the deepest part of the forest. Along his travel he attained many priceless items, as well as a few exotic super-ranking magical beasts that had sensibly attempted to keep their distance due to Han Shuo's sheer power. The cemetery of death laid at the edge of the dark forest. Han Shuo had lost count how many times he had come and gone to the dark forest, but he had never before ventured so deep into the dark forest like he did now. The deepest part of the vast and seemingly boundless dark forest had always been synonymous with mystery. Those who dared set off into its deepest parts were in for a brutal journey. Countless adventurers had flocked to the dark forest over the years, yet none could ever dare claim they had roamed it in its entirety. The right circumstances had never seemed to come to play for Han Shuo to thoroughly investigate the depths of the dark forest until that moment. Soon enough, Han Shuo found himself at the notorious, aptly named Forbidden Zone. He remembered right ahead of this Forbidden Zone that he had once encountered a golden dragon and a cyclops. He had also discovered the personal notes of the expert who helped establish the Lancelot Empire, as well as the skeletons of many super-ranked magical beasts. Walking down memory lane, Han Shuo discovered that this place no longer bore any resemblance to its former self. It lacked layers of obstructive energy, weeds had overtaken every inch of the soil, and all kinds of magical beasts now inhabited the grounds, living in a single ecosystem. Han Shuo sensed the presence of super-ranked magical beasts some distance away. They, however, were not complete savages and kept largely to themselves. Han Shuo gasped. A couple miles to his left were two super-ranked magical beasts fighting in what seemed to be an intense battle. Curiosity took over and Han Shuo, who had visited with the pure intention of sightseeing, made his way over to observe the commotion. It was marvelous, a majestic unicorn fighting a cyclops. At one glance he knew, it was him, it was the same cyclops Han Shuo had crossed paths with in the Forbidden Zone. Unicorns were thought of to be the purest of magical beasts. Their horns possessed the miraculous ability to purify sinister energy and detoxify any poison. Unicorns moved as fast as lightning and could skillfully manipulate lightning and wind magic. Under their gorgeous, snow-white exteriors was a strong physical body not in the least inferior to those of the dragons. This unicorn was likely an adult. Its horn radiated a dazzling array of rainbow-colored light, adding to its nimble and exceptional physique. It was simply a living work of art. Among the lush ancient trees it leapt and frisked about. With each tread of its hind legs, it would leap a dozen or so meters. Its horn glinted with a beautiful luster as strobes of lightning and wind blades were unrestrainedly sent flying towards the Cyclops. The Cyclops, massive as he was unexpectedly on the losing end. Not even his insane strength could best the unicorn. Spell after spell hammered at the Cyclops, and all this one-eyed giant could offer was an insufficient bid to defend himself. The unicorn was much too fast, too nimble. He couldn't land one hit. It was all so fascinating to Han Shuo. He just did not expect this level of magical ability from the unicorn. What a strong, absolutely stunning unicorn. If I can capture and give it to Fanny, Phoebe, and the others, they would most certainly be overjoyed, Han Shuo thought. He remembered that among Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny, only Fanny had yet to receive a precious treasure from him. Han Shuo had gifted Phoebe the divine weapon Starry Sky, while Emily not only received the personal notes and magical staff of demigod Mike Cotton, she was also gifted an origin crystal of darkness. But despite his unfaltering favor for Fanny, she had yet to receive anything from him. A swell of guilt grew in Han Shuo. He was now determined to get the most valuable treasure he could find no matter what. Any failure to do so would come off as prejudice. Unicorns possessed not only flawless, unmatched beauty, but also miraculous powers. It would be irresistible woman. He made up his mind, he would by hook or by crook capture it and force it to form a contract with Fanny. This would be his way of making it up to Fanny. Unicorns were truly rather intelligent super-ranked magical creatures. A couple of bolts of lightning shot at Han Shuo even though he was 300 meters away in hiding. Han Shuo was shocked, and thought to himself, he's a restless little guy, isn't he? He stretched his hands forward in a tearing motion, and the lightning bolts simply shattered and disappeared. Seeing that his presence had been found out, Han Shuo thought that he might as well stop hiding. Walking out from behind the ancient tree that tore through the sky, he smiled at the unicorn ahead of him, looking at him on the alert. Revealing what appeared to be an amiable smile, he greeted, "Hi." A couple more bolts of lightning and a wind blade interrupted him from speaking. With a bitter smile, Han Shuo threw his hand to the sky, dissipating all the attacks the unicorn had unleashed. Suddenly, the Cyclops cried out in surprise, "Oh! It's you, great demigod existence." In their last encounter, Han Shuo had left quite an impression on the Cyclops. Han Shuo had absorbed an enormous amount of energy and entered a demonic trance. The Cyclops presumed him to be a demigod after that point. Some time had passed since then and Han Shuo no longer needed to derive his power from any external sources to attain demigod levels of strength. Han Shuo bluntly acknowledged the Cyclops' appellation. He chuckled, "It's been a while. What's up? What troubles have you run into? This unicorn is really troublesome. All I did was take a few rocks from its territory, and it has been chasing after me since. He's trying to kill me. Just a real pain," the Cyclops sniveled. A pair of eyes flickered back and forth between Han Shuo and the Cyclops as they carried on their conversation. The eyes looked much like gemstones, and moved between the two as if it thought them to be friends. It all of a sudden fled like a frightened chicken. Given that two of its strikes had missed, the unicorn could tell that Han Shuo was leagues above the Cyclops in terms of power, therefore it dared not remain there any longer. A smart creature, indeed. Chapter 510, Subduing a Unicorn. GDK 510, Subduing a Unicorn. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Unfortunately for the unicorn, its opponent this time was no longer a Cyclops. Despite his enormity, the Cyclops could never catch up to the unicorn. Han Shuo, however, was obviously much faster than the Cyclops. Upon witnessing the unicorn flee him, Han Shuo ceased to mind the Cyclops and immediately went after the unicorn. Without even going all out, Han Shuo's speed had exceeded that of the unicorn. By the time it had galloped a few hundred meters, the lightning-fast Han Shuo had off-blocked the unicorn in its escape path. Typically, if one wished to take a magical beast as their pet, they had to first possess enough strength to even face it. Only those who had displayed strength sufficient to gain their reverence were qualified to communicate with them. Otherwise, any amount of talking would be futile. Thus, traveling far quicker than the unicorn, Han Shuo blocked off the path ahead of it with zero hesitation and immediately set about releasing two necromancy spells, the Boundary of Weakness and Boundary of Fear. They were proficiently deployed by Han Shuo and enveloped whole miles in their surroundings. Against all expectations, after the Boundaries of Weakness and Fear were deployed, all sorts of magical beasts within the coverage area were affected, regardless of their ranks, that is, except for the unicorn. It refused to give up running as fast as it was flying. With each hurdle it would cross more than a dozen meters. It made a sharp turn and prepared to escape in another direction. The unicorn's white horn sparkled with a bizarre luster. Pure, holy energy flowed from its horn, which seemed to purify the boundaries of weakness and fear. It was not affected by the two boundaries in the slightest. Han Shuo was astonished, but returned to his senses soon after. Unicorns possessed fantastic horns with the ability to purify sinister energy. It appeared that the boundary of weakness and the boundary of fear fell within that scope. Despite the ineffectiveness of his measures, Han Shuo was not at all discouraged. In the blink of an eye, he yet again stood in the unicorn's way. This time, Han Shuo did not utilize necromancy magic, but positioned himself right beside the unicorn. Before it could react, his lightning-fast hands were wrapped around it. This unicorn had not been afraid of the Cyclops. It had even used magic spells to trample him over. But faced against Han Shuo, it had not a glimmer of courage left. This clever creature could sense that Han Shuo was a formidable one, and knew that it did not stand a fighting chance. Therefore, it turned on its heel and ran. When Han Shuo reached his hands out to the unicorn, its bright, slender eyes rolled about their sockets. Its front hoof suddenly treaded, attempting to change direction yet again. The unicorn was determined to escape. "Haha, think you can escape me?" Han Shuo ridiculed with an evil smile. Just before the unicorn moved beyond his reach, his arms lengthened as though they were made of rubber, and pressed his quick hands on the lower back of the unicorn. The unicorn felt as though it were being locked tight by two iron manacles. The massive force was not something that it could simply resist. Its body was forcibly held back, unable to budge. Wind blades and lightning bolts ceaselessly launched towards Han Shuo. At such close range, Han Shuo couldn't evade the attacks, so he had no choice but to deploy a protection shield. A round of crackling and rattling rang through like popcorn over the stove. Under the protective shield, Han Shuo remained untouched, not at all affected by the wind blade and lightning attacks. Soon enough, the unicorn gave up on its futile attacks. Its head drooped in dispiritment. Two trails of pitiful tears trickled from the pair of gemstone eyes as it turned its head to gaze at Han Shuo. "I beg you, please let go of me," the unicorn pleaded in a melodious female voice. Her beautiful voice was so pleasant to the ears, one could almost fall in love. Han Shuo was dazed for a moment. He did not anticipate that the voice of a unicorn would be so pleasant and beautiful. However, Han Shuo was resolute, and he surely would not let go of a unicorn just because it had the voice of an angel. With his hands still on the unicorn, he put on a big smile and said, "I can let you go, but first, you must promise to be someone's magical pet." She rejected at once, not a sliver of quandary in her lovely voice, "Absolutely not. I would rather die. Just kill me. Alrighty then, I will get rid of you right away and have your horns." They must be very valuable," Han Shuo threatened with a malevolent grin. He gestured at the unicorn's horn with one hand, seemingly deciding on how to set about the task. The unicorn turned out to be none so dauntless and unafraid of death as she had been just a moment before. As she watched Han Shuo gesticulate at her horn, she shouted again, "Wait! Wait! I can give you treasure, as long as you are willing to let me off." "Treasure? Haha, do you think that a person like me would fancy your treasure?" Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He gave the unicorn a pat on the mane and demonic yuan began spreading throughout her body like spider webs, shackling her magical powers. Han Shuo let go of his hold. Beaming ear to ear, he walked in front of the unicorn. After looking at the miserable creature up and down, he started tempting her, "To tell you the truth, it is quite a blessing to be my woman's magical pet. She will certainly take good care of you. Regardless, it would undoubtedly be better than living in this desolate forest. Besides, the human world is truly a rich and colorful place, filled with beautiful things that you couldn't even imagine. A being so pure and holy like yourself will only be appreciated by humans when you are in the human world. Those magical beasts in the dark forest will never know of your beauty. You should know that." Looking at the unicorn, Han Shuo slowly explained with a tone full of temptation. He added the demonic siren to his voice and used the unicorn's own beauty to entice her, other than making repeated emphasis on how colorful and diverse the human world was. Facing the threat of life from Han Shuo on one hand, this naive unicorn, on the other hand, was bewitched by the lively and exciting aspects of the human world. Her eyes gradually turned from miserable to curious. Seemingly attracted to Han Shuo's proposal, she blinked at him slowly. After a long while, she finally opened her mouth. Is the human world really as beautiful as you say? Of course. I guarantee you. Han Shuo said assuringly and continued, not unlike a con man, there are many beautiful things in the human world that you have never seen before. It is only when you are in the human world that your beauty can be appreciated by people. With my protection, no one would ever dare think about harming you. I could even help you evolve further. If you promise to be my woman's magical pet, you will discover that the human world is your true paradise. The unicorn was, of course, clear that with her life in Han Shuo's hands, she hadn't really a better option. On one hand, she was frightened by Han Shuo's death threat, while on the other, she truly was curious about the human world. After a short moment of ceaseless blinking, she no longer hesitated and simply nodded. Before Han Shuo could feel happy about it, the unicorn suddenly dickered, but, I want to choose my master myself. And she must be a woman, not a filthy man like you. You can be at ease about that. Your master is a beauty. You are going to like her, Han Shuo reassured. He thought to himself, once you arrived in the human society, there won't be any room left for you to bargain. It sure is diverse and colorful, but you will also soon come to learn of the enmity of humans. Okay then. I have promised you. Now release me, the unicorn said dispiritedly, accepting her fate. I will remove and withhold a portion of energy from your body as well as leave something inside your body, so as to avoid you taking the opportunity to escape. He patted the unicorn in the about and said, I left a trace inside your body, and I can find you wherever you hide. So you better behave yourself. Okay, the unicorn answered in a resigned manner before softly muttering, what a despicable guy. I hope my master isn't nearly as wicked. Otherwise, I would rather die than live my life like that. Han Shuo heard all those words that the unicorn muttered to herself but did not say a word. At this moment, the sound of heavy, thumping footsteps grew louder and louder. A massive silhouette a distance away gradually revealed itself. The Cyclops slowly approached and walked to Han Shuo's side. He was amazed to see the unicorn standing politely in front of Han Shuo and asked, how did you get it to be so obedient all of a sudden? Well, of course. What could it do otherwise? Han Shuo smiled. He then began to size the Cyclops up, internally weighing if the Cyclops had any worthy uses for him to exploit. Rumbles. It sounded as though the sky had fallen in the distant depths of the dark forest. For it to have been heard so loudly in spite of the great distances, some major event must have taken place. The unicorn and Cyclops obviously heard this noise as well. They both revealed fearful looks in their eyes. Does any of you know what lies at the deepest part of the forest? When Han Shuo saw the two revealed fearful looks, he furrowed his brows and asked. I don't. But several days ago I saw an enormous greater dragon enter. That powerful creature was just as mighty as you, it ought to have been a rank 5 greater dragon, the unicorn replied with a quiver in her voice. The unicorn was only rank 3. A 5th grade greater dragon was equivalent to a demigod in the human world. Her fear was not unreasonable. I dare not venture there either. However, there seems to be a lot of mighty beings that have entered recently, as if some sort of massive change was happening inside, the Cyclops added. Oh! Han Shuo stared blankly before continuing with a pensive look, then I shall go in to take a look. Unicorn, you stay here. I will be back for you. Han Shuo instantly took off into the depths of the dark forest. Chapter 511, Primordius Dragon. GDK 511, Primordius Dragon. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The depths of the dark forest was towered by with ancient trees of great heights, complementary to the fragrances of flowers and plants, streams and hills. It was a beautiful scene overflowing with vitality. Rare, unusual plants sprouted everywhere as far as the eye could see. Any one of them could demand a high price in town. A sound of explosions thundered through from the depths of the forest. It was as though the sky had fallen. As Han Shuo ventured deeper, he discovered that countless complex and mysterious boundaries had been deployed. These magical boundaries were not lethal. They were purely meant to prevent outsiders from entering. Spider web-like magical threads were arranged to form an enormous magical formation. This magical formation covered a large portion of the sky, producing waves of energy throughout the area, pushing any trespasser out. Needless to say, this enormous magical formation was man-made. Whoever deployed this magical formation of tremendous coverage area likely did not do so with intentions of malice. The waves weren't particularly fierce or turbulent, but fairly mild and slow. Han Shuo, standing within the formation himself, only felt waves of great force surging against him. It was as though he was being pushed by a few hundred orcs all at once. The magnitude of the force was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. Fortunately, Han Shuo was the strongest of the strong. His physical body, constantly reforged by demonic arts throughout the years, had fully proven itself to be valiant in this situation. Despite having tremendous forces pushing against his body, Han Shuo nonetheless pushed forward, inch by inch. Surprisingly, in such a place, the range which Han Shuo's consciousness could envelope was not as extensive as it could elsewhere. He could only faintly sense that there were movements around a few miles from him. All these only made Han Shuo more curious about what was in the depths of the dark forest. He was determined to find out about the situation there. The force generated by the enormous spider web-shaped magical formation couldn't intercept Han Shuo. By means of his sturdy and strong body and the wonderful abilities of demonic arts, Han Shuo advanced step by step towards the deepest point. Suddenly, those powerful forces pushing against him just dissolved. It became clear to him that he had passed through the formation. He gazed into the distance as he marched onwards. A greenish lake then entered Han Shuo's sight. The lake resembled a huge piece of fine jade that had been cut perfectly leveled. It was clear, pure, and beautiful. Han Shuo was awestruck. He did not expect to see such a vast lake in the depths of the dark forest. However, what baffled Han Shuo even more was that there were no fish or shrimp in the lake, not even seaweed. Very strange indeed. When Han Shuo stepped forward, he found himself yet again astounded. Having just walked out from the puzzling magical formation, when he took another step, the gravity around him felt at least a tenfold heavier. Even regular walking required all the energy in him. In such places of increased gravitational pull, duels are tipped in the favor of the person with the stronger physique. If a magus wanted to fly using a levitation spell, their mental strength would be consumed at a rate more than 10 times greater than they ordinarily would. With these conditions in place, even a sacred magus wouldn't be able to hold his levitation for an extended periods. The tenfold gravitational pull hadn't, however, had much of an effect on Han Shuo. All he had to do was utilize the art of demonic ninth heavens and fly through, albeit at a slower speed than usual. He made his way bit by bit towards the emerald green lake. Han Shuo still pushed through with ease. The increased gravity was more a nuisance than anything. Han Shuo merely had to exert more strength than usual. A gale of wind gushed from afar as Han Shuo arrived at Green Lake. Before Han Shuo could react, a silvery greater dragon appeared from the top of the Green Lake. It seemed unaffected by the increased gravitational pull, maybe a sign that it was the one that had established the circumstances of the environment. It stood effortlessly with cold arrogance before Han Shuo. "Return. You have no business in this realm," demanded the silvery dragon. It had a certain look in its eyes, full of this unswerving determination, like nothing could deter it from what it had to do. He seemed very formidable and powerful. What might be in there? "Pardon me, just a little curiosity," Han Shuo inquired. It is of none of your concern, human, now leave at once. I will not ask again, he threatened, as his body hovered, twisting and turning above the green lake with pristine elegance. His words were filled with arrogance, like those of a nobleman's. Dragons had always been excessively haughty beings. They considered their own race to be supreme, the most noble and grandiose of all. Be it humans, elves, orcs, or any other race, all besides themselves would be treated as inferior. This behavior had existed since ancient times. Similar to how forest trolls were greedy beings and dark elves acted with a lewd behavior, these attributes were deeply rooted in their subconsciousness. Han Shuo, of course, did not shudder. Being in this realm, Han Shuo's strength greatly surpassed the majority of greater dragons. He cracked a smirk and squinted at the silvery greater dragon until the black of his eyes were barely visible. In a somewhat unyielding tone, he said, "What if I insist on entering? Just know that I can have you out by force if I so choose to." The dragon snarled as his fist-sized nostrils expanded and contracted. He slithered his enormous body and summoned a hurricane. The hurricane swept Han Shuo off the ground and flung him away instantly. The added burden from the increased gravitational pull was simply too much for a regular being to walk. The silvery greater dragon had concluded that Han Shuo was a magus using a levitation spell after seeing him hover above the green lake. From his many years of experience of guarding this place, no magus could ever resist the suction of his hurricane. The silvery greater dragon closely inspected Han Shuo. In his eyes, Han Shuo was nothing more than a puppet waiting to be manipulated by the hurricane's power. As the hurricane took shape, the silvery greater dragon could almost see Han Shuo helplessly fly out from the green lake and back to the spider web-shaped magical formation. Han Shuo snickered, "You really think that just because you've laid out this gravitational boundary, you have the right to do whatever you please?" Han Shuo fumed. When the hurricane struck, black rays radiated from all around him as though his body had formed a thick, hefty cocoon. Han Shuo was swallowed whole by the hurricane. Enormous pulling forces tugged on his body. Han Shuo, however, was unperturbed by this, still standing tall. The silvery dragon was not expecting such strength. "Impressive. An unusual human indeed," the dragon praised. It then made a twist and a sway and its tremendous tail suddenly swept over. Seeing his hurricane have no effect on Han Shuo showed that this was indeed a worthy foe, and he began to utilize his full strength to stop Han Shuo. "Right about time." Han Shuo laughed. He stood his ground, preparing himself, then extended his two hands to make a peculiar hand seal. A vicious energy that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas suddenly erupted from between Han Shuo's two hands. Taking the form of a cylinder, it bombarded towards the tail of the greater dragon that was swooping over. The dragons were known for their sturdy, toughened physical bodies. Even a 1,000-year-old tree would snap like a twig upon impact from a dragon tail strike. But before the dragon tail could get anywhere near Han Shuo, the enormous force that came from Han Shuo's hand seal landed on the dragon tail. Not only could the dragon not resist the immense weight on his tail, he was also aching as though his tail had been set on fire. Whenever Han Shuo fired an attack, he made sure to be unrelenting, leaving no window or a counterattack from his opponent, as well as to seize every opportunity he was presented with. As demonic yuan spread through his body, he felt a jolt in his flying speed. Before the silvery dragon could react from the ache coming from his tail, he felt Han Shuo mount on his back, tiny in comparison to himself. Dong! A punch was thrown and landed on the dragon's body. That frightening energy gushed forth yet again, and the dragon could hardly bear it. Such power! Is he really human? The silvery dragon was greatly shocked. He dared not to stay any longer. He fled the scene before Han Shuo could throw a second blow. Han Shuo didn't obstruct him but followed behind unruffled, heading deeper into the forest. Once they were out of the green lake, the increased gravitational pull dissolved and everything returned to normal. Han Shuo spread his consciousness and was immediately overwhelmed. He looked out at the scene with a solemn gaze. Right ahead was a spectacle on display. Bolts of lightning remained static in the sky, ripping it apart. Sparks flew as clouds of smoke emerged. The blue sky seemed to have truly been torn apart. As faint smoke rolled in with the lightning, remaining still and bizarre as it was, several mysterious doors formed in the sky. Many brightly colored lights illuminated the doors, which totaled to 7. Each was assigned to a demigod being, save for the doorway closest to the edge. There were 2 greater dragons of 40 or 50 meters, one silver and one golden, and both rank 5 beings. Next on the list were 2 30-meter tall titans, colossal to say the least, and possessing demigod strength as well. The remaining 2 were green-skinned orcs clad in some unusual clothing. They appeared to be an orc warrior and an orc shaman. Each of these 6 creatures of varying races guarded a separate doorway. They had this intent as though they were resisting some sort of unknown enemy. Han Shuo could clearly sense the incredible strengths they possessed because they all seemed to have unleashed their maximum power. 6 demigods of different races. A truly formidable force. Below the sky was a vast canyon. A dozen or more titans appeared, as tall as the mountains, accompanied by some 20 dragons. Each one wore grave, strained expressions as they observed the changes in the sky with their heads raised. According to legends, the titans possessed the strength to match deities. These tales had been circulated since antiquity, yet, ordinary humans had never even seen this race. Such beings like the mountain ridge giant and the cyclops pales in comparison to a titan. The titans were said to be the favored children of the earth and the most powerful creatures in the world. They possessed strength so tremendous that they could single-handedly confront the gods. All the legends pertaining to the titans flashed through Han Shuo's mind. Back then, Han Shuo wasn't convinced that the legends about the titans were true. But now that he could see their enormous figures with his own 2 eyes, there was no sense in doubting their glory. He reckoned that just one of those titans alone could lay waste to an entire city. Roar! A bellow echoed from inside the canyon. The dazed Han Shuo hastily turned his gaze towards the canyon. He caught sight of a 100-meter-long primordious dragon wound around the summit of a mountain. Han Shuo had never before seen a greater dragon of such enormity. His body radiated such energy which made even Han Shuo's heart race. Folklore about the primordious dragon was some of the most widespread on Profound Continent. Legend had it that the primordious dragon had been guarding Profound Continent since ancient times. He would maintain the order of the continent in silence. Whenever events took place that threatened the lives of all races, the primordious dragon would emerge to maintain the order and stability of the Profound Continent. With just one look, Han Shuo could be certain that this greater dragon, 100 meters in length, was precisely the primordious dragon of legends. This greater dragon exuded a mighty presence, more overwhelming than that of the saintess Han Shuo met on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Han Shuo believed that even the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race would be no match against the primordious dragon. Without a doubt, this primordious dragon possessed the terrifying strength of a true god. Chapter 512, Demons from the Abyss. GDK 512, Demons from the Abyss. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. The primordious dragon coiled the mountain high above, raising his neck as he exhaled his sparkling dragon breath into the sky. Power so terrifying radiated from its breath that it seemed enough to tear apart space itself. It had certainly been enough to make the 7 doorways in the sky glow with spectacular rays of light, constantly fading through the spectrum, as though they were being suppressed by that power and were slowly healing. Of the 7 doorways where light rays interweaved, 6 were guarded by a demigod being each. From their backs, Han Shuo could see their desperate struggles and their resilience, giving all they could to resist the arrival of some ferocious creatures. Only one door near the edge did not have a demigod existence of similar power to guard it. It was guarded by a level 4 golden dragon, who had encountered some sort of powerful creature. The golden dragons purportedly possessed the most robust body of all dragonkind. Yet, this golden dragon was writhing at the doorway with blood spraying all over. It was clear that the level 4 golden dragon could, by no chance, withstand whatever creature was behind that door, and suffered brutal injury to his body in the struggle. Han Shuo looked closer, and saw that what lay beyond the 7 spectacular doors in the sky appeared to be another unfamiliar world. It seemed that without entering the door, it would be impossible to know what was on the other side, for all he could see were long streaks of light streaking across like shooting stars. 7 doors, 7 creatures, 6 of which were demigod existences. Each and every one of them were battling with all their might against some terrible threat. The primordious dragon, who could have been around since the beginning of time for all anyone knew, was using his divine power to suppress the changing and morphing of the 7 doors in an attempt to slowly heal them as to prevent something that could threaten the entire profound continent from entering through the 7 doors. Han Shuo observed the changes in the sky as his heart flooded with the most intense curiosity. He was engrossed in the scenery behind those 7 doors, as his mind flickered through the endless possibilities of what could lie behind those doors that was so eager to barge through. After entering the carnal realm, Han Shuo had encountered some of the most powerful beings on profound continent, and gradually came to understand some of its secrets. From what he could see, Han Shuo was convinced that the 7 doors lead to another plane of existence, and the primordious dragon and the other 6 demigod existences were giving their all to prevent some extraplanar being from tearing through the passageways. The Titans and the primordious dragon were indeed silently serving profound continent. Han Shuo thought. Human, what is it that you want? As Han Shuo observed his surroundings with a grave expression, a roar thundered from the mouth of the silver greater dragon that Han Shuo had been pursuing. It was evident that the silvery dragon was furious, his teeth borne and claws extended in frustration. Every last titan and dragon in the great valley turned away from the battles in the sky, and cast their humongous eyes at Han Shuo. There were over 10 titans and twice that amount of dragons. Combined, those beings formed a force so mighty that they could elevate any nation to greatness and glory. With so many powerful ancient beings staring right his way, Han Shuo felt an intangible pressure bearing down upon him, and left him with great discomfort. Unlike the 6 demigods in the sky, the titans and dragons in the valley were not so powerful. Even so, with well over 40 colossal beings suddenly glaring at him, the pressure was still unusually frightening. Human, what exactly are you planning, barging in like this? Han Shuo did not respond, to which the silver greater dragon roared again, looking rather impatient. The 2 titans closest to Han Shuo looked at him up and down as they slowly approached, as though prepared to smash him into meat paste at a moment's notice if he said something against their interests. Hey? Why are you here? A sudden cry of surprise came from a golden dragon in the distance, and a dragon who had been positioned a long ways away from him quickly flew over, looking at Han Shuo with astonishment. You're Cedric? Han Shuo asked, staring at the golden dragon with a similar expression, as it seemed like he was the same golden dragon Cedric he had met a few times previously. It's me, Cedric, don't you remember? It really was Cedric. He gasped in surprise. There were more than 20 dragons in the valley, and none of them had taken human form as their giant bodies coiled. Of those, half were golden dragons. Cedric had not taken human form, and in the wave of dragons, there was nothing to distinguish him from the rest. At the realization, Han Shuo gazed around the valley once more, and finally recognized this place as the Dragon Valley he had heard of in legends. Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief running into this acquaintance of his, and said, "So it's you, Cedric? Haha, it's been a while. I'm here purely for exploration. I heard the explosions in the sky and was drawn to it out of curiosity. Never had I expected to come upon such an impressive sight. What exactly is going on here?" "Cedric, you know this human?" the silver giant dragon who had had a taste of Han Shuo's wrath questioned in confusion as he looked oddly at Cedric. "This is the person I mentioned before, the one who intervened when that thief stole my treasure and even injured me. He assisted me when I needed it. And the other time, in the Forbidden Ground, it was he who broke through the eternal barrier. We're friends, there won't be any issues," Cedric explained to the silver greater dragon. At his words, the two titans who had warily crowded over as well as the silver dragon no longer looked at Han Shuo with animosity, although the silver dragon still let out a derisive snort, and said, "Now that the battle has entered a critical stage, he's not allowed to enter the space-time discontinuum zone, no matter who he is." "I understand," Cedric answered, then said to Han Shuo, "We're fighting for the safety of Profound Continent. There are some evil extraplanar beings who are trying to enter our world through this special space-time discontinuum zone. My dragon race and the Titan race are doing all they can to resist these evil creatures from another dimension." After much close observation, Han Shuo knew the gist of what was going on even without Cedric elaborating on the matter. The self-proclaimed defenders of the continent, the Titans and the Dragons, were giving it their all to protect the realm. Han Shuo could tell the intensity of the battle even from afar. The look of each Titan and Dragon showed just how cruel and unrelenting this battle had been. Each appeared more solemn and subdued than the next, a look of anguish in their eyes. In such critical times, any external forces would be enough to tip the scale of the battle in favor of the other side. It was quite clear to them to have barricaded the area to prevent any unknown forces from interfering. "This is bad, Valo can't hold up much longer," a green dragon cried out. Following the gaze of the crowd, Han Shuo noticed that the golden dragon, the only being guarding one of the 7 doors that wasn't a demigod, was swaying in a barrage of light and electricity. Blood poured from its body, and it was clearly on its last legs. There was only sorrow in the eyes of all the dragons in the valley as they grieved over the impending death of their fellow brethren. "Next one, get ready," the aged voice of the primordious dragon sighed, his voice melancholic and resigned. He sounded as though he could not bear the sorrow of parting in death. "I'll go," cried the silver dragon that had been pursued all the way there by Han Shuo, with the air of one who was not afraid to meet death. Before the silver dragon could move, a Titan standing over 30 meters tall called out, "Your strength is not enough. You dragons have already sacrificed one of your own, now it is our turn." That Titan seemed the tallest and most powerful amongst them all. As his thunderous voice called out, he was already moving. With each stomp the ground trembled. He was fast, and bolted forward like a streak of lightning. The golden dragon's body finally gave in, segmented and snapping to pieces, showering upon the unknown space-time discontinuum. As quickly as the dragon fell, the Titan rose to take its place, finally reaching the door. At that very moment, an incredible turn of events unfolded. It was uncertain if the door had grown larger, or if the Titan had simply shrunken, but the Titan, who could not under normal circumstances fit through the door, looked as though his body was being stretched and twisted, blending into the door like a piece of abstract art. Right after the Titan fell in, the door, which had been constantly growing larger, suddenly returned to its original size. From what Han Shuo could see, after the Titan arrived at that world where rays of light constantly shone, he found himself locked in battle against some sort of being that was completely invisible, throwing punches and kicks to try to hit it. Han Shuo tried to focus, but still could not see what exactly was going on. All he could see were the flying rays of light. His consciousness could not sense any trace of the strange creature's existence. He gathered that this region of space did not follow conventions of the natural law. Cedric had told Han Shuo that this area was some kind of a space-time discontinuum zone, and bizarre phenomena often happened in such places. Han Shuo began to understand. The Titan remained, in reality, within Han Shuo's field of vision, but in the space-time discontinuum zone, he may have been an unbelievably great distance away from the Profound Continent. Han Shuo's consciousness could only stretch out so far given the limit to its range, therefore there was no way he would have been able to sense what was going on there. "The third one, who knows how many more we'll need," a low sigh heaved from an elderly green dragon. Han Shuo felt pity as he watched the Titan barge through the door, knowing full well that there would be no return. There wasn't much of a difference between the Titan and the golden dragon that had just perished. The Titan, in fact, was slightly weaker. His fate had been sealed. The golden dragon had not held on for long before being torn apart, and this Titan would likely suffer the same. There was a great amount of respect Han Shuo had for the Titans, as this Titan knowingly rushed forth to his death just as the rest of them were prepared to do, sacrificing themselves for the safety of the hundreds of millions of beings that lived on the profound continent. These Titans and dragons alike gave their lives as a noble sacrifice for the people. Han Shuo was humbled by their spirit. Despite the proud and arrogant nature of the dragons, their most admirable aspects shone like the sun during this battle. Without their silent protection, it is unfathomable what would have become of profound continent. "Cedric, what on earth is going on?" questioned Han Shuo. A surge curiosity brushed through his mind. What could be behind those doors? This space-time discontinuum zone has existed in the depths of the dark forest for millennia. We don't know how or why it formed, but it is constantly changing along with time and space. It often forms passageways that connect profound continent to other planes of existence. The dragons and titans have always safeguarded this place against any foreign threats. From the moment of my birth about 2,000 over years ago, hundreds of space-time discontinuums have occurred. Most of them formed interplanar passages that have led to harmless vast expanses of outer space, but there were naturally also a couple of times when they connected to other material planes of existence, but those connections never caused too much conflict either. Only in 3 instances did we encounter attacks from powerful foreign being, but we easily fended them off. I am unsure of how this came to pass, but this time, the space-time discontinuum formed right at the heart of the abyss where the demons reside. These powerful demons sensed the formation of these passageways and found their way here. In the beginning only the weaker demons tried to force their way in but were quickly dispatched. We had originally thought this would be like our previous encounters and didn't think much of it. We surely did not expect more and more demons to start attacking, and yesterday we finally understood how bad the situation was when even stronger demons joined in. We immediately notified experts from all over the continent, hoping they would join in on the defense. However, due to our complacency earlier on, the messages were sent a little too late. Only 2 demigod existences from the orc race who happened to be training deep in the dark forest have joined the resistance. But this time, a total of 7 interplanar passageways have been formed. These demons are so immensely powerful that only demigods stand a fighting chance of holding them off, and we only have 6. The last door must be guarded in turns, and both sides have lost a total of 3 of our numbers in doing so. The primordious dragon needs to use its divine power to alter the formation of the space-time discontinuum zone and can't spare any energy dealing with that door, and because of the unique formation of each interplanar passageway, we can only send in 1 being at a time to defend. At this rate, we don't know how much more we'll have to sacrifice before we can settle this invasion. Don't even speak of settling this, we don't even know if we can hold them off. Look, the demigods are showing signs of fatigue. If the primordious dragon isn't able to alter or seal the space-time discontinuum zone soon, then I'm afraid the profound continent will be facing an apocalyptic attack from the demons of the abyss, the silver dragon retorted. It shook its head with a grim expression on his face. Boom! A sound like the rumbling of thunder came from the passageway the Titan had just entered. Inside the passageway, multicolored streaks of light shone through like the most stunning fireworks launching into the sky. There was a sublime beauty to it. The Titan that had just entered the fray seemed to have been caught off guard by this, and it was unclear what exactly had happened, but wound after would burst open in his flesh, and blood rained down as it had before. A high-level demon has joined in on the fight in the passageway. Damn it, it seems profound continent really won't be able to avoid this catastrophe. The primordious dragon sighed bitterly. Rays of light interweaved as divine power enveloped the space-time discontinuum zone. It seemed like he was ready to make a last attempt. This is horrible, what do we do? Cedric was frantic, his giant head shaking in disbelief. Cedric suddenly yelled, and his fist-sized dragon eye fell upon Han Shuo as he cried out in delight, "Great primordious dragon, he is a demigod expert." At those words, the attention of every titan and dragon in the valley was fixed on Han Shuo. It seems I'll have the chance to be profound continent's savior, Han Shuo thought. He had originally intended to ask for the primordius dragon's opinion, but suddenly heard another great boom. He turned to the source of the noise and saw the Titan who had just entered the battle was covered with gashes across his flesh, and rivulets of blood spilling into the passageway to an unknown space. Han Chuo had already been curious about what sights lay beyond that door, and he also knew that, should the challenge become too great, he could always retreat. He leapt through the doorway at the speed of lightning and into the unknown foreign space. The moment he entered, he was blown away by the scene in his beholding. Chapter 513, One Man vs an Army. GDK 513, One Man vs an Army. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. There were strange and unfamiliar creatures that stretched as far as the eye could see. These monstrosities bore fangs and flailing claws, as they threw themselves at him unrelentingly. Demons of all shapes and forms inhabited the abyss, the largest being tens of meters tall and the small ones only the size of a palm. They came in all colors, each grotesque and terrifying, and a pungent liquid flowed from their mouths lined with rows of razor teeth. Their breaths were equally putrid, and on top of that, some of the demons oozes some sort of sticky pus from their bodies. It was the stuff of sci-fi movies, not real life. They were ugly, grotesque, and disgusting. They evoked an instinctive hatred in him which made him itch to eradicate them all. An enormous abyssal demon of over 10 meters in height stood before Han Chuo. It looked like a gigantic cyst. Its grotesque body oozed with pus and bulged as though tiny demon worms had been wriggling to get through to the open. It had a single green eye that gazed a rather sinister gaze. Thousands of smaller beetle-sized demons emitted a corrosive fog as they swarmed Han Chuo. Their sharp, tiny teeth squeaked as they grinned against each other. The sight, and especially that screeching sound, chilled to the bone as hordes of them descended like locusts during harvest season. The place was bizarre, grey, and empty. It was alien. It was unlike anything Han Chuo had ever imagined. He stood in the pathway that led to the profound continent. At his sides, shooting stars zoomed past, leaving behind streamers of dazzling yellow light. He looked around but could not quite confirm his location. Up ahead was a swarm of innumerable seal demons, and he could sense that even more were behind them in the door-shaped passageway. Aside from that, there were only blurry grey scenes, and beams of powerful, brilliant light shooting past. Squeak, screech, chatter. The abyssal demons let out strange cries that Han Chuo could not understand. They swarmed Han Chuo the moment he appeared, and showered the grounds with poison almost immediately. Their vibrant toxins were like paint, and the demons the painters, attempting to depict a cruel image of rot and abstraction on Han Chuo's body. Han Chuo had confidence in his body's regenerative capabilities and his durability, but even so, he was unwilling to have a taste of the poison. It reeked of the strongest of acids and was able to cause paralysis. It then struck him why the Golden Dragon and the Titan were so quickly reduced to nothing more than ruined corpses pooling in blood. In the face of so many abyssal demons producing as much poison as they did, it would have been impossible to dodge given their mammoth sizes. The colossal statures of the Golden Dragon and the Titan were ultimately the impetus to their demise. They served as little more than a net for any attack coming their way. Only the demigods were able to form barriers strong enough to defend their bodies. Both the Golden Dragon and the Titan had extremely tough bodies, but even the toughest of bodies were bound to be corroded and torn apart when drenched in hundreds of jets of poison. Even if Han Chuo had a body tougher than that, he dared not take the risk of enduring the bursts of poison and activated a protective shield. A dark, hazy armor instantly wrapped Han Chuo. Hundreds of jets of poison sprayed forth, all of which were deflected by a shield as thin as an insect's wing. Faint traces of smoke rose off Han Chuo's barrier, complementing his figure and forming a sharp contrast against the foul abyssal demons surrounding him. "What powerful poison!" Han Chuo exclaimed. With Han Chuo's prowess in the demonic arts, and the support of powerful demonic yuan, once his protective barrier was cast it would be impenetrable. As long as Han Chuo had enough demonic yuan to sustain the shield, it would, in theory, never falter in defending him from all physical and magical attacks. Of course, once the opponent's attack power exceeded what the protective shield could take, it would still break apart. Only, it seemed that these poisons did not have that much power in them. In that case, a protective shield formed entirely out of demonic yuan and extraordinary secret technique was the perfect defense against them. However, the smoke emitted showed just how powerful the poison really was, having even affected the barrier. Han Shuo noted that when the poison coming into contact with his barrier, his demonic yuan drained at a significantly higher rate. Squeak, screech, chatter. The abyssal demons seemed rather intrigued. After a round of collectively spraying the toxins, they all stopped in unison, and began to communicate with each other in a way that Han Shuo could not comprehend. They had quickly finished off the Golden Dragon and the Titan, greedy and cruel as they geared up to break through the interplanar passageway ahead. However, they once again found themselves detested by a new challenger. From his tiny stature they had presumed they could easily brush off the threat, yet their unbeaten poison attack had actually been deflected, clearly a surprise to them. The abyssal demons all stopped and entered a cacophonic round of discussions. Then, under the leadership of the huge cyst-like demon covered in pus standing opposite Han Shuo, they flew at him in a frenzy once more. This time, they not only continued to spew poison, but also made barbaric attempts to snap at Han Shuo's protective shield with their rows of razor teeth. If such crazed, savage beings were allowed to set foot on the profound continent, all its inhabitants would be devoured. Han Shuo looked at the abyssal demons swarming towards him and made a decision. The skeletal staff suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's hand, and he stared at the screeching demons lunging towards him with eyes ablaze. He quickly began chanting incantations. First, several rows of bone spears flew outwards, then the necromancer's signature boundary of fear and boundary of weakness suddenly enveloped the entire space. All physical worlds with living beings could not escape the fate of death, not even the cruel, vicious demons of the abyss. As long as there was death in a physical world, there would be the element of death. As such, necromancy magic, which functioned on the element of death to launch attacks, continued to work at full power. The skeletal staff was, without a doubt, unstoppable. By using it to cast necromancy spells, an ordinary necromancy spell would double in power. It was only with the help of the skeletal staff that the boundaries of fear and weakness were able to contain all the abyssal demons. With the boundaries of fear and weakness working as they should, all the abyssal demons suffered the effects. Their fierce attack speed at Han Shuo suddenly turned sluggish, and their minds became filled with fear of him, and their murderous eyes now showing some evidence of terror. The bone spears made whooshing noises as they launched through the air, and many smaller, weaker abyssal demons were impaled. Green, red, beige, and brown blood sprayed from their bodies. Some of the larger demons were covered in bone spears, letting out wails that would send shivers down any listener's spine. Row after row of bone spears shot out like rain, intercepting hundreds upon thousands of abyssal demons. In that window of time Han Shuo once again chanted necromancy incantations, preparing to summon a vast army of undead to come to his aid. And yet, as the incantation ended, there were no armies of undead creatures before Han Shuo. Not a single rotten limb. Han Shuo was stunned. At first he thought that he had made a mistake with the incantation, and chanted it again, waving his skeletal staff with precise movements. Yet it was the same. Not a single undead creature appeared. Han Shuo could not help but feel a chill in his heart. His first reaction was to use the connection he always had with Little Skeleton to contact him. Strangely enough, he could not sense the Little Skeleton's presence at all, and had no way of locating the netherworld. Is it not possible to summon the undead in this space? Han Shuo eyed his surroundings carefully, and all he could see were streaks of light from shooting stars, and a dreary grey chasm. Beneath his feet was not physical ground, but white fog. In profound continent, a blanket of water vapor could not possibly withstand any weight. Yet, Han Shuo was definitely standing upon it, and he could feel the solidity of the substance below him in front of him, dense swarms of abyssal demons had blocked his view. Behind him was an interplanar passageway connecting to the profound continent. Aside from that, there was only the scene of grayness, as though he had been standing within the infinite space of the vast universe. It appeared that this space was also affected by the space-time discontinuum, time and space both being completely out of whack, with no exact coordinates to navigate this region. That was why he could not use necromancy to communicate with the netherworld, and it naturally meant he could not summon creatures from the netherworld. Observing his surroundings, Han Shuo quickly arrived at a conclusion. Looking ahead once more, the tens of thousands of abyssal demons were rather sluggish under the effects of the boundaries of fear and weakness. But after a while, they managed to adapt to it and resumed their movements, though much slower than before, and came charging determinedly towards Han Shuo. Humph! Han Shuo was unfazed. Even if he could not use any of his necromancy magic, he still had his actual life insurance demonic arts. Unlike necromancy, which required the presence of the element of death, with demonic arts, all of Han Shuo's power was contained within his body. Regardless of which plane he was on, regardless of whether the element of death was present, the demonic power existing within his body would never be affected the slightest bit by environmental factors. Han Shuo was rather satisfied with himself for his earlier decision. He had always firmly believed in making demonic arts his core and vital cultivation. Had he not done that, he would have been at a great disadvantage in this space where he was unable to summon large armies of the undead. Come at me, you putrid, filthy creatures of the abyss. He could be less bothered whether the demons could even understand him. Han Shuo smiled sinisterly as he slowly drew the blood seether from his space ring and, with a wave of his arm, floated out. The moment the blood seether was out, a thick blood mist began to flow from within, along with a strange, sinister energy, slowly being released from the blood seether via the blood mist. Everywhere it passed, the bodies of the abyssal demons obscured by the blood mist would suddenly bulge and their already slow paces given slower. Blood seether was a demonic weapon made for massacre which Han Shuo had put a lot of effort in forging. As long as a creature had blood in its body, and was within the range of attack of the blood seether, it would be affected. These interplanar abyssal demons, despite the distinct color of their blood, were still within the operational scope of the blood seether. Everywhere the blood seether passed, the path and speed of blood flow of the abyssal demons would go through drastic changes. He could see their blood writhing like tapeworms on their bodies, and their already grotesque appearance seemed even more hideous. The blood seether changed the speed and flow direction of blood in their bodies. Under the rapid clashing and swirling of their own blood, their bones would begin to crackle and fracture until the swirling blood reached an alarming velocity. Then, when the abyssal demons' bodies reached their limits, their bodies would violently give way. Once the first abyssal demon exploded, less and less could the rest withstand the power of the blood seether any longer. Their bodies would swell until they finally burst open, sending every shade of red spraying all over. Gradually, all the abyssal demons enveloped by the blood mist blew apart and died in the force of the rapid swirling of their own blood. As Han Shuo gazed upon the spectacular results achieved with the blood seether, he wondered if he should refine more of such unique demonic weapon. Han Shuo had to admit that the destructive power of such a unique demonic weapon was highly satisfying. Chapter 514, Boundless Resentment. GDK 514, Boundless Resentment. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Once the blood seether was deployed, a few hundred abyssal demons were shrouded in a mist of blood, and subsequently, their bodies then exploding. Even that huge cyst-like demon could not resist the influence of the blood seether and exploded into pieces. Its wretched green blood permeated a nostril-assailing fishy stench, and was now splattered everywhere. As it turned out, its blood was rather corrosive as well. Any demon in its vicinity was sprinkled in the substance and subsequently melted down to liquid flesh. Every last one surprisingly succumbed to the corrosion and fell 6 feet under. Indeed deserving of his title as leader. Even in death, it had to pull its underlings along to share its fate, Han Shuo thought to himself as he continued to control the blood seether, sending it to new oncoming abyssal demons. The ruthless, bloodthirsty abyssal demons seemed to now fear the blood seether. They were unafraid of death, yet avoided the blood seether at all costs. The blood seether had opened up a path in front of Han Shuo. He took note of the sea of demon corpses that sank like stones instead of floating over the vast expanse of white cloud. Who knew what horrors laid beneath? The first thing Han Shuo noticed was that the bodies of the fallen titan and dragon were nowhere to be seen. He initially thought they had just been torn limb from limb and devoured, but now he knew they too had probably sunken through the clouds. This place was truly mind-boggling. With space and time in disarray, strange otherworldly phenomena occurred like a new normal. Bizarre events took place that contradicted common sense, challenging Han Shuo's most basic understanding of the natural laws. Han Shuo was convinced that a place like this could not belong to any physical plane of existence. The interplanar gateway behind Han Shuo suddenly swelled up. Speckles of colorful light was cast from the center of the door. The layers of light and shadow interwove to reveal a stunning sight. Ahead of him, as the blood seether pushed forward, hundreds more abyssal demons withdrew in trepidation. The blood seether, dancing within the blood cloud, became the most terrified object in the eyes of the abyssal demons, as though it were a black hole that could suck in and kill everything in its path. Dong dong, dong dong. Sudden thuds boomed from behind the abyssal demons, each isolated one becoming louder and louder. The aim seemed to be to give the demons a spurt of courage, at which it was obviously successful. Several long, slender, winged abyssal demons immediately launched themselves towards the blood seether like kamikaze pilots. The demons resembled giant falcons, and their wings like daggers, sharp and glistening. Their sudden appearance shocked Han Shuo. They were so fast he hadn't even time to withdraw his blood seether. Clang clang, clang clang. The demons organized themselves into a long line, taking turns to slash at the weapon with their wings. 1, 2, 3. There was a total of 15 of these winged demons. In a heartbeat, each of them slashed with utmost precision and force at precisely the same spot. As its master, Han Shuo was able to feel the impact left on the blood seether. It was an immense force, too much. A hole had been torn through the weapon, which, despite its minute size, meant that they had nonetheless penetrated it. After a round of battering, the abyssal creatures made a circle, took aim, and again charged at the blood seether. As they came into contact with the blood mist around the blood seether, the blood inside their bodies began to boil over. This tore their formation slightly, but they were resolute and held on as tightly as they could. They once again shot themselves at the blood seether, determined to rip it apart even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Any creature willing to put their own lives at stake would release an inconceivable amount of energy. Even a puny little human, dauntless in face of death, would become extremely terrifying, even more so for the already savage and powerful abyssal creatures. Seeing the next wave about to strike, Han Shuo quickly cast a demonic charm, causing the blood seether to return to him. It wasn't an easy task to refine the blood seether. It exhausted a lot of precious resources and took much time and energy. A torn opening could be slowly mended, but once it was shredded to bits by this group of deranged demons, Han Shuo could do nothing but reforge an entirely new one. Immediately after Han Shuo cast the demonic charm, the blood seether became erratic in its flight. The 15 falcon-like abyssal creatures had no choice but to constantly alter their target as they closely pursued the blood seether. Pop pop pop! Alas, their bodies could no longer withstand the boiling blood coursing through their veins, and exploded one after before Han Shuo. Fragments of their dagger-like wings were launched at Han Shuo. With a wave of his hand, a white bone shield blossomed from the dripping blood. The daggers targeting Han Shuo were intercepted by the white bone shield. Soon enough, the abyssal demons who had been cowering from the might of the blood seether rushed forth as Han Shuo finally retracted it. They charged ahead even fiercer than before, seemingly unafraid of death. Dong dong, dong dong. From what seemed to be acres behind those creatures of the abyss, strange thuds reverberated repeatedly. The sound was as though some sort of magical spell had bewitched the creatures of the abyss, making them even more ruthless and savage. Could there have been an abyssal demon in the form of a magus behind this strange occurrence? This preposterous hypothesis suddenly crossed Han Shuo's mind. Having been used to the warrior and magus combination of the profound continent, Han Shuo would of course conjecture that in a great battle, behind the front lines of brave fighters there would always be priests and magi filling the role as necessary supporting units. Only by reinforcing magic could the fighters up their aggression and lose fear of death. However, this was a space-time discontinuum zone and he was facing abyssal demons that had only been heard of in folktales. No one had actually seen them. How could there be high-level beings as powerful as the magi among these filthy, otherworldly creatures? Han Shuo soon brushed off this absurd idea of his. He reinforced his protective shield with demonic yuan and continued to release bone spears row after row. It was certainly not the most precise method of attack, but it covered the grounds. Without the army of undead at his disposal, the battle became a most challenging war of attrition. Han Shuo's mental strength was rapidly draining away as he wiped out hundreds upon thousands of abyssal demons. The sheer amount of these things was way beyond imagination. The hordes just seemed to never end. A long but undetermined amount of time passed as Han Shuo defended the interplanar gateway and he was gradually feeling rather numb. It was just repetition releasing all those spells like a machine. All of a sudden, Han Shuo felt an intense space-time fluctuation coming from the portal behind him. He was, for a moment, delighted. He quickly turned to it to find that the interplanar gateway was rapidly healing. It's finally over. I'm the savior of profound continent. Han Shuo thought. At this point in time, Han Shuo had nearly exhausted his mental strength. He was even prepared to resume using demonic arts to resist the infinite wave of abyssal creatures. In a spurt, Han Shuo unleashed all his remaining mental strength. Under the amplification of the skeletal staff, rows after rows of densely packed bone spears launched from in front of Han Shuo. Making use of this window of opportunity, Han Shuo turned around and prepared to cross that healing interplanar portal, and return to that lovely profound continent. When Han Shuo flew towards the interplanar door at the speed of light, and an unstoppable, gargantuan energy gushed from the interplanar tunnel. This invincible energy carried the dragon breath of the primordious dragon, disrupting Han Shuo's pace. Not only had the indomitable energy hindered Han Shuo in his path towards the interplanar tunnel, a portion of that energy rushed through Han Shuo's body. In just a fraction of a second, Han Shuo's mighty body, tempered through tremendous willpower, had suffered substantial damage. Han Shuo finally experienced the true godly strength of the primordious dragon. "No! Han Shuo was in disbelief. He had never once thought that after going all out and risking his life to defend the titans, dragons, and all living things on profound continent, he would receive such mistreatment. This was an intolerable, disgraceful betrayal. Even Han Shuo, someone who was all too familiar with the spitefulness of people, could not believe what was happening to him. "You are a necromancer of the Calamity Church. You are the fountainhead of evil. There is no room for your presence on the profound continent. The Abyss Realm, where evil lurks at every turn, that is where you truly belong. I have shown you mercy." A snippet of primordious dragon's thoughts fell to Han Shuo from the distant profound continent. Han Shuo, stopped right before the interplanar gateway, took one last gaze of the tunnel, and saw the two demigod existences from the Church of Light, the same duo he had previously met at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. The two demigod existences of the Church of Light gazed at the healing interplanar doorway with cold eyes. They had faint smiles on their faces and were calmly chatting with the primordious dragon below them. It was evident that the abyssal demon's ferocious attack against profound continent was settled. Gradually, the doorway completely sealed, his very last view of the profound continent forever frozen on his mind. The two demigods of the Church of Light, who stared expressionless at the doorway, the 100-meter-long primordious dragon that circled the summit, the scene remained still in Han Shuo's head. Han Shuo had never ever hated a living thing as much as he did at this moment, but the primordious dragon had succeeded in changing that. Just because of the one-sided statement of the two demigod existences of the Church of Light, because of his identity as a necromancer, the fact that Han Shuo had lent a hand and risked his life meant nothing. The great and glorious primordious dragon heartlessly severed Han Shuo's way home and left unimaginable damage to his body. Drenched in blood, Han Shuo cackled. He was laughing at his own naive benevolence, his foolish kindness, his presumptuous opinions. He laughed so hard that tears started flowing. Farewell, profound continent. Farewell, my friends. Farewell, my lovers. There will be no going home from here on. I can only wander in this alien abyss realm for the rest of my life. If I can again return to the profound continent, what Church of Light, what primordious dragon, what titans, all of them, all the traitors, I will make them pay. Ha 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 ha, I'm a necromancer of Calamity Church. I'm the fountainhead of evil in profound continent. The evil-filled abyss realm is where I truly belong. Haha, he even showed me mercy, he chose not kill me on the spot, he only made it forever impossible for me to meet the ones I loved. How merciful! How merciful of the primordious dragon! Haha! Han Shuo paid no heed to his damaged body drenched with blood, but laughed hysterically as hundreds upon thousands of abyssal demons surrounded him. His laughter was filled with grief, sorrow, desolation, and most of all, his boundless resentment. Chapter 515, Collapsing Space-Time. GDK 515, Collapsing Space-Time. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The abyssal demons, numerous as always, obviously had no intention of letting Han Shuo off. Even with the interplanar tunnel sealed, they could not shake off the desire to shred to pieces the man who had slaughtered so many of their fellow comrades, especially seeing as Han Shuo was drenched in sweet blood. Despite their ugly exteriors, the demons were no fools. On the contrary, these seemingly primitive, violent creatures were frighteningly cunning. The creatures knew a thing or two about maiming another being, and Han Shuo was most certainly injured, though they weren't quite sure what creature had inflicted such harm on this butcher. Nevertheless they were set on reducing Han Shuo to nothing but a pile of ashes. Han Shuo, still howling with laughter, was not in the least fearful in the face of the numerous abyssal creatures that surrounded him. His protective shield had shattered on the spot from that strike of the primordious dragon, leaving his body exposed. When the abyssal creatures began to spray their toxic cocktails, Han Shuo finally came to his senses and ceased his unproductive resentment. Using the demonic yuan in his body, he yet again deployed a shiny, dark protective shield. And once more, the shower of poisonous fluids was kept off from Han Shuo like an umbrella. Numerous abyssal creatures who had dauntlessly charged over, under the demonic blades in Han Shuo's two hands, were ripped into meat slices before falling into the unknown space beneath. Where there is life, there is hope. Han Shuo made use of this time to inspect his body for injuries. He discovered that he had indeed suffered unimaginable damage from that blow by the primordious dragon. However, Han Shuo was glad to find that his demonic infant was unscathed. For a demonic arts practitioner, consciousness was of the utmost significance. Second to that was the demonic infant, the source of energy in the body. As long as those two were in good shape, then no matter how much damage the body suffered, the damage would not be lethal. Therefore, when Han Shuo discovered that his demonic infant did not suffer any damage, at long last, he let out a sigh of relief. His body tissues were largely destroyed, with nearly all of his internal organs shattered. Even a portion of his meridians and bones were damaged. In spite of the severity of his injuries, he could rest assured that he would not die. In time, Han Shuo would completely recover, and his body would be good as new. As long as Han Shuo lived, there would always be the opportunity for revenge. Thinking fondly of his lovers in profound continent, and with his deep-rooted hatred for the primordious dragon and the Church of Light in mind, Han Shuo did not hesitate to attack. He tore any abyssal demons who dared approach him into bacon bits. With the interplanar portal sealed shut behind him, Han Shuo need not worry about the possibility of attackers coming from behind him. He utilized his tenacious demonic martial skill to resist the assault of the abyssal demons, transforming the hatred in his heart into savage attacks. Those abyssal demons were dismembered one after another by Han Shuo's demonic blades. What felt like forever passed by and Han Shuo gradually felt somewhat fatigued. It wasn't a lack of demonic yuan that he was experiencing, rather the severe trauma on his body that was kicking in. A great deal of his meridians and bones had been damaged, hindering Han Shuo from adeptly deploying his demonic arts. Even the formidable power of the demonic blades gradually diminished. Most demonic skills were dependent on the unimpeded circulation of the meridians. It was only with robust and sound meridians and skeletal structure that Han Shuo could release demonic arts with certainty and without hindrance. Han Shuo had no choice but to figure out another way to escape, for he knew there was no wisdom in staying much longer at the mercy of the unending stream of abyssal creatures. Han Shuo had no clue how many more of these abyssal creatures there were, and he had no idea how much longer he could keep it up. It seems that in order to cut a bloody path out of the battlefield, I must first reverse the situation and stop playing the passive role, Han Shuo thought. As he continued to attack the abyssal creatures who dared approach him, Han Shuo surveyed the situation all around him. His gaze finally fixed on the world behind the abyssal creatures, thinking that was where he should make his breakthrough. Just then, he noticed his surroundings transform. This grey chasm suddenly produced extremely violent space-time fluctuation, sending lightning bolts all across the sky. In a split second, the space-time was quaking. Han Shuo stared blankly for half a moment before he realized what was going on. Although he had never before experienced such an event, he had heard a thing or two about this. This phenomenon occurred when space-time could not support the pressure of excessively chaotic energy, causing it to cave in or even collapse. Oh, better leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the space-time crumbles, no one will escape it. Even in the best-case scenario, if I don't die horribly after being crushed, I will have to live the rest of my life in the further uncertain space-time crevice. There will be no returning to profound continent from there. Han Shuo turned pale with fright. He had decided to escape from this place regardless of everything. But before he managed to, he discovered that the abyssal creatures who had been dauntlessly charging at him were stooped below their necks, terrified and retreating like tidewater, no longer paying heed to Han Shuo. Dong! Dong! An otherworldly banging reverberated through the ground from behind them, like a signal for retreat. These creatures of the abyss have some intelligence after all, Han Shuo thought as his pupils traced the retreating abyssal creatures. Following behind the creatures, Han Shuo too was rapidly leaving this space as it was on the verge of collapse. If these abyssal creatures knew how to get to this region, then they surely know where to retreat. As long as I stay on their trail, there's no reason I could fail. Han Shuo headed in the direction of the creatures, gradually overtaking them in the process. The creatures were clearly aware that the threat of a collapsing space-time was of greater importance than even their greatest enemy. Even though Han Shuo was right beside them, they did not proceed with attacking him but instead turned a blind eye to his presence. They returned on the path they came from regardless of all things under the order to retreat. Rumbles. A most terrifying sound came from behind Han Shuo. Without even turning around to look and merely with his consciousness, he sensed that the space-time behind him could no longer bear the stress of all kinds of chaotic energies and hence started to form fissures that could devour all things. Hiss! The strange calling of abyssal creatures constantly sounded from behind him. Although Han Shuo couldn't understand what exactly they were trying to communicate, from the frightened tone, he speculated that their frightened tones were meant to hurry the others. According to lore, inside those space-time fissures was a complete lack of any element, even air, which meant that any being that was dependent on food or air would die by asphyxiation or starvation had they fallen in. However, for an unnatural being like Han Shuo who did not require food or air to survive, he wouldn't immediately die after falling into a space-time fissure. However, he would have to endure an infinite loneliness, a thought that seemed to him more terrifying than death. More and more strange noises came from those abyssal demons behind him, those hurrying calls turning into shrieks of despair. Han Chuo realized that some abyssal demons must have been pulled into the fissures. Han Chuo's heart palpitated. He had no choice but to put his body at stake in sustaining further damage. Disregarding all else, Han Chuo cranked his art of the demonic ninth heavens all the way up, escaping the region as quickly as he could. Pfff. Han Chuo spat a mouthful of fresh hot blood. Another 3 meridians in his body ruptured. The demonic blades in his 2 hands acted like his invincible demon slayer edge, cutting away at those larger abyssal demons in his way. At this moment, Han Chuo was not at all concerned with the stench of those abyssal demons and passed right through their bodies. In matters of life and death, Han Chuo's heart was resolute and cold. All ethics could be easily cast aside to ensure survival, let alone those filthy demon carcasses. It was precisely due to Han Chuo's decisiveness that he had no qualms drilling his way through the bodies of those abyssal demons in his path and was able to outrun the rapidly spreading space-time fissure. The rumbling grew louder and louder, as loud as a volcanic eruption. Suddenly, a brand new scene appeared ahead of Han Chuo. There were sinister-looking plants, mountains, and rivers. Finally, Han Chuo escaped the region after bolting off at the fastest speed he ever had in his entire life. A frighteningly chaotic energy erupted from behind Han Chuo. It was safe for him to assume that those abyssal demons behind him were completely wrecked in the collapsed space-time. Chapter 516, A Whole New World. GDK 516, A Whole New World. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. A strange, whole new world was present before Han Chuo's eyes. At a glance, all he saw was plants everywhere, so hideous that they very much looked like the fiends and devils. Their leaves and branches were lined with thorns that resembled the fangs of abyssal creatures. Such a view, however, did not display a sense of wonder as in a lush, vibrant forest, rather a bloodthirsty aura. Stinking swamps scattered the ground that bubbled like boiling water, each bubble popping to release a kind of miasmic green smoke. The sky was completely devoid of any clouds. There was no sun or moon in sight. There were only cyclones of varying colors and sizes spinning high up in the air. The thin atmosphere was filled with a rotten smell. More importantly, one could hear piercing hoots and screeches like those of bloodthirsty owls in the distance. Han Chuo was standing at the waist of a mountain saturated with abyssal creatures. Behind him was a dark cave with a fanged opening of about 12 feet. Observing his surroundings, Han Chuo noticed all kinds of bizarre abyssal creatures everywhere across the mountain. The scene was similar to what Han Chuo had seen in the netherworld, where undead creatures within 100 miles came forth to the magnificent mountain at Little Skeleton's summon. Each of these abyssal creatures had their cold, bloodthirsty eyes set on the giant cave behind Han Chuo. Deafening cries tore through the air from the cave. Turning his head to see what all the ruckus was about, Han Chuo discovered that the spatial fluctuations within this hideous cave were getting increasingly fierce, rocking the entire mountain with the tremors. Dong dong! Dong dong! Strange sounds rose from the foot of the mountain. Han Chuo's eyes swept through the mountain until he finally found the source of the noise. A 6-meter-tall humanoid abyssal creature had been straining his neck, shouting aloud. Its knees, elbows, and shoulders were armored with hook-like protrusions. It had 3 eyes on its triangle-shaped head and a multicolored giant python coiled around its waist. Only upon further inspection did Han Chuo discover that the giant python coiled around its waist was fused with its body. It was a tail. The 3-eyed creature was actively withdrawing to the outer ring. He seemed likely to be the true lord of these abyssal creatures. Following the church bell noises, all the tens of thousands of abyssal creatures roaming across the mountain immediately fled. Even when separated by hundreds of meters, when Han Chuo looked at this 3-eyed humanoid abyssal creature, a dreary chill struck his heart. That alone was enough for Han Chuo to gauge its strength. Despite his uncertainty of exactly how strong a creature he was up against, he was sure of one thing: with his current injuries, he was no match for this humanoid abyssal creature. At the command of their true leader, the abyssal creatures all across the mountain followed after him, fleeing as the mountain could be destroyed by the collapsing space-time at any time. As the destructive power from the cave behind him grew stronger and stronger, Han Shuo did not dare stay a moment longer himself. And since he was none too confident that he could go after that humanoid abyssal creature, he flew away in the opposite direction. About 5 acres later, an earth-shattering thunderclap rocked the ground from behind. Han Shuo discovered that the 1,000-meter peak had collapsed to rubble. A great number of the abyssal creatures who had just descended to the foot of the mountain were buried alive. As the mountain collapsed, rocks were sent soaring while clouds of dust rose to the sky. The explosive power was so strong that even giant boulders were raining like enormous hailstones. Even the abyssal creatures that had already escaped far away from the mountain did not leave unscathed. Hundreds of thousands of abyssal creatures were smashed to bits. The abyssal creature in the forefront had not made any visible movement. However, its body was automatically surrounded by a defensive circle much like a barrier. When oncoming rocks, no matter how big or powerful, came in contact with the defensive circle around its body, they turned into dust. His power is unmistakable. So it seems there are high-level creatures in the abyss after all, Han Shuo secretly marveled. One thing definite was that this high-ranking abyssal creature was just as intelligent as it was powerful. From the beginning to the end, it never stepped forward. All the while, it remained behind the battlefield as it commanded its subordinates to attack Han Shuo as well as the falcon-like abyssal creatures to tear his blood seether. Furthermore, the rate at which it sensed the space-time was collapsing and its prompt order of retreat were telltale signs of high-intelligence life forms. Any intelligent species would generally be very cautious. This high-level abyssal creature was no exception. Otherwise, if it had decided to lead the charge at Han Shuo surely would not have been able to hang on until now. Suddenly, the humanoid creature turned its head, staring in Han Shuo's direction. After the collapse of the mountain between the two, there were not many obstacles between the two apart from the raging tide of abyssal creatures. Han Shuo could actually feel it watching himself, and the hatred bursting forth from those 3 eyes. Han Shuo was alarmed yet again. His consciousness had not been affected by the injuries of his physical body. Very soon, using his consciousness, he came to find that the abyssal creature had been watching his every move, and with an undisguised enmity at that. What Han Shuo even more by surprise was that this high-level abyssal creature did not take any action whatsoever. On the contrary, it turned around and ordered its subordinates to continue moving in the opposite direction to Han Shuo, leaving this scarred and battered area. Han Shuo was sure that it had its own plan. This prudent, treacherous, cruel high-ranked abyssal creature was far tougher to deal with than those low-ranking creatures who only knew how to follow commands. Han Shuo took a deep breath of relief. If he had to fight against such a powerful opponent with his injuries, Han Shuo was sure that it would be rather difficult for him to keep his demon infant unharmed. He made a beeline in the opposite direction of that abyssal creature. Han Shuo was completely unfamiliar with this world. In order to survive in such a strange place, Han Shuo had to first recover his strength. Hence, his highest priority was to locate a safe, secluded hiding place, where he could recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Only then could he get on with slowly exploring and understanding this new world. All along the way, Han Shuo was shocked and alarmed by the sight of hideous yet lush plants as well as the marshes and the oddly shaped mountains and hills everywhere. The flora and fauna of this world were far more terrifying than those of profound continent. Even some mountains and swamps here discharged a horrible stench that could not be described. Apart from the tides of abyssal creatures he had seen earlier, Han Shuo saw creatures far more grotesque along the way. These creatures were rather aggressive in nature, as if most of their time was spent fighting. He even spotted a giant grotesque plant, forcibly dragging and swallowing a spider-like horned abyssal creature into the ground with its roots. Han Shuo was sure that these plants weren't just sinister on the surface, This world followed the law of the jungle to the extreme. In here, killing was a constant occurrence. Whether it was the plants or the creatures, there was no telling when it would launch a sudden strike and swallow any living prey. The profound continent was simply an ideal, peaceful utopian world when compared to this place. If these abyssal creatures were allowed to step foot on the profound continent, Han Chuo was sure that not one species there would be able to stand against this kind of unimaginable brutality. He figured only beings like himself who had attained demigod strength would be strong enough to survive in such a brutal world. Even after having flown for a long time, Han Chuo had yet to escape the area. Perhaps that was simply the nature of this world. Having pondered a bit, Han Chuo decided to first find a place to recuperate. Suddenly, a swamp with gurgling mist rising from it entered Han Chuo's eyes. Faint green miasma lingered over the wide-spanning swamp. Deploying a protective shield around himself, Han Chuo kept his body isolated from the green, acidic miasma and slowly descended into the swamp, preparing to bore into the ground below and open up an underground chamber to recuperate. Sigh, it would be wonderful if Earth Elite Zombie were here. I wouldn't need to squander the slightest bit of energy before a quiet, safe, and spacious chamber was ready deep underground, Han Chuo thought. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in Han Chuo's mind. Right, in that space-time discontinuum region earlier on, I was unable to establish contact with the netherworld because of chaotic energy affecting the space-time, but now, I have left that domain. It stands to reason that there should be no problem for me to contact the netherworld. Above all, Han Chuo felt that the aura of death in this world was far richer than in the profound continent. In such a place, casting necromancy magic should not pose any problem at all. And in theory, the power of those spells would be greater. Consumed by this misgiving, Han Chuo tried to communicate with the netherworld. By means of that abstruse connection he had with Little Skeleton, Han Chuo immediately sensed him. "Father, what's the matter?" To his bewilderment, Little Skeleton's doubtful question finally reached him. Generally, whenever Han Chuo communicated with the Little Skeleton on Profound Continent, he could only vaguely sense the presence of the Little Skeleton due to them being separated by many planes of existence. It was impossible to establish direct contact between the two planes. It never crossed his mind that after arriving in this strange world, he could receive the Little Skeleton's message immediately after sensing his presence. Perhaps it was because he was in this new world, or perhaps the Little Skeleton had reached a new level. Han Chuo wasn't exactly sure what the reason was. Nonetheless, he was filled with joy. Because he could not find anyone to communicate with or see any familiar scenery, as well as the fact that the road to the profound continent had been cut off, Han Chuo's heart had been consumed by an inexhaustible sense of loneliness ever since coming to this world. Only now, when he received the Little Skeleton's message, did this terrible sense of loneliness dissolve. "Father, where are you? It's not right, you aren't in that continent." While Han Chuo was filled with delight, a message from the Little Skeleton was transmitted once more. This message was somewhat urgent. It was apparent that the Little Skeleton was very concerned about Han Chuo's safety. "Haha, because of my negligence, I arrived at a new plane. However, you didn't need to worry, I am all right for the time being. Wait until I have recuperated, I will explain it to you then," Han Chuo, with ease of mind, assured Little Skeleton. In the next moment, Han Chuo sensed a sudden monstrous anger coming from the Little Skeleton. This anger came rather abruptly and was extremely fierce, as if the Little Skeleton would cross the infinite distance and arrive before Han Chuo right away. Like he would smash Han Chuo's enemy, anyone who had dared to hurt Han Chuo, into dust. "Father, who hurt you?" Little Skeleton in the netherworld flared up. A frightening aura erupted from his body. All the high-level undead creatures in the undead palace began to tremble. Feeling at a loss for a reaction, they knelt before Little Skeleton. They stayed put right where they were, they didn't dare move even an inch. An inexplicable warmth suddenly rushed into Han Chuo's heart. Feeling the Little Skeleton's towering fury, Han Chuo assured, "Don't worry, I will go back and make them pay." You just focus on your evolution. I know that with just one more step forward, you will become a true god. Then we, father and son, will fight side by side. Han Shuo cut contact with Little Skeleton on his own initiative. He didn't even summon the Earth Elite Zombie, worried that they would be too much worried about his injuries as well. Han Shuo's body slowly sank into the swamp. Only after having crossed another 100 meters deep into the swamp did Han Shuo dig up a place to hide to recuperate from his physical injuries with demonic arts. Chapter 517, Girls of the Abyss. GDK 517, Girls of the Abyss. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Deep underground where daylight could not penetrate, Han Shuo sat silently in the same spot, healing his damaged meridians and broken bones. Whenever Han Shuo settled down and focused solely on a single task, he would often be absorbed in the task. A healthy dose of rest later, Han Shuo's eyes struggled to a squint and finally opened. He first inspected his body using his consciousness, and found that all his shattered meridians, bones and other internal organs, as well as all the damage he sustained from the last battle had fully recovered. At a thought, his demonic yuan began to course through his body. It was so smooth that Han Shuo couldn't help but shout in joy. It was clear to him that his good-as-new body would no longer affect his deployment of demonic arts. Wholly recuperated, Han Shuo acquired a connection with the netherworld. Han Shuo understood that now, he wouldn't need to worry about his own safety at all. Even if he met that three-eyed humanoid abyssal creature, Han Shuo could go against it with hardly any worries. When he recalled of the three-eyed beast, Han Shuo suddenly had the strangest conjecture: could this three-eyed creature be related to the three-eyed evil god Ansi Desi? Back then at the Asher's slave trading house in Valen City, Han Shuo had met necromancer Claude from the Calamity Church by coincidence. He was using an altar flooded with freshly dripped blood to summon the evil god Ansi Desi. The evil god manifested himself at the center of the altar using fresh blood and bones. It had 3 eyes and a very long tail. This three-eyed humanoid abyssal creature he had just met in this unusual world, although lacking the terrifying, wicked, and seemingly invulnerable aura of the evil god Ansi Desi, and apart from a few pointed horns on its head, they both looked strikingly similar to each other. Could the three-eyed demon god Ansi Desi have evolved from this species of three-eyed abyssal creature? Han Shuo had an ineffable epiphany. He had a feeling this hypothesis of his was very likely the truth. That humanoid three-eyed abyssal creature was of high-level intelligence and great strength. In accordance with the fact that any living thing could cultivate and evolve, could it be that, if this kind of humanoid three-eyed abyssal creature cultivated to its pinnacle, it would become an evil god? Very possibly so, Han Shuo thought. He then became even more curious about this usually cruel world, wanting to see if there were even more astonishing things waiting for him to discover. Han Shuo no longer needed to hole up so deep underground. Protected by his shield, Han Shuo burst through the ground and emerged from the swamp. He started unpacking his consciousness, taking into view all kinds of savage creatures within a great radius of him. The numbers, density, size, and strength of all plants and life forms were registered by Han Shuo down to the slightest detail. In this unfamiliar world, Han Shuo no longer felt lonely, on the contrary, he felt some sort of noble aspiration brewing in him. During the time spent restoring his physical body, Han Shuo didn't slack in pondering certain matters. He had previously obtained some memories from the skeletal staff and understood that there were more secrets lying within. Once he could completely unlock all the secrets in the skeletal staff, Han Shuo would not only be able to traverse his soul to the netherworld, but his physical body would be able to descend directly upon the netherworld. The skeletal staff was miraculous. It was possibly even holding open a path for Han Shuo to return to Profound Continent. After all, the enormous magical transportation array at the center of the Cemetery of Death was very much a work of magic. Additionally, the ancient Lizard King had once mentioned that there exists a planar guardian on Profound Continent, and he could use the planar transportation array to leave Profound Continent. In that case, there could also have been a so-called planar guardian present in this world, and perhaps, through the planar guardian, Han Shuo could return to profound continent. As Han Shuo pondered these problems with a calm mind, he realized that his conundrum might actually be solvable. With hope came motivation for Han Shuo to fight on. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and took every living thing in his surroundings to view. His plan was first to understand this unfamiliar environment. Without staying in the region for too long, Han Shuo soared in the direction of the three-eyed creature. In order to understand the world as quickly as possible, he figured he had to pick a specific advanced native life form with which he could communicate. The unchanging scenery appeared over and over beneath Han Shuo's feet. He had flown for a long while, but all he saw were sinister-looking plants and brutal combats. High-level beings like the three-eyed abyssal creature were nowhere to be found. There wasn't a single mighty abyssal creature in sight. However, Han Shuo was confident that he could find what he was looking for. He continued straight on. As there was no sun or moon rising and setting on the sky in the abyss realm, Han Shuo couldn't be sure of how much time precisely had passed, but felt that he had been in the air for roughly 3 to 4 days. The abyss realm was undeniably vast and expansive. Given Han Shuo's airspeed, the flight time of 3 to 4 days would have surely been more than enough to circle around any nation on profound continent. In this miraculous abyss realm, however, Han Shuo seemed to have been hovering over the same location all along. Another 2 days had passed by Han Shuo's estimation. He was nearly disheartened when, finally, his consciousness sensed 2 powerful presences. Han Shuo lit up and shot towards the targets. Before he could get anywhere near, he felt thunderous tremors rumbling from the direction of the 2 mighty presences. Accompanying the violent tremors were living things around them being shattered by the aftershocks. Some grotesquely shaped abyssal creatures were escaping from the fighting ground. Even abyssal plants that should have been immobile in Han Shuo's eyes were crawling away. Han Shuo suspected that their roots were leg-shaped. However, due to their plant morphology, they obviously couldn't compete with those abyssal creatures in terms of speed. Those plants unable to outrun the aftershocks were shattered as well. Fierce energy shot out, and their rhizomes even secreted a thick liquid similar to blood. What an odd plane of existence! Han Shuo thought. He did not halt for what he saw in his path, but continued towards the region where the great disturbance was coming from. By then, Han Shuo assumed, the 2 mighty creatures ought to have been fiercely fighting. Based on the sensing capabilities of his consciousness, Han Shuo determined that those mighty beings weren't as formidable as that three-eyed beast he met earlier. They seemed to be slightly more powerful than sacred-grade experts of profound continent, but fell short of demigod experts. In other words, even if the 2 creatures were to combine forces, Han Shuo could handle them with the snap of his fingers. It was with such confidence that Han Shuo would approach them without the slightest apprehension in his attempt to locate high-level abyssal creatures and learn about this world. When Han Shuo arrived at the site where the 2 high-level abyssal creatures were fighting, he was stupefied by what he saw. These weren't massive, fierce, and disgusting abyssal creatures, they were beautiful, young ladies. But Han Shuo quickly discovered that the 2 females were definitely not human. Although their skins were tender and white, their bodies were covered with pointy and fierce-looking armor. Han Shuo only took one careful look to find that those fierce armors were attached to their bodies. On their smooth shoulders, elbows and knees, those spikes had most certainly grown from under their supple skin. The young armored ladies were glowing with snow-white skin, naked and exposed. Particularly around the chest, thighs, arms, and neck, areas where twisting was required, those regions were laid out bare in the open. Light bounced off their springy flesh as they fought. From a distance, the 2 ladies appeared almost violently seductive. One of them had deep purple eyes and the other had light green, with similarly stunning hair to match. They were both of that perfect model height, had straight slender thighs, and curves on their bodies that would make any men drool. The 2 inhuman ladies had extremely unique close-quarter combat techniques. They would frequently extend their tender hands, and blades that sparkled with cold evil rays would suddenly blossom from their palms. In addition to that, their spiked elbows and knees were their primary means of attack. Intense energy erupted whenever they collided. It was a scene of complete disaster surrounding the two ladies. The ground was covered with perished animals and plants who couldn't escape in time. What astounded Han Shuo the most was their attack energies. Their energy sources were somewhat similar to fighting aura, but seemingly mixed with elemental energy. They were like those mage swordsmen rarely found on Profound Continent, but not quite the same. But still, Han Shuo couldn't explain what exactly the differences were. In short, it was all outside of Han Shuo's knowledge at the moment. Han Shuo had been snooping on the two ladies ever since he arrived. His heart was oozing with curiosity and he was becoming even more interested in this strange world. From the appearances of the two ladies, Han Shuo could be certain that the Abyss Realm did indeed contain high-level life forms, and they might even be very mighty. Han Shuo believed that the more powerful they were, the easier it would be for him to find his way home. As Han Shuo observed the two with not a peep, he suddenly discovered them simultaneously turning to him and staring with unkind eyes. In the next moment, the two stopped fighting with each other and closed in on Han Shuo at lightning speed, wanting to gouge out his prying eyes on the spot. Han Shuo was expectedly unafraid of the two ladies acting together. Although somewhat clueless as to what was going on, he didn't hesitate. Thereupon, he deployed demonic blades from his hands, which appeared just as majestic as those blades that would suddenly thrust out from their palms. Two young ladies of high-level species in the Abyss Realm. From their manner of attack, one clearly carried the element of lightning, and the other the element of fire. The elements, the most fundamental building blocks of everything that existed, were utilized by them in a peculiar manner. Elemental energy surges through every punch and kick, as well as through the thorns on their knees and elbows. They weren't magi, and yet, they had developed some other ingenious method for manipulating to their advantage all the elements between heaven and earth. They were not in the least inferior to magi found on Profound Continent. Their attacks were even more terrifying, for the elements were more concentrated and would suddenly erupt in every attack. Compared to magi on Profound Continent, their attacks covered much less ground. Yet, the tremendous destructive power concentrated on a small surface area could be even more disastrous than forbidden magic that covered a large area. Every magus on Profound Continent paid particular attention to the coverage area of magic. But they were obviously different, and seemed to pay more attention to the split-second burst of power to concentrate a frightening amount of energy in a spot and unleash terrible wreckage upon a limited area. Han Shuo became familiar with the two ladies' attack methods after battling them for just a while. Compared to mages of the Profound Continent, of the two worlds, it was hard to say that either one was better than the other. They each emphasized on different aspects and utilized the elements in different ways. One produced a more focused attack, limited to a small area, but with horrific destructive power. The other was more dispersed in their attacks, causing destruction in a large area. One absorbed elemental energy straight from the source and stored it within their bodies like fighting aura, the other required the use of spells to manipulate elemental energy with mental strength. Both had obvious differences. But ultimately, both of them made use of the same elemental energy that composed the world. The reason for their different ways of using the elements compared to a regular magus lied in their internal body structures, which were different from those of humans. In ways which Han Shuo could not understand, they were able to store elemental energy inside their bodies. Then, when it was time to attack, they could suddenly discharge the elemental energy just like fighting aura. Han Shuo found this highly intriguing. The two alien females unreasonably took Han Shuo as an enemy and attacked him. One shot thunder and lightning at him, while the other sent him a blazing fire. They congealed their respective elemental energies before sending them instantly bursting. Although their attacks were exceedingly destructive, their opponent was the demigod in Han Shuo, and therefore couldn't pose any real danger to him. From start to finish, Han Shuo never lost his nerve even in the slightest while defending from their joint assault with just the demonic blades. Han Shuo didn't attack and was purely on the defensive. It wasn't that Han Shuo was afraid of them, he was just making use of this opportunity to properly learn about the fighting manner of this alien world. It was only after Han Shuo understood the energy components and body structure of the two alien females using his mighty consciousness that he began fighting against the ladies squarely. No longer on just the defensive, Han Shuo's demonic blades sparkled like a disco ball. He made a whirl with his hands and caused chilling energy to erupt from his demonic blades. The two alien ladies immediately sensed the wicked energy originating from Han Shuo's demonic blades. It could not have been clearer to them that Han Shuo had not exerted his full strength. When Han Shuo suddenly fought back, they were shocked and pulled back a distance away from him before looking him up and down. "Who are you people? Where is this place? Is there a planar guardian for this world?" Han Shuo immediately asked as soon as the two ladies stopped attacking. But just as Han Shuo opened his mouth, he knew that his questions would be in vain. Because why on earth would these two alien females know how to speak the language of humans on profound continent? The fact was indeed so. As soon as Han Shuo finished those words, the two seductive alien females stared at Han Shuo with absolute bewilderment. From their purple and green eyes, Han Shuo could tell that they could not comprehend a word of what he was saying. Ashnazg der Bachaluk, Ashnazg Jim Badal. A melody flowed from the mouth of the purple-eyed lady, most pleasing to Han Shuo's ears. It was completely out of character from her seductive body lined with spikes. Ashnazg Thrkachaluk, Akbarzamishi Krim Paddle, the green-eyed lady replied. Her voice was just as sweet and pleasant. Han Shuo hadn't a clue what they were saying either. But when they started talking, Han Shuo let out a sigh of relief, as this showed that they at least were willing to communicate with him instead of continuing to fight him. Han Shuo shrugged with a bitter smile on his face. He shook his head and made gestures to indicate that he did not understand. The ladies opened their eyes wide and looked at Han Shuo as though they were looking at a barbarian before even more anxiously conversing with each other with their melodious voices. Han Shuo then decided to gather his consciousness to its most optimal state to sense the mental waves coming from the two alien females. He attempted to associate their mental waves with the sounds of their speech, thereby secretly stealing memories pertaining to their language from their souls. Han Shuo's consciousness was a miracle with boundless utilities. Stealing a small fragment of another's memories wasn't a particularly difficult thing to do. Other than necromancers who were proficient with the uses of soul energy, as well as beings more powerful than Han Shuo, no one was able to stop this marvelous use of Han Shuo's consciousness. Chapter 518, The Incredible Power of Jewelries Towards Women. GDK 518, The Incredible Power of Jewelries Towards Women. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo's consciousness operated at its highest capacity as he secretly pried into their heads. Gradually, traces of comprehensions entered Han Shuo's consciousness. Memories of the alien language they spoke were isolated, cloned, and finally merged with Han Shuo's own memory. What's up with this guy? Does he not know how to talk? The purple-eyed lady said as she looked at Han Shuo suspiciously. Could he be a spy for the trios? But he doesn't seem to be one. His attack method is rather strange. What a strange fella. The green-eyed lady too was very much puzzled as she cautiously kept her distance from Han Shuo. Yet, he's really weird. Who knows what race he belongs to? Baffling. Ugh, whatever, I'm leaving. We'll duel another time. Wait. Han Shuo yelled awkwardly after he had finally comprehended the two's memories pertaining to their language. The ladies stared at Han Shuo with even greater suspicion. A chilling blade suddenly shot out from the back of the fist of the green-eyed lady. She glared Han Shuo with most displeased eyes and berated him with her sharp, sweet voice. What the hell? What exactly are your intentions pretending you couldn't speak our language? The purple-eyed lady was visibly annoyed as well. In fact, she was more straightforward than the green-eyed lady in expressing her displeasement. Without any warning, twisted hooks launched from her fair shoulders like darts and shot towards Han Shuo's chest at high speed. Soon after, the green-eyed lady attacked as well. She turned into a streak of green lightning and charged at Han Shuo with two blazing hands, as though to forcibly inject the flame in her palm into Han Shuo's body. The elemental energy of lightning and fire around them were drawn out by the ladies in a sudden second. They formed small range attacks that never failed to deal great damage. By now Han Shuo had a good idea of their attack methods and actual strength. He understood that they both had held back their full strength. Seeing that the two had misunderstood him, Han Shuo chanted a spell, forming a white bone shield on his chest, as well as deploying the mystical glacial spell fire to intercept flames coming from the green-eyed lady. Wait, misunderstood, you have. Han Shuo wasn't quite practiced at speaking the new language as he hurriedly expressed his apology. The white bone shield blocked the hook-like projectiles that came from the purple-eyed lady. The fire on the green-eyed lady's palms was extinguished by the mystical glacial spell fire. The purple-eyed lady, on the verge of unleashing lightning attacks, said furiously, "What is there to be explained, you wretched swindler? You really have misunderstood me. I have just learned to speak this world's language." Han Shuo explained. He moved his hands around his chest, forming a bewitching dark shield from lustrous black rays. It blocked the purple-eyed lady's close-range strike containing a huge amount of lightning element. Han Shuo could see that the two ladies were truly furious. Their previous joint assault was mostly to test out Han Shuo's strength. This time, however, they truly were enraged. The charming figures of the two seductive aliens were only masked by the armor where needed be, with much of their supple, white skin exposed. As their attacks were of such close proximity, every jiggle of their well-rounded breasts was clearly visible, while their slender legs unavoidably made some contact with Han Shuo as they attacked with their knees. Han Shuo was rather enjoying the process, therefore he preferred not to press on with his inquiries. Han Shuo stood tall against the torrential attacks of the ladies, even wearing a cheeky smile on his face. His gaze lingered around certain unclothed areas. Not only did he not sense the slightest danger, he even appeared fairly unhurt and pleased. Soon enough, the two alien ladies found out that this repulsive enemy, this wretched swindler, not only possessed strength beyond their imagination, he was ogling at their bodies with his malicious eyes. This made them both angry and ashamed. However, they had already used up all their strength. As coordinated as they were, their attacks couldn't do the least bit of damage to this loathsome stranger. The purple-eyed lady who cultivated in lightning element, abruptly retreated. Staring at Han Shuo angrily and panting with rage, she scoffed, "I'm done." Without the purple-eyed lady's help, the green-eyed lady had even less of a chance of dealing with Han Shuo. Seeing that Han Shuo was looking at herself with his teasing eyes, with his pupils deviously glancing back and forth around her breasts, although she was irritated, she couldn't do a thing to Han Shuo. In the end, she shot a deadly stare at Han Shuo and gave up fighting too. Seeing that the two ladies had stopped their aggression while glaring angrily at him at the same time, Han Shuo awkwardly gave two hollow laughs, shrugged, and said, "As you can see, I'm not even fighting back. I have no evil intentions." "You did not fight back, but your shifty gazes are filled with filthy intentions." The green-eyed lady glared fiercely at Han Shuo as she exposed Han Shuo's dishonorable behavior without hesitation. "How could you blame me? You wear so little, and you flaunt them willingly in front of me. I'm a normal man. I'd be a fool not to look." Han Shuo explained. He gradually became more fluent in speaking the alien language. The purple-eyed lady let out a soft giggle. She looked up and down at Han Shuo amusingly and said in her lovable voice, "The way you talk is quite interesting. But why did you lie to us before? That excuse you made was extremely half-baked. How could you claim to have just learned to speak our language? Say, who the hell are you? What are your intentions peeping our duel?" The green-eyed lady was still extremely unfriendly. Perhaps she still held grudges over Han Shuo's lecherous eyes. "I had always lived in a remote, isolated area. This is the first time I have ventured out of my hometown. The language we speak isn't quite the same. I have only gradually understood after listening to how the two of you speak for a while. I wasn't trying to swindle you," Han Shuo explained, but did not reveal the fact he actually came from another plane of existence. During his time within the space-time discontinuum, Han Shuo had previously met with that three-eyed abyssal creature. He believed that abyssal creature would remember him to the last detail. If he disclosed the fact that he was the one who had stopped their invasion towards Profound Continent, he would have likely become a public enemy. Therefore, he had to first carefully conceal his identity before he could fully understand this new world. You look like you belong to a high-level race. There definitely were some ancient races that liked hiding in remote and unique regions. But still, you are repulsive. Although the purple-eyed lady had slightly improved her attitude, she wasn't polite in her speech and obviously held grievances towards Han Shuo. Perhaps they didn't quite buy into Han Shuo's words. Han Shuo could see their vigilance and resentment from their eyes. The green-eyed lady glared at Han Shuo with the most unkind eyes. It hasn't been easy to find beings of high-level races. In order to have a proper chat with them, Han Shuo must first eliminate their vigilance, and stop them from treating him with such hostility. Han Shuo weighed in his heart and pondered what he could do to be on good terms with the ladies. Suddenly, Han Shuo noticed the jewelry on their necks and wrists. They were just some bright, polished stones, and some rather weirdly shaped bones. On Profound Continent, only women of some low-level races would wear that kind of jewelry. No matter the design, quality, or workmanship, they couldn't compare to the gemstone necklaces, pearls, or fine jade found in the human world of Profound Continent. Everyone wanted to look beautiful, it was especially so for females. There seemed to be not a single high-level race with females who could escape this unbreakable natural law. There was a large number of bright gems and ornaments stored inside Han Shuo's space ring. They were looted from the forest trolls and all sorts of big merchant guilds. The jewels and ornaments were never of much use to Han Shuo. When compared to the crude and unrefined jewelry worn by the two alien ladies, the differences were poles apart. As a small display of courtesy, I'd like to gift you this. Please accept this little present. Only such ornaments would be a suitable match for your elegance and beauty. Han Shuo revealed a faint smile before withdrawing a heart-shaped purple gemstone necklace and a sparkling dark green bracelet from his space ring. The purple gemstone was glittering with beautiful rays that could dazzle any woman's sight. The dark green bracelet was sparkling and translucent with a wave-like pattern, as though it contained a clear stream. Its soft, dark green light could immediately attract the attention of any lady. When the two finest pieces of jewelry Profound Continent could offer were revealed, Han Shuo's palms dazzled gorgeously. It was like the magic of moonlight. The two alien ladies who had never before seen such a beautiful ornament were absolutely stupefied. Their purple and green eyes were fixed on the ornament in Han Shuo's hands. Please accept this little gift, said Han Shuo. The two remained motionless and expressionless, still staring at the pieces of jewelry in Han Shuo's hands. Please accept this little gift. Han Shuo repeated his words with a much louder tone. Their eyes remained on the jewelries. It was as though they had tried to take their eyes off of them but couldn't. Please accept this little gift. Han Shuo shouted once more. The two ladies were startled and glanced at each other. Han Shuo wasn't sure if they were overly excited or if they resented themselves for not able to resist the temptation. Their cheeks blushed. They were too embarrassed to look at each other as though they were guilty of something. Without saying any more, Han Shuo walked up to the purple-eyed lady and hung the heart-shaped purple gemstone on a spike on her shoulder. He then proceeded to the green-eyed lady, and hung the bracelet on a protruding armor on her left shoulder. These gifts are for you. Please accept them. Han Shuo chuckled. They instantly seemed to have forgotten how to speak. They carefully clasped the jewels in their hands and drew the blades around their arms and elbows back into their bodies, cautious not to damage the two ornaments. The moonstruck ladies had extremely satisfied smiles stretched across their faces as they carefully held their ornaments with two hands. Their eyes sparkles even brighter than the ornaments. Their reactions confused Han Shuo. He wondered, could it be that this type of ornament never before existed in this abyss realm? So pretty, so beautiful, so mysterious, so," the purple-eyed lady mumbled to herself before a thought interrupted her. She hastily put the necklace into her waist purse. She said to Hanchuo, "You have given it to me. It is mine now." The green-eyed lady came to her senses and hid the bracelet deep between her cleavage. She declared, "It is mine now. I will not return it to you." Hanchuo was left between laughter and tears. Although he was tempted to say that there were many more such jewels in his space ring, he knew the principle that the rarer something was, the greater its value. He promptly replied, "Of course, of course. They are for you two beauties." The two were at once more relieved. The purple-eyed one gave Hanchuo another once-over before saying with a very soft and kind voice, "I don't know why, but somehow you look very pleasing to the eye now that I've taken another look at you. Yet, he's a good person and definitely not a spy for the trios." "I'm sure," the green-eyed lady immediately declared. Hanchuo was delighted. He thought, jewelry sure is powerful against women anywhere. It unleashes frightening power not just on Profound Continent, but also in this abyss realm. There was nothing else they could do. They had never seen such beauty before. Chapter 519 GDK 519, The Five Great Demon Kings of the Abyss Realm. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Abyss Realm was ruled by 5 demon kings, Bekimos, Cecrops, Golander, Leviathan, and Manticole. They possessed vast, expansive territories with millions of abyssal demons under their control. If the abyss was a pyramid, then these 5 beings would lay right at the pyramidion. In the abyss realm where the strong preyed on the weak, it seemed as though every high-level abyssal creature had to rely on one of the 5 abyssal demon kings to survive. For countless years, the 5 great demon kings had been on their ceaseless campaign against each other to rule the whole of the abyss. High-level races and existences were different from the ugly, filthy abyssal creatures. They held great power and exceptional intelligence. Outside of combat, they possessed the ability to transform into various forms, the human appearance being the most common. The constant warring between the 5 great demon kings was like a law unchanged since times immemorial. Every day low-level abyssal creatures would march to battle and subsequently their deaths under the command of the higher-level beings. The green-eyed and purple-eyed ladies were known as Hemina and Sylph respectively. They both came from War Demon Valley, of which master was called Crozius. He was one of the 7 most capable generals serving under Demon King Manticole. The War Demon Valley neighbored Venomfang Castle, run by General Yeki, who served Demon King Golander. Yeki was an expert who belonged to a race of trios. The two sides had been tangled in constant battle against each other. Hemina and Sylph were both war demon guards under Crozius, the Lord of War Demon Valley. The reasoning behind the duel they had was to decide who would get the position of Sergeant Major. For the price of 2 pieces of jewelry, Hanchuo gained some basic understanding of the Abyss Realm from Hemina and Sylph. Compared to the Profound Continent, the competition here was exceptionally grueling. The strong would rule and the weak treated as nothing more than cannon fodder. Material planes occupied by these high-level creatures never saw a dull moment with all kinds of events and affairs. With all the information the 2 alien ladies had been briefing Hanchuo on, he learnt that in the Abyss Realm, although brutal at times, as long as one possessed great strength, it was no task gaining respectable status and influence. This world had no sentiment for so-called royal families and nobles, unlike the Profound Continent. Everyone in a position of power gained it through bloody battles and combat. Only the most vicious, most savage beings could rise up in the Abyss Realm to gain the reverence of others. Hemina and Sylph didn't know much about the endeavors of the higher levels of the Abyss Realm. They both had never heard the term planar guardian. It was apparent that without a higher status or greater power one would have no chance of learning deeper secrets and knowledge in this place. I suppose I'll have to make a trip to War Demon Valley then, Hanchuo thought. He turned to the alien ladies behind him and said smilingly, "Do you two mind introducing me to the master of War Demon Valley?" The 2 alien ladies appeared rather troubled. They stammered and acted like they didn't quite know how to reply. Han Shuo was puzzled by their reactions. Will that be a problem? Hemina looked at Han Shuo and said with a somewhat embarrassed tone, we are but puny war demon sergeants under Lord Crozius. Before rising to the rank of sergeant major, we would have no chance of speaking to Lord Crozius. We simply don't have the qualifications to introduce you to Lord Crozius. When Hemina finished, Sylph quickly followed and explained, she's right. War demon guards are divided into troopers, bombardiers, sergeants, and sergeant majors. Only sergeant majors are allowed to directly report news and information to Lord Crozius. Before we become sergeant majors, neither of us are qualified to meet him. It's not that we don't want to help, but we really are incapable. After listening to their explanations, Han Shuo's expression turned grave. Both Hemina and Sylph possessed strength even greater than sacred grade experts on Profound Continent. That being said, it was unbelievable that they were merely sergeants, not even sergeant majors. It was clear to Han Shuo that with the law of constant cruel competition present in the Abyss realm, it would be impossible to find a situation where somebody without adequate strength climbed into high positions relying solely on family relationships, something quite commonplace in Profound Continent. In other words, a sergeant major under Crozius would have to be stronger than Hemina and Sylph. Using that same logic, to be the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius would be even more powerful. Subsequently, Manticore, master of Crozius and one of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm, had to possess powers Han Shuo dared not even imagine. So that's the case, Han Shuo said in a grave expression. After thinking for a while, he smiled slightly and said, if that's so, do you think I can return to War Demon Valley with the both of you? And if so, could you two get me a position there? Having some idea of the state of affairs in Abyss Realm, Han Shuo was certain that creatures in this world were much stronger than those in the Profound Continent. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. With the Abyss world being such a cruel place, every creature spent their entire lives killing each other. Those who survived would naturally be stronger than creatures on Profound Continent who lived a relatively peaceful existence. Han Shuo was positive that Crozius would possess strength on par with himself or even greater. As for the 5 great demon kings, they weren't beings that Han Shuo could possibly contend with at the moment. Han Shuo had to be somewhat cautious, lest he provokes a powerful enemy he couldn't face off against and gets himself killed before he even has time to familiarize himself with this new world. That would be easy, we can take you into War Demon Valley. Given your strength, you could definitely live well in the valley. If you are so lucky to become a War Demon Guard under Lord Crozius, your prospects will be even brighter than ours, said Sylph, the purple-eyed lady. Let's go then. This is the first time I've left my native place. I want to get to know this world better. Han Shuo hurried the ladies as he was somewhat enthusiastic. The 2 ladies didn't say another word before lifting off into the air simultaneously, leading the way for Han Shuo. The way they flew was not quite the same as how one did on Profound Continent. They seemed to understand the gravitational characteristics of this world, forming some sort of harmonized resonance with gravity using an energy similar to the fighting aura in their bodies. As they flew, they would tread and kick on empty air as though there was a solid but invisible ground beneath their feet. When Han Shuo learned the rules of survival and the existence of mighty creatures in this world from Hemina and Sylph, he felt somewhat grave, yet at the same time, had an untamable excitement in his heart. The crueler the world was, the stronger the existences would be, arousing Han Shuo's fervor for battle. As Han Shuo's strength progressed, there were less and less adversaries that could match him in Profound Continent. Profound Continent was a relatively easygoing and comfortable place. It was an unfavorable location for Han Shuo to make breakthroughs in demonic arts. In this savage new world, however, as long as one possessed mighty enough strength, one could burn, kill, rob, and rule by force. This would truly allow Han Shuo to fulfill the desires in his heart. Perhaps, it was only in this world that Han Shuo could do as he wished to the greatest extent, allowing him to make breakthroughs from this carnal realm which a regular demonic arts practitioner would need hundreds of years to do, and allowing him to reach the next realm, the Nine Changes realm, with his strength increasing many folds yet again. Indeed, perhaps it is only in this world that I can truly do as my heart desires unrestrained, letting my cravings free. In any case, I'm going to be taking my leave from this plane sooner or later, so I might as well enjoy myself and have a good time. At the idea, Han Shuo couldn't help but harbor some wicked thoughts and glanced at the two alien ladies beside him. The two ladies of alien races carried entirely different and foreign means from the females in Profound Continent. Their coquettish appearances matched the armor, and the spikes all over their bodies had a rather wild, exotic, temptational power. What are you looking at? Sylph immediately discovered that Han Shuo's malicious gazes were lingering around her breasts and thighs. She shot a glare at Han Shuo, said resentfully. Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and mischievously laughed, saying, purely admiring, hee hee. Han Shuo, your smile is so lewd. Hee hee, if you could give me another treasure, I will help you obtain Sylph. How about that? Hemina giggled. She looked at Han Shuo and provocatively glanced at Sylph before instigating Han Shuo with obvious evil intentions. In this completely unfamiliar world, Han Shuo told the two girls his actual name with the intention of making his way in this world and gaining a reputation with his real name. Perhaps, someday, there might even be a sixth great demon king in the Abyss realm. You little slut! You bet I'll finish you next time! Sylph glared fiercely at Hemina and threatened her. Ha! If you really had the capability, I wouldn't be standing here right now, Hemina said with disdain. Soon after, she turned to Han Shuo, giggled and said, so, what do you think? How do you feel about my proposal? Nope. Han Shuo shook his head in a mischievous smile, rejecting Hemina's proposal. I knew Han Shuo wasn't the type. Someone who possessed such immense strength must have staunch convictions. Sylph grinned. I want both of you. Right after Sylph finished her words, Han Shuo continued in a mischievous smile. In the Abyss realm, as long as one was powerful enough, they could have as many companions as they liked. Han Shuo had completely let go of himself in this unfamiliar world. On Profound Continent, there were some things that he wanted to do but wouldn't act on, or wanted to say but wouldn't say aloud. But over here, he could do all those things without any misgivings. Expressing his feelings seemed to put Han Shuo at ease, as they had been lurking in his heart for a while. It was as though speaking his heart out was in accordance with the ideals of the carnal realm, and seemingly had a mysterious effect which could raise his realm. With that, Han Shuo came to a slow realization. If he did and spoke as he pleased in this world, giving his heart free rein, he believed that he could break through carnal realm in this world. Much to Han Shuo's surprise, Hemina did not rebuke, you're quite an ambitious one, aren't you? Instead, she chuckled and looked at him, as though considering if Han Shuo possessed the strength to match his ambition. After sizing Han Shuo up for a while, Hemina said to herself, perhaps, you really could. If you could gain enough status and prestige, it wouldn't be challenging to have the two of us. When he has that strength I might consider it. Sylph, the purple-eyed lady, also sizing Han Shuo up, was much more engrossed with Han Shuo's body. If Han Shuo had said something like this on Profound Continent, no ordinary lady would be as open-minded as they were. After listening to the two discussing as if they were taking his words seriously, Han Shuo chuckled and arrogantly said, interesting. If I can take you both down, then leaving my hometown wouldn't have been in vain. We are waiting for you. The two ladies exchanged glances and teased Han Shuo. This world couldn't have been more different from Profound Continent, the females being plenty more open-minded. After traveling a notable distance, Han Shuo's brows were suddenly in a knot and he stopped moving. He raised his hand and gestured to the two ladies behind him to stop. Puzzled, they asked, what's wrong? 5 miles ahead, there's a group of people fighting. One of the forces is composed of that race with 3 eyes. They seem to be your enemy. How do their opponents look like? Sylph questioned urgently. They are mounted on big and tall, 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal creatures. They look similar to you too. They also have armor attached to their bodies, Han Shuo replied. It's the Shiro regiment. Our people. Hemina shouted before she charged towards the scene. Sylph followed after. They had grave expressions and displayed not an iota of fear. Han Shuo's mouth was hung wide open, about to warn them that those enemy trios possessed decisively greater strength than those on their side, and the situation wouldn't be turned around even with both of them added. However, before he could say a word, Han Shuo found out that they had recklessly charged ahead. Han Shuo shook his head and let out a sigh. But shortly after, a thought crossed his mind and he revealed an evil smile. He thought, isn't this a great opportunity for me? If I use it well, not only could I get a place in the War Demon Valley, I could even subdue the both of them at once. Chapter 520, I'm not that kind of person. GDK 520, I'm not that kind of person. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Over a broad, marshy plain, several thousand relatively high-level abyssal creatures battled their brains out. Among them were trios standing nearly 5 meters tall, and high-level beings that looked just like Hemina and Sylph, mounted on titanic, 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons. It was evident that the trios' forces were dominating the other side, rapidly diminishing the numbers of their opponents. These abyssal creatures walked on the surface of the swamp as though treading on solid ground, not one of them sank through the crystalline layer into the swamp. Fresh blood of all colors splattered across the area. Fighting amongst abyssal creatures was extremely cruel, defeat usually a result of death from being ripped into pieces. It was a barbaric scene. There were only a dozen or so trios, but they all played the role as leaders. Of these trios, the strongest one had strength on par with Hemina and Sylph. None of them was as powerful as the one Han Shuo had met in the space-time discontinuum zone. Under the command of these trios, big and small abyssal creatures swarmed at War Demon Valley's Shiro regiment mounted on 8-clawed abyssal demons. Hemina and Sylph entered the battle and joined the few hundred men strong Shiro regiment, resisting the attacks of the trios with all their might. Death and injuries occurred with each passing second. Han Shuo observed for a while and discovered that high-level beings, no matter whether they were trios from Venomfang Castle or Hemina and others from War Demon Valley, they were all able to skillfully utilize the elemental energy available in the world. It was only those massive, ugly, filthy low-level abyssal creatures who would attack merely with their bodies. Han Shuo learned from Hemina and Sylph some interesting facts of the Abyss realm. Creatures that took on human forms were all abyssal creatures that had evolved to very high levels, possessing extreme strength. Generally, big, ugly abyssal creatures were mostly lowly existences. This was the first time Han Shuo had actually witnessed a battle between two forces of the Abyss world. Each side would always have low-level abyssal creatures taking the charge right ahead. Those low-level existences were basically cannon fodders. In every attack, they would always be the first to die. Even those who so luckily survived the initial clashing wouldn't be as lucky in the many assaults that come afterwards. Their combat techniques were remarkable. Every part of their bodies could be used as lethal weapons. The tails of the trios were chock full of blades. Every strike left gaping wounds or would even slice straight through. After a moment's worth of observation, Han Shuo noticed that even with Hemina and Sylph added to the equation, the forces of the War Demon Valley were constantly dying and diminishing. After another while, all those 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons, along with those mounted on them, were completely annihilated. It was only now that the Shiro regiment seemed to consider retreat. Severed limbs, broken arms, and internal organs were stripped off the bodies as the massacre continued. Some of the savage low-level creatures even began to feast on the organs of their enemies. Compared to battles on Profound Continent, this battle between abyssal creatures was just nauseatingly savage. However, these abyssal creatures were well adjusted to such atrocities. Even Hemina and Sylph, two beauties, revealed not the slightest trace of fear or disgust as they focused on fighting. Their attacks were no less vicious. When they struck, lightning and fire element energy would surge into the bodies of those abyssal creatures, unleashing horrendous destruction within their bodies in a split second and causing instant death. As the Shiro regiment accumulated more and more losses, they finally decided it was time to break out of the enemy's enclosure. Hanchuo, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt that his time had come, and he marched step by step into the vicious battle. Rows and rows of bone spears streaked across the sky before carving big holes in several of the abyssal creatures fighting for Venomfang Castle. Right in the center stood Hanchuo, deploying the boundary of fear and weakness. He added a necromancy acid bog spell all over the swamp. Hanchuo then used the Grand Disintegrator, a necromancy spell that Hanchuo had learned not too long before on these abyssal creatures as his practice targets. As the spell was deployed again and again, on successful occasions abyssal beings shrouded by the spell, regardless of whether they were filthy, low-level creatures, or humanoid trios of high-level existences, would disintegrate into nothingness. Soon enough, the trios noticed Hanchuo's presence behind them. One of them, perhaps the boss, pointed at another trio's expert behind it, indicating to it to finish Hanchuo. The expert then brought over 200 abyssal creatures of assorted ranks and charged towards Hanchuo. But before they could get anywhere close, their bodies began to melt away when they came into contact with the acid bogs. However, a number of particularly mighty abyssal creatures, possibly able to spray corrosive toxins themselves, displayed extreme resistance to the corrosive substances. Several dozens of green-skinned, not-so-bulky abyssal creatures emerged from the acid bogs unscathed, still relentlessly charging at Hanchuo. Previously in the space-time discontinuum zone, Hanchuo resisted the abyssal creatures for quite a while with only necromancy magic. These abyssal creatures were not much stronger than those Hanchuo had encountered in the space-time discontinuum zone, and they naturally were no match against him. Limited to all forms and types of just necromancy magic, Hanchuo slaughtered all 200-something abyssal creatures that came at him. Not even that trio's expert who attacked after receiving a command could escape from Hanchuo's hand. It was slain by the demonic blades. Somehow, in this abyss realm, Hanchuo had a certain thirst for blood. Throughout his spirited killing spree, Hanchuo's mind was in tranquility. It was as though his actions were being influenced by the principles of the carnal realm. Having slaughtered well over 200 creatures of the Venomfang Castle in one go, Hanchuo felt completely unrestrained. He chuckled as he charged around violently like a demon. He unleashed the demonic arts to their greatest extent. Any abyssal creature that got close to Hanchuo was sliced and julienned by his demonic blades, with not a single lucky survivor. In just the blink of an eye, Hanchuo had opened a path to the Shiro regiment where Hemina and Sylph were. Those of Shiro regiment had obviously been taught by Hemina and Sylph that Hanchuo was no foe but a friend, as they all revealed cheerful looks when they saw Hanchuo's astonishing performance. Even then, Hanchuo had yet to reveal his full potential. Had he summoned the huge number of undead creatures, he could have even captured the entire force of Venomfang Castle. But he understood that in such an unfamiliar environment, some modesty was wise. Keeping at least a few aces up his sleeves would better ensure his own survival. All of you had better evacuate. I will hold them back. Hanchuo said in a most heroic manner after making his way to Hemina and Sylph. The two alien ladies observed Hanchuo barging through the densely packed forces of Venomfang Castle and noticed the huge difference from when he previously fought with the two. The cruelty and savagery of his attacks caused them a tremendous shock. It was not until now that they realized that Hanchuo had clearly not taken them as his opponents. The law of constant cruel competition in the Abyss realm had directly resulted in the phenomenon where the females would worship the mighty and strong. Hanchuo's image had suddenly swollen in the eyes of Hemina and Sylph when they saw him, insolent and callous, slaughtering his way through as though nothing was stopping him. It seemed that the more Hanchuo displayed his cruel, cold-blooded side, the more passionate they were for him. Brother, from this day onwards, I, Nambra, shall be your friend, a big, tusked man from the Shiro regiment with python-like arms pledged to Hanchuo with heroic spirit. This bulky alien Nambra was 2 meters tall. His back was covered with spikes similar to a hedgehog, and his huge palms packed with rows of teeth. He seemed to be cultivating in the element of darkness. With every strike he made, there would be minute dark element flickering. His snakehead hands with forked tongues flicking about could spit large doses of destructive elemental energy of darkness. Compared to Hemina and Sylph, Nambra was much more powerful. The dark element had accumulated in his body to a level where even Han Shuo was somewhat astonished. There was no question on Han Shuo's mind that the element of darkness would fill every cell in his body if he went any closer, and he could form the body of dark element once the impurities in his body were removed. After observing Nambra's body using his consciousness, Han Shuo immediately came to a revelation. Magi on profound continent cultivated mental strength, and used that mental strength to appreciate and understand the elemental energies. Over time, as their souls grew stronger and stronger, they would form a soul of element. Subsequently, with the soul of element, they would try to form a connection with elemental energy to fuse them into their bodies in order to form a body of element. It was only when a magus had successfully formed both souls of element and body of element that they could be considered as having laid the foundation to becoming God. The way they did it in the Abyss realm, however, seemed to be the exact opposite. They paid more attention to fusing elemental energies with their bodies first. Based on Nambra's body, Han Shuo concluded that their cultivation path was to first fuse their bodies with the elements and gradually form a body of element. Without the help of an origin crystal, an outstandingly skilled magus on profound continent would spend perhaps hundreds of years to gradually form a soul of element by carefully sensing the elemental energy with their souls to come to certain comprehensions towards it. Although there were some magi on profound continent who could form a soul of element, very few could form a body of element. The reason being that right from the start, they mostly emphasized on the use of their souls and mental strength, manipulating elemental energy through the soul. After tens or even hundreds of years of connecting to elemental energy with their souls, once they comprehended it to a profound level, they would then be able to form a soul of element without relying on an origin crystal. However, as they had not been cultivating their bodies right from the start, nearly every magus was clueless on how to form a body of element, not a clue on how to even set about the task. To Han Shuo's knowledge, magi on profound continent who could form a soul of element had a difficult time forming a body of element. On profound continent, it was practically an unsolvable problem for a magus to form a body of element. Even those few experts who became gods by mere luck would never disclose the secret of how they managed to accomplish the feat. Well, perhaps they hadn't a clue themselves. This leap was just too difficult to cross, and many magi forever remained at this step without ever knowing how to become a god. Looking at Nambra before him and thinking of Hemina and Sylph, Han Shuo came to a startling realization that the cultivation path they took was opposite to those of profound continent, and therefore, they should know better how to form a body of element. However, as they placed particular emphasis on cultivating their physical bodies, it would likely be just as difficult for them to form a soul of element. Both worlds had a completely different approaches to putting elemental energies to use. Han Shuo actually had some understanding of the magus side of things. If he were to learn the ways of this world and how they cultivated the body to form a body of element, then wouldn't that mean Han Shuo had found the definitive answer to becoming God? Abruptly, a thought crossed Han Shuo's mind. He recalled the secret waiting at the next layer of the cemetery of death. Han Shuo learned from the skeletal staff that unlocking the secret would turn him into a god. This had to be the secret he had been waiting for, to combine the two different methods of the two worlds. If the fact was indeed so, then could the original owner of the cemetery of death have once come to this abyss realm? Did he come to comprehend the true secret to becoming God from the different ways the two worlds utilized the elements? The deeper Han Shuo thought, the more excited he became. Somehow, Han Shuo felt that this conjecture of his might actually be true. Perhaps the original owner of the cemetery of death truly had come to Abyss Realm before, or perhaps a plane of existence similar to the Abyss Realm, then, by gathering the wisdom of two worlds, came to understand the means of becoming God. Hemina grew slightly concerned as she watched Hanchuo gaze at Nambra with a glimmer in his eyes. Hanchuo, are you okay? Nambra's heart grew colder and colder after being stared down by Hanchuo with his sparkling eyes for a while. The 2-meter-tall burly alien put on a smile uglier than cries and said to Hanchuo, "Friend, sorry but I'm not the kind of person you're imagining. If you really have such thoughts, I can introduce you to a few others with the same preference. But, please, don't look for me. I beg you, please stop looking at me like this." Chapter 521, The Shadow Warriors. GDK 521, The Shadow Warriors. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Hanchuo suddenly woke from his contemplation and said with a somewhat awkward smile, "Don't worry, I'm only interested in pretty girls like Hemina and Sylph, I just had something on my mind earlier." Nambra heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. "Thank you for your help. No need for such formalities, we haven't broken out from the siege yet, have we?" Hanchuo turned back to look at the forces of Venomfang Castle pursuing him closely, and upon seeing some of the abyssal creatures at the perimeters of Shiro Regiment being slaughtered helplessly, he had to withdraw his skeletal staff and chant more incantations. Bone spears and acid bogs appeared one after the other, creating a blockade in front of the trio's pursuers. He did not summon his sea of undead armies, nor did he try to reverse the situation using demonic arts. All he did was exactly what he said earlier and held back the enemy for the Shiro Regiment. "Very well. Hemina, Sylph, the two of you will help our friend here. Take another 100 guards to bring up the rear, I'll take charge of breaking out the encirclement." Nambra gave the order and, without waiting for Hemina and Sylph to say another word, he flew directly to the battlefront. His arms weaved around like pythons, and wisps of dark smoke came shooting out from within, forcing the enemies from the Venomfang Castle who stood in his way to retreat. Hanchuo was at the back, with the two pretty alien girls Hemina and Sylph at his sides. The two young ladies stuck close to Hanchuo, working together with him to kill all their pursuers without mercy. Blood splattered and severed limbs flew all around. The fight became even more violent with Hanchuo's involvement. Each time he attacked, he would take the lives of several abyssal creatures at once. With the demonic blades in his two hands, HS wove a web of demonic light and sent them falling onto abyssal creatures. All those covered by it were chopped into bits. The two beautiful girls at his sides, Hemina and Sylph, kept sneaking glances at Hanchuo while they assisted him. Hanchuo at that moment became extremely attractive in their eyes. Hanchuo looked pleased in the midst of the fierce battle, his attacks brutal and ruthless. Having two such lovely ladies at his side put him in an excellent mood, and he traded coy glances with the girls as frequently as he could. With the addition of Hanchuo, Hemina, and Sylph, the Shiro Regiment was successful in their attempt to break out. Hanchuo's wide area necromancy was a particularly great hindrance to the Venomfang Castle. After his boundaries of fear and weakness were cast, the Venomfang Castle's attacks became collectively slower. Due to the fear brewing in their stomachs, they were also clearly less powerful than before. Rows of bone spears and acid bogs caused immediate destruction to the enemies from Venomfang Castle. The pursuing Venomfang Castle enemies had not even drawn near Hanchuo in all this time, and they had already lost 600 or 700. That left the ones who had charged in front of him with great difficulty, but under the collective forces of Hanchuo and the two girls, they were very quickly reduced to bits. The 100 guards behind the trio didn't even have a chance to lend a hand. Things went on like that for a while, fighting and retreating. The party of Shiro Regiment guards led by Nambra broke through the encirclement and left a path behind them. With that, everyone swiftly followed and cleared out of the area at top speed. After breaking out from the encirclement, the regiment did not stop, but kept moving until they had long shaken off their pursuers far behind. "My friend, I must thank you for your assistance, without which we would not have been able to escape the encirclement so easily," chuckled Nambra, who had returned from the front of the regiment only after he was certain that they were indeed safe. His python-like arms had returned to their normal appearance, and only the hedgehog spines on his back remained. Although this alien race man cultivated in the element of darkness, he did not give off the gloomy and cold aura of dark magi like Candide. Instead, he was very bright and energized. Perhaps it was because his cultivation method was different. At this time, Hanchuo and the two girls, Hemina and Sylph, were flirting heavily in broad daylight. In this world where the strong were idolized, Hanchuo had gained the acknowledgement of the two girls without them realizing it. The two alluring girls from the abyssal realm were quite unreserved, throwing Hanchuo all of their many coy glances. There was also the fact that Hemina and Sylph were rivals, and the two of them seemed to have come to an unspoken agreement on treating Hanchuo as their new battleground, as though whoever won him over would have defeated the other. As such, both of them were extremely cordial and affectionate in how they treated Hanchuo. Hanchu was naturally living it up, chucking merrily the whole way. Only after Nambra's voice was sounded did Hanchuo greeted him heartily, saying, "You're welcome, you're welcome." Upon Nambra's arrival, the two girls behaved themselves a bit more, and no longer continued in their flirtations. Hanchuo knew that Nambra was the sergeant major for the Shiro regiment, and someone who carried some weight in War Demon Valley. "Once we reach War Demon Valley, my friend, I'll be treating you with the best hospitality. Also, if you're interested, I can help introduce you to Lord Crozius," Nambra said in a very friendly manner. He seemed to have learned certain things about Hanchuo from Hemina and Sylph. "Well then, many thanks," Hanchuo said, well aware that Crozius was the real master of War Demon Valley. The only way to obtain useful information about the deeper secrets of the abyssal realm, such as planar guardians and the like, would be to ask someone like Crozius. "My lord, how did you end up running into Venomfang Castle's forces over there?" Hemina asked Nambra with solemnity, no longer joking around or giggling. The two girls Hemina and Sylph were both highly talented young fighters from the War Demon Valley. Given that one of the two could have the honor of rising to the rank of sergeant major, Nambra regarded and treated them highly. With a bitter smile he explained, "I was on an expedition to collect some medicine on Lord Crozius's orders. I had most likely been discovered by scouts from Venomfang Castle. On our way back, we encountered 3 regiments that came to round us up and exterminate us. Fortunately, we met you two in Hanchuo, or it certainly wouldn't have been so easy to break out from their encirclement." "So that's the case. Recently the Venomfang Castle seems to have gotten cockier. I heard that they discovered an interplanar portal within their territories, and so Demon King Golander sent several powerful fighters to Venomfang Castle just for that portal. Could it have been due to the arrival of those fighters that they would suddenly behave so boldly?" Sylph, the purple-eyed lady, suddenly remarked after thinking for a moment. At her words, Hanchuo was greatly shocked. He turned to look at Nambra to see if he was aware of the news. Hanchuo was finally certain that the cave where the space-time discontinuum zone had appeared was within the Venomfang Castle's sphere of influence. As Hanchuo had arrived on this plane via the space-time discontinuum, he made sure to pay close attention to any information relating to it. "Based on our information, that interplanar passageway has already been completely destroyed, and those powerful fighters sent by Demon King Golander have most likely gained nothing from it. This was precisely how they intended to take over War Demon Valley, so they would have something to answer the Demon King Golander with. But our War Demon Valley has been under Lord Crozius' control for so many years, and we're not so easily taken care of. Don't you worry, Lord Crozius has been planning for this for a long time coming, and we are not afraid of the people of Venomfang Castle," said Nambra with firm conviction, as he seemed to be in great awe of the master of War Demon Valley. "But, it's been said that this time the ones that have been sent here are Demon King Golander's shadow warriors," Hemina said with a rather concerned tone, frowning. "Shadow warriors? Are you sure it's shadow warriors?" Sylph was astounded, and the name seemed like a great taboo for her, as a flash of fear was visible in her eyes. Even Nambra's face went purple and grew rather strained as he said, "That's unlikely, shadow warriors are the trump card fighters of Demon King Golander. They wouldn't be sent all the way to Venomfang Castle for something so insubstantial. I learned this from a high-level Venomfang demon of Venomfang Castle I defeated and interrogated a few days ago. It can't be wrong. Hemina looked deeply troubled, as though she was also very concerned for War Demon Valley's safety. It seemed like these shadow warriors under Demon King Golander's command were extremely frightening to them. If that's the case, then we have to return to War Demon Valley as soon as possible. I must pass this news on to Lord Crozius. The shadow warriors are not only incredibly powerful, but every one of them is a demon of the most depraved order. If they have come to Venomfang Castle, then this time our War Demon Valley will be facing some real trouble. Nambra's face was just as grave, even somewhat fearful. It was evident that Demon King Golander's shadow warriors had a reputation which preceded them. Yes, we'd best report to Lord Crozius as soon as possible. If it really is the shadow warriors, we have to prepare ourselves. At the very least, Crozius needs to report this to Black Jade City. Hemina's voice was heavy as she nodded. Black Jade City was where the great demon king Manticore lived, which Han Chuo was well aware of. Hemina's words made it evident that she was not optimistic about the current strength of War Demon Valley, and hoped that Crozius could ask for assistance from his master Manticore. If it really is the Shadow Warriors, I'm afraid we may be too late. Nambra sighed, and then quickly added, head back to the valley at the fastest speed. I must report this to Lord Crozius immediately. Chapter 522, City of Demons. GDK 522, City of Demons. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. There was no day or night in the abyssal world, but every few days the sky would turn pitch black as though the abyssal world had been sheathed under a thick, dark cloak. At such times, it was impossible to see anything without another light source. The abyssal realm used this sudden nightfall as a measurement of time. The passage of time marked by this abrupt cover of darkness was equivalent to one day on Profound Continent, but for each day that passed in the abyssal realm, half a month would have gone by on Profound Continent. As of then about 3 days had passed in the abyssal realm since Han Chuo set off for War Demon Valley, led by Nambra, the battalion leader of Shiro Regiment. And it was then that they had finally arrived. Along the way, Nambra, Hemina, and Sylph had shared with Han Chuo much more about War Demon Valley, but upon arrival, he discovered that it was rather different from what he had anticipated. The War Demon Valley was larger than Han Chuo had expected. From a distance, it looked like a city of demons. Abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes sat upon the hundreds of meters of city wall. Despite its name, War Demon Valley was in fact a city. The city gate with its sheer magnitude was just too grandiose for Han Chuo to take in. From the front it looked very much like a large demon brandishing its claws and fangs at them. Above them, many abyssal creatures circled the city gates. This place, War Demon Valley, just seemed to pass on a feeling of savagery to Han Chuo. This could have possibly been attributed to the fact that some of its inhabitants were particularly humongous, such that War Demon Valley had to be structured like a bald mountain. Following behind Nambra, they arrived just before the enormous city gates. The gates guards recognized him and opened the gates once they noticed others from Shiro Regiment, allowing them entrance. As Han Chuo entered War Demon Valley, he discovered the many different kinds of abyssal creatures living there. The larger ones were almost 20 meters tall, while the smaller ones were the size of human babies. Of course, the most common were still humanoid beings like Sylph and Hemina. War Demon Valley was a place where higher beings congregated, and those who resided there were immensely powerful. The large creatures were merely the higher beings' mounts, or their subordinates. They came in all shapes and forms, all hideous and menacing. Upon arriving at War Demon Valley, Nambra immediately told Han Chuo, "My friend, I must first go to see Lord Crozius. You'll have to stay with Hemina and Sylph for the time being. I will also alert Lord Crozius of your presence. With the help you've given us and your immense power, I'm sure that Lord Crozius will treat you well." Han Chuo nodded and said, "Sure, you go on ahead. Nam Bra said nothing more, and with an apologetic smile to Han Shuo, quickly left towards a big, black stone building of 300 or 400 meters tall in the center of the city. This enormous structure was supported by tall pillars of black stone covering an area of 2,000 square meters. At first glance, it gave off a feeling of oppressive solemnity. Han Shuo had taken notice of the gigantic structure the moment he entered War Demon Valley, and not just because it was the tallest, grandest building, right at the center of War Demon Valley, but also because there was a presence within it that was dripping with immense power. It took no effort to deduce that it was the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, himself. Since the Abyssal Realm was ruled only by the strong, Crozius was naturally the strongest. Expanding his consciousness, Han Shuo took note of all of the most extraordinarily powerful beings in War Demon Valley. He was able to sense 6 presences on par with Profound Continent's demigod expert, but Crozius was by far the most powerful. As Han Shuo gauged Crozius' might, he became almost certain Crozius had divine powers. In War Demon Valley alone there were 6 demigod experts and 1 godly existence. The Abyssal Realm was indeed a terrifying place. Up until this moment, Han Shuo had only a vague understanding of the overall power within the Abyssal Realm. He could not form an accurate judgment of the place from just the words of Hemina and Sylph, but now, he finally understood from the experts within War Demon Valley that the Abyssal Realm was in another league compared to Profound Continent. Back on Profound Continent, Han Shuo was at the top of the food chain, but from what he had gathered through his consciousness, at his current power level he stood slightly above average at best. Crozius possessing divine power meant that he had not only formed his body into a body of element, but his soul had also transformed into a soul of element. Seeing how abyssal creatures cultivated their bodies, to form one soul into a soul of element seemed an incredibly difficult task. It was astounding that Crozius could have achieved such a feat. Hemina, is Lord Crozius able to cultivate his soul to use elemental power? With these suspicions, Han Shuo just had to ask the pretty girl next to him. Something like that. For people like us, even if we train to our limits, we would never be able to cultivate the power into our brains. Just look at Nam Bra, his body has been refined to quite the vessel, but he still hasn't been able to infuse every bone and every cell of his body with dark power. As for distributing the power to the brain, she chuckled. That could only be done with the help of the Demon King Manticore. Lord Crozius hit a wall after cultivating his power into every cell of his body, and was only able to achieve it with the help of Demon King Manticore. In the entire Abyssal Realm, the only ones who have managed to infuse their brains with power on their own cultivation alone were the 5 Abyssal Demon Kings. The others who have managed to do so all required help. Even with this power they've acquired, they're still far from on par with the 5 Demon Kings. There lay many experts in the Abyssal Realm, but the only ones worthy of being called Great Demon Kings are those 5 existences as they reached that stage entirely on their own training and cultivation, with no help or interference. If you achieve that, you could become the Abyssal Realm's 6th Great Demon King. Tens of thousands of higher beings will bow at your feet, willing to tend to your every wish, Hemina explained. Solely on their own power and without any outside assistance, they managed to infuse every bone, every cell, and even their brains with elemental power to form the elemental body and elemental soul. To think that all 5 of the Abyssal Realm's Great Demon Kings had done all that to get to where they were, it was no wonder that they were the top 5 experts. From Crozius's aura, Han Shuo knew that he had similar godly strength to the 6-horned tribal king and the saintess of the Church of Light back at Profound Continent. As for the Great Demon King Manticore, who was Crozius' master, the one who made him what he was, how much power could he possess? Han Shuo did not dare continue thinking about it. Han Shuo, however, was not in the least bit discouraged, he instead felt a sense of lofty aspiration rise in his chest. The last time he had been pushed past his limits to the carnal realm, his power underwent drastic change. Han Shuo was certain that once he reached the 9 changes realm, regardless of whether his power was divine or not, he would be 10 or even 100 times stronger than he was now. By then, even the 5 great demon kings of the abyssal realm might not be too much stronger than him. "Come, let's get a little rest at my place," said Hemina as she giggled. Her smooth, pretty frame had somehow gotten extremely close to Han Chuo, and she laid her pale hand upon his arm as she made the invitation. Han Chuo glanced at Hemina and felt his heart skip a beat. He then laughed and said, "Sure, but before this, you'd best bring me around War Demon Valley. I'm still very unfamiliar with this place." "I'm most familiar with War Demon Valley, I'll show you around." The purple-eyed sylph snatched up Han Chuo's other arm the moment he finished his sentence, as though she was fighting over him, and began pulling him to leave. "What's the meaning of this, sylph? You're trying to steal him from me?" Hemina was furious and glared at Sylph as she snapped in her delicate voice. "So?" Sylph showed no signs of weakness and stared at Hemina as though she was challenging her. "Hey!" Right at that moment, a light cry was heard. A man slowly approached them. He was as thin as a bamboo shoot, with sickly green skin and a robe with a gigantic demon-masked abyssal creature which resembled a spider on it. In the War Demon Valley, aside from Crozius, there were also 6 demigod beings. This sickly-looking man was one of them. Han Chuo could feel it. "Hemina, Sylph, have you forgotten what I said? The both of you are my intendeds, and now you're fighting over a man in such a place. Do you wish to die a cruel death?" The strange, sickly man glared at Hemina and Sylph with a cold death stare. Hemina and Sylph both turned bone pale at the man's arrival and released Han Chuo's arms without a second to spare. They seemed terrified of the man, and stuttered but just could not speak. Chapter 523, Fight for Glory. GDK 523, Fight for Glory. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. As the man continued to approach, an instinctive feeling of loathing rose from the bottom of Han Chuo's heart. The air around him filled with a repulsive stench. After carefully sensing, Han Chuo was shocked to discover that the smell was disseminating from this sickly man. This man was mounted on a mammoth, demon-faced spider, and looked rather different from Hemina and Sylph. He seemed to have no skeleton, and gave off a feeble aura. His waist was slimmer than that of a woman. His green face was covered with spots. Difficult on the eyes indeed. He wore a medal of black iron embossed with a demon. It was holding 2 bloody skulls of monsters with its mouth, vivid, lifelike, and would give any observer goosebumps and a wicked vibe. Thanks to Hemina and Sylph, Han Chuo now had some understanding of the division of strength in the Abyss realm. There were all kinds of abyssal creatures at various levels of strength. Those low-level ones would eternally be treated as cannon fodders and saddle horses, and would never be qualified to enjoy any privileges that high-level creatures received. Aside from the low-level creatures, average high-level creatures were divided into abyssal troopers, destroyers, rakshas, and demons, with each class further divided into 3 levels. Advanced abyssal creatures with rights to live in a city or that were enlisted soldiers for a powerhouse were level 1 abyssal troopers or higher. Every expert gradually advanced through constant massacre. The more enemies they killed, the higher they climbed. Both Hemina and Sylph were level 1 destroyers, while Nambra was a level 3 destroyer. Higher up the ladder, experts who could possess their own territories within a city or a region were known as rakshas. They were allowed their own guards. For example, this man before Han Chuo had a raksha drawn onto the medallion on his chest. The 2 bloody skulls in the mouth of the raksha indicated that he was a level 2 raksha. Above rakshas were demons. They were the true influential figures for those powerhouses. For example, Crozius of War Demon Valley and General Yeki of Venomfang Castle, they were level 1 demons. Every demon cultivated elemental energy to fill every cell in their bodies, even in the brain. Above the demons were the mightiest of the whole of Abyss Realm, the 5 great demon kings. They were like mountains that could not be scaled. Billions of abyssal creatures had to bow and prostrate themselves before them. They were the true masters of the Abyss Realm. As Hemina and Sylph were just level 1 destroyers, when compared to this level 2 raksha, whatever their strengths or positions were, they were far, far behind. In the abyss realm where the strong preyed on the weak, the one with the biggest fists was king. If it weren't for the fact that Hemina and Sylph were war demon sergeants under Crozius, they might have long been snatched by this ugly man. However, Crozius, being the master of War Demon Valley, thought highly of true experts and would give special treatment to Rakshas. There were only 6 Rakshas in this War Demon Valley. In every great battle, the 6 would be the main firepowers of War Demon Valley. In the Abyss Realm, experts were by leaps more important than mere women. Therefore, Crozius had long tacitly approved of certain words of this Raksha. Hanchuo, he is Brakya, Sylph reminded Hanchuo. By then, Hanchuo had learned of the names and positions of some experts in War Demon Valley. He knew about the past achievements of this Brakya and that he was one of the 6 Rakshas in War Demon Valley. During the journey back, Nambra had, by himself, told Hanchuo that Brakya had been coveting for Hemina and Sylph, and that he should be careful when he met with Brakya at War Demon Valley. Nambra told Hanchuo that this Brakya had extraordinary strength, and he'd better take the initiative to give up on Hemina and Sylph if he had no confidence in dealing Brakya, lest he got killed. But Nambra also mentioned that if he had the confidence to take on Brakya, he might as well duel with him. As long he didn't die in the battle, he would gain a place in War Demon Valley immediately. The Abyss Realm is a place where only strength mattered. Regardless of age and experience, as long as one displayed the strength, he could easily and quickly gain wealth, women, or whatever he desired by fighting. You 2 women, come with me. As for that guy, finish him, Brakya said coldly after he gazed at the 3 of them for a while with his brows furrowed. Just as he finished, he turned around and left, not even considering Hanchuo as anything. Carried by a dozen-meter-wide demon-faced spider, Brakya turned and left very gracefully. Just as he was leaving, a well-built expert with 6 arms suddenly shot out from behind him. This person was of slightly greater strength than Hemina and Sylph. He was a grade 2 destroyer. Being a Raksha, Brakya could raise his own subordinates and personal servants independent of War Demon Valley. When he left, Hanchuo saw there were a dozen or more oddly shaped high-level abyssal creatures following behind him. They happened to be destroyer-class experts, probably Brakya's own bodyguards. To reach instant success in this world, Hanchuo was required to climb over the skulls of other experts. To Hanchuo, it was a wonderful gift that Brakya had so willingly wandered into his midst. Hemina, Sylph, stand right there. You 2 are going nowhere, Hanchuo groaned when he saw Hemina and Sylph cowering from Brakya, considering leaving with him. The next moment, without waiting for the 6-armed destroyer to arrive, Hanchuo took the initiative and attacked. Mystical glacial spell fire erupted from his 2 hands as he shot out and turned into a streak of lightning, leaving 2 long trails of purple blazes like the brilliant tail of a shooting star. Before the destroyer could strike, Hanchuo had finished him, sparing him not even a chance to strike back. During the split second Hanchuo swooshed past him, 2 trails of bewitching spell fire entered his body. Soon after, a miserable cry broke from the mouth of this destroyer. Hanchuo did not even turn back for a glance but headed directly towards the grade 2 Raksha who gave Hanchuo the cold shoulder. What the? Brakya couldn't help but let out a gently cry of surprise when he heard the miserable scream of his underling. He turned to look behind him and saw the charred body of his minion, as well as Hanchuo who displayed the qualities of an evil monster. Brakya gently tapped on the back of the spider and it was docile in stopping and turning around. Brakya turned his cold gaze onto the few personal bodyguards, licked his tongue, and instructed with a merciless smile, "Go on, don't just stand there like trash cans." Upon hearing those words, the 6 destroyers, who had gone through countless butcherings in the Abyss Realm, immediately made a move. Each of them possessed strength equivalent to a sacred grade expert of profound continent. The 6 jointly unleashed their respective brilliant skills of spurting acidic poisons, slashing with sharp blades, and attacking with claws and bare fangs. "Hee hee, I can incidentally rise by stepping on your bodies." How delightful! Han Chuo laughed. For some reason, every time Han Chuo let go of his fetters and did as he pleased, he would get a most refreshing feeling as he unleashed his demonic ability. When the 6 destroyer-class experts came directly at Han Chuo all at once, this wonderful feeling became even more intense. His demonic blades suddenly erupted, sending out the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts in a spiky ball made of bloody light. Thereupon, an intense reeking of blood spread out. The sinister killing intent was released with no holds barred. It was the gateway to the War Demon Valley. The crowds that come and went were all high-level abyssal experts, and therefore were none too nervous when they saw that there were people fighting. Instead, they reveled with excitement, some even moving closer to observe the fight. It appeared that in this realm death was not a thing to be feared. The bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts was stirring and roiling as it released killing intent seemingly made of pure evil. The 6 minions could sense the terrifying power of the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts and hastily turned away from the direction of Han Chuo, dispersing. Like a flower blossoming, the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts suddenly blew up, sending out hundreds upon thousands of hedgehog-like, spiky, bloody spears. The spines appeared to be sentient as they shot themselves towards the 6 destroyer-class experts of Brachias. The 6 strange-looking destroyers had a hard time defending themselves. The 4 experts further away from the bloody radiance were barely able to resist the attack. The other 2 closer to the bloody radiance, however, were instantly punctured by tens of thousands of bloody awls, paving way for a rain of blood. Han Chuo let out a mischievous laugh and approached the other 4 destroyers like a ghost. He was so fast that one could only see a blurred trail of him. One of the 4 destroyers seemed to have yet to come to his senses, and opened his mouth wide like he was preparing to spit poison. Han Chuo threw a punch that, like a momentous javelin, entered the destroyer's open mouth and went right through its neck. His terror-filled eyes were wide open before he ultimately lost all sign of life. Han Chuo revealed a callous smile that would send chills down anyone's spine. With a jolt of his arm, the skull of the destroyer hanging on his arm exploded. His juiced brain mixed with fresh blood sprayed all over. Delightful, how delightful! Han Chuo let out a belly laugh. He felt that when he eased his mind, his demonic arts were more willing to elevate to a wonderful realm. Not only was the demonic yuan flowing extremely smoothly, but it also provided a seemingly unending supply of energy. Even his demonic infant seemed to be trembling with happiness. If I follow my heart's desires and do as I please, conducting myself with the ideal mental state of the carnal realm, then, I can definitely achieve a breakthrough while in this abyss. Han Chuo suddenly had such a self-confidence. Brachia, stop sending your minions to death. Come and fight me yourself. Han Chuo no longer cared about the remaining destroyers. With an evil grin, he charged straight at Brachia. Han Chuo immediately obtained the approval of all the observers after displaying such brashness and ferocity. They nodded and praised and chanted, admiring Han Chuo's might. As for girls like Hemina and Sylph, their eyes glimmered with infatuation at the demon god like Han Chuo, somewhat smitten by him. The demonic blades in Han Chuo's 2 hands reflected dazzling light. The demonic blades, made of fingernails, might have appeared rather bizarre for people back on Profound Continent. In this abyss realm, however, it seemed completely ordinary. The Grade 2 Raksha, Brachia, atop the demon-faced spider, had water element in every cell of his body. He obviously had formed a body of water element. As he witnessed Han Chuo charging at him while howling with laughter, Brachia's expression of disdain immediately vanished and was replaced with a grave expression. After Han Chuo killed 3 of his underlings in succession with terrifying methods, Brachia had some idea as to how terrifying amount of strength Han Chuo must possess. As he puzzled over the sudden appearance of such an expert in War Demon Valley, he began to congeal the water element in his body. Han Chuo suddenly found Brachia soaring into the sky like a water snake. Because every cell in Brachia's humanoid body was filled with the water element, his body was exceptionally soft and flexible. He wriggled and twisted like a python before Han Chuo. The demonic blades, giving off brilliant spell fire, whooshed and landed directly on Breakya's body. Much to Han Chuo's amazement, despite Breakya's body having been sliced by the demonic blades, not a single limb had been severed. Breakya took advantage of the time to stick himself closer to Han Chuo. He even had leisure time to tease Han Chuo. In a disdaining voice, he said, "Where did this low-level race come from? To think he actually tried this silly method on me. How impossibly foolish!" The demonic blade's attack on Breakya was akin to swords slashing and stabbing at water. With water element filling every cell in his body, Breakya had obtained the extreme flexibility of water. To be unafraid of such a physical attack was completely unexpected by Han Chuo. "All right then, I shall deal you something painful." Han Chuo chuckled, ignoring Breakya's advances. He already had a countermeasure in mind. Chapter 524, Winning Respect. GDK 524, Winning Respect. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Breakya slithered towards Han Chuo with his flexible body like a boa. Having formed a body of water element, Breakya's body could not be sliced by blades nor injured with physical strikes. However, the body of water element was not invulnerable. When Han Chuo discovered the futility of his blade attacks, he immediately knew where the problem laid. Beaming ear to ear, he waited for Breakya to slither over. His hands suddenly jolted. Blazing red demonic flames shot out, flashing straight in Breakya's direction. Breakya cursed loudly. "You cultivate in fire element." As though he had been struck by lightning, he retracted his body in a flurry. He appeared to dread the wild demonic flames that poured out from Han Chuo's two hands. Every high-level abyssal creature cultivated in a different elemental energy. Hemina and Sylph cultivated their powers in the element of lightning, Nambra in darkness, and Breakya in the element of water. Some elemental energies were direct antitheses to each other. Breakya, who cultivated in the element of water and formed a body of element, was obviously fearful towards fires, including the intense, merciless flames formed using the mystical glacial spell fire and fueled by demonic Yuan. Therefore, when the two flames were produced, Breakya immediately sensed the scorching temperatures. The flames seemed so powerful that they could simmer away all the water contained within his cells. He attempted his retreat, however, as he had charged at Han Chuo at an excessive speed, and Han Chuo's hands were as fast as lightning, he could not completely escape from Han Chuo's two fiery strikes. Breakya let out a peculiar owl-like whistle as he gathered water element in his body with haste. A thin, lustrous film of ice crystals formed on the surface of his body. After his body was completely wrapped in it, he drew out more water elements into his two hands to form a water crystal ball that permeated with frosty aura in order to resist the scorching temperatures of Han Chuo's two flames. "Who is this guy? He's sure cut Breakya a sorry figure. Since when do we have another Raksha in War Demon Valley?" The onlookers observed the battle with increasing astonishment. With weird gazes, their pupils traced up and down, fixed on Han Chuo, who was standing proudly in mid-air. Of all the observers, the most excited ones were none other than Hemina and Sylph. In this realm, the strong were respected. As long as one possessed strength valiant enough, their words automatically carried weight. If Han Chuo could defeat Breakya, he could without a doubt ascend from a nobody to a figure of the highest regard. By then, Lord Crozius would surely give Han Chuo the best treatment. Later in time, once Han Chuo had finally established himself the status as a Raksha, practically no one could stop him from taking the two ladies home. The strong always ruled. Such was the unchanging law of the Abyss realm. From the interactions Hemina and Sylph had with Han Chuo on the journey back, they had subconsciously generated a favorable impression of Han Chuo. His domineering and callous demeanor had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the two beautiful ladies. And now, watching as Han Chuo butchered like a demon god, they had long fallen head over heels for Han Chuo. They were on the verge of losing their restraints and throwing themselves into Han Chuo's embrace, letting him unbridledly explore their bodies. Is this painful enough for you? Han Chuo teased as he sent out wave after wave of attack from his hands, bombarding Breakia uninterruptedly. Since reaching Carnal Realm, Han Chuo had been unable to do as he pleased whenever he pleased due to all kinds of restrictions and taboos on Profound Continent. As the inherent human cravings in himself couldn't be completely set free, his strength remained stagnant. However, as soon as he reached the Abyss Realm, Han Chuo's heart was untied. Although he did not deliberately cultivate, his realm state and strength had been improving and advancing by leaps and bounds. He clearly felt that in this abyssal realm, his strength had grown much stronger than it had been back on Profound Continent. This level 2 demigod Raksha was in fact, by a mere margin, inferior when faced against Han Chuo, whose strength was advancing by leaps and bounds in the realm of the abyss. Against Han Chuo's aggressive offenses, he could only parry and be on the defensive. Upon learning that Breakia's body had completely fused with the water element, Han Chuo stopped attacking with simple incisive weapons. In every attack that came after, he would include the intense heat from the mystical glacial spell fire or perhaps directly cause harm with his destructive demonic yuan. This caused Breakia incredible misery. Even his body of element suffered damages. It was obvious to every observer that Han Chuo had the upper hand. This young man who popped out of nowhere was like an unsheathed weapon with unstoppable power. His might was so outstanding in the Abyss realm that many more abyssal women, with looks not in the least second-rate to Hemina and Sylph, hollered on for Han Chuo. Some even threw him flirtatious gazes. People in the Abyss worshipped true experts, especially some young ladies. They would take pride in themselves for being able to have sexual relations with such mighty experts. The open-minded populace of the Abyss realm was not in any way short of beautiful and exotic-looking girls of all kinds and races. An expert as domineering as Han Chuo, however, wasn't something they could come across easily. Han Chuo's powerful display of strength had left an indestructible impression in the hearts of certain alien ladies, itching to throw themselves into Han Chuo's bed to be dined upon. There was a diverse range of races in the Abyss, with pretty girls of all kinds of appearances. Apart from Sylph and Hemina, who had armor and thorns attached to their bodies, there were some races with females that had exceedingly slender, long, and straight thighs. These girls had skin as white as snow and a pair of heavenly wings. They looked as pure as the angels that Han Chuo had heard of before. There were also aliens females with distractingly seductive bodies. Their high twin peaks and slender waist could take any man's breath away. Their full buttocks, set off with wheat-colored skin and gorgeous looks, exuded a wild, soul-hooking taste. All these abyssal ladies were either coquettish, pure-looking, or wild and sexy. They would have some distinctive features due to their varying body structures. Compared to the females back on Profound Continent who basically all looked the same, the girls over in this realm were simply a feast for Han Chuo's eyes. The Abyss realm is a truly remarkable place. It seems that this trip has not been in vain. Han Chuo thought with great joy. He threw out another punch that had 7 streams of fire energy bundled together, straight at Breakia's chest. When the 7 streams of fire energy entered Breakia's body, they acted like little red snakes, slithering all around, wreaking their fiery devastation upon anywhere they slithered past. Breakia let out a miserable howl of pain. When his body was sent flying high up into the sky, an unbearable stench like no other began to waft from him. At this moment, Hemina and Sylph were looking at all the females around them with hostile eyes. It was as though Han Chuo had suddenly become their exclusive property, willing the other ladies from even having a single look at Han Chuo. Suddenly, a quick and sharp warning came from a tall, fair, winged woman, "Watch out! Watch out for Breakia's death strike!" The lady fluttered in the air with grace. She appeared much like an angel of fairy tales. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was plagued by worry and concern. When Sylph and Hemina finally identified the source of the warning, they revealed looks of disdain. It was as though they felt inferior to this fantastically beautiful lady. This feeling made them feel helpless. The two stared blankly at each other before they both screamed, "Han Chuo, be careful of Breakia!" At this time, Breakia, who had been sent flying high in the air after sustaining a blow from Hanchuo, gave off a most intense stench. When Hanchuo looked up, he saw that Breakia had completely turned into a ball of thick green fluid. In the form of a giant pustule, Breakia came splattering down on Hanchuo from the top. His originally thin body lengthened like liquid, with water element rapidly congealing around him. It was as though someone had dumped waste water from the top of a building, and it was raining down on Hanchuo. Hanchuo hurriedly deployed his protective shield. In an instant, a thin, black shield completely sheathed Hanchuo. It had to be said that Breakia's body was much more toxic than the abyssal creatures that Hanchuo had met before. As soon as his liquid-like body made contact with Hanchuo's protective shield, dense green gas formed. Hanchuo's protective shield was on the verge of collapsing just as they made contact. Demonic yuan gushed towards the shield as Hanchuo sent forth blazes from his two hands, roasting Breakia, who was trying to dissolve Hanchuo away. Had it been anyone else in Hanchuo's place, and they couldn't form a protective shield around their bodies, they would certainly have been instantly disintegrated when Breakia's poisonous form reached them, with no chance of escaping the attack alive. However, with the angelic lady's reminder, along with Hanchuo's brilliant skills of self-protection, he managed to block down Breakia's attack. Breakia dared no longer attack Hanchuo with the corrosive property of his body. Instead, he hastily reassembled his body in preparation to escape. Observing from a close proximity, Hanchuo discovered that Breakia's body was no different from a soft-bodied earthworm, except much more flexible. When he saw that Breakia reassembling his body to escape, Hanchuo unrestrainedly fired rounds of blazes at him. He also took the opportunity to unleash Soul Tremor, a necromancy magic, to attack Breakia's soul. The souls of these high-level abyssal creatures would gradually grow stronger along with their strength. However, they had no understanding of the cultivation essentials of Magi back on Profound Continent. They had no idea how to use this energy to protect their souls. When Hanchuo's soul tremor was sent, it caused even greater pain to Breakia than those blazes that entered his body. He collapsed at once, letting out miserable howls. With a mischievous, grim smile slapped across his face, Hanchuo sent out yet another soul tremor. Breakia's already wretched body gradually spilled with green fluid. The fluids were no longer in Breakia's control. They slowly flowed from him, and couldn't be gathered like before. Hanchuo, you are such an animal. You have seriously injured Breakia. Hemina cried out in excitement. She ran towards Hanchuo from a distance away, seemingly hoping to throw herself at Hanchuo in the public's eyes. Hanchuo, although delighted to see Hemina's reaction, did not open his arms wide to catch her. Instead, his glistening eyes were fixed on Breakia as he limped across the dirt, intending to make good of the situation to kill Breakia, lest he became a trouble in the future. In the Abyss realm where brawls were a constant occurrence, it was perfectly normal to kill the opponent in a duel. It would be within the norms for Hanchuo to get rid of Breakia at this moment. Right before Hanchuo was ready to put Breakia to death, a shout sounded from afar, "Friend, please show mercy." Right after, an incredibly well-built bald man, walking on air, arrived before Hanchuo. An enormous presence naturally released from his body. This bald man had a similar build to Lawrence of Sunshine Valley, his body bulging with big muscles that resembled hills. They were filled with wild, explosive power. When this man arrived, all the onlookers revealed expressions of reverence. They instinctively took a few steps backwards, silently expressing their respect. Hemina, who had been running at Hanchuo in high spirits, rigidly froze halfway before she greeted the burly chap in a respectful yet somewhat terrified manner, "Lord Kuno." Kuno, a level 3 Raksha, head of the 6 Rakshas of War Demon Valley, was recommended by Crozius to Black Jade City. He would be among the next batch of experts qualified to have an audience with Demon King Manticole and receive the demon baptism ceremony. If he could endure and complete the procedure, he would rise to the ranks of demons, and be revered by tens of thousands. In War Demon Valley, Kuno was the most powerful expert after Crozius. He was responsible for all kinds of trifling matters in War Demon Valley that needed someone to decide on. He was fair and impartial, hence was well respected by the people. War Demon Valley might have to fight a great battle soon. By then, we might need Brachia's help. Lord Crozius wishes that you, our friend, will let Brachia off, Quana requested in neither an overbearing nor servile manner after performing the proper abyssal etiquette to Hanchuo. Hanchuo nodded in response. He looked at Brachia at his foot with contempt and soon after, revealed a faint smile. He said to Quana, I wish to meet Lord Crozius. Let's go then, I came here to specifically invite you actually. Quana looked solemn as he answered in a deep voice. A capable person would be treated with importance no matter where they go. Now that Hanchuo had proved himself capable, the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, immediately made his move. Chapter 525, Don't like being looked down at. GDK 525, Don't like being looked down at. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As the crowd watched on, Kuno led Hanchuo towards the most magnificent building in War Demon Valley. Hemina and Sylph were flushed with happiness when they saw Hanchuo being invited to meet Crozius by Kuno, a highly influential character in War Demon Valley. When Hanchuo walked past Sylph, he smirked and shot a somewhat amorous wink at her before saying, Remember, both you and Hemina are my women. Wait for me. Sylph was not upset by the fact that Hanchuo had said this in front of all those watching eyes. She bashfully nodded and replied in a soft voice, Okay. Hanchuo laughed with great satisfaction, Good, I like that. Our friend here is indeed a romantic. As long as you are willing to stay in our War Demon Valley, you could easily obtain any woman you wanted, even Lord Crozius' beloved daughter would not be difficult. Kuno laughed then teased, I think she already approves of it. Uncle, cut it out. That's nonsense, a young lady with a pair of white wings and a face as beautiful as that of an angel's bashfully denied. She stood in the crowd behind Hanchuo. Hanchuo stared blankly for a moment before turning to look at the beautiful lady floating among the crowd. He was not expecting the lady to actually be the daughter of Crozius. He recalled the warning she had given earlier and tried performing the etiquette of the Abyss Realm but did so in a very awkward manner, revealed a brilliant smile, and said, Thank you for the warning back there. You're welcome. If you choose to stay in War Demon Valley, I do hope that you could give me some guidance in martial arts. From the battle just now, I witnessed many magical techniques. They truly were amazing, said the angelic lady. Haha. War Demon Valley is a great place. If nothing unexpected comes my way, I believe that I will be staying here. You may look for me whenever you have the time, Hanchuo invited. He finally turned to look at Brachia who was still paralyzed on the ground, as his expression turned completely grim in a split second, saying, Brachia, you are no match against me. Let me suggest this, know your place, otherwise you will end up dead. The moment he finished his sentence, he turned away from Brachia's ugly-looking face, and softly said to Kuno, Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go. Don't fret it. Let's go. Kuno replied with a smile. He proceeded to lead Hanchuo towards the grandest structure within War Demon Valley. After a few steps, Kuno turned his head and shot a glance at Brachia who had finally reassembled his body. When their gazes meet, Kuno faintly shook his head, seeming to indicate to Brachia to give up any thoughts he had of retaliation against Hanchuo. Brachia regained his footing, and stared at Hanchuo with his cold eyes as he drew further and further away, then glanced at Hemina and Sylph for a while. In a deep voice, he said to his underlings, We shall leave. When Hanchuo left, Hemina and Sylph, the two ladies felt a sense of insecurity in their hearts. However, when they thought of Hanchuo's mighty display earlier they, along with the many others that were watching, realized that Brachia wouldn't do anything to them in this place. Moreover, as long as Hanchuo remained alive, Brachia wouldn't dare harm either of them. If Breakia were to provoke Han Chuo any further, there would certainly be no way he would make it out alive with what little strength he had left. So, even though the ladies felt discomfort when the sinister gaze of Breakia landed on them, they weren't too afraid. They both put on arrogant faces and didn't look Breakia in the eyes. Humph! I'm going to kill you two bitches sooner or later. Breakia shouted menacingly before turning around to leap on his giant demon-faced spider, leaving the area along with his few remaining underlings. All those in his path spontaneously stepped aside to make way. They didn't dare show gazes of despise or mockery, on the contrary, they somewhat fearfully bowed their heads in silence. They would only ridicule Breakia's incompetence in their hearts but not aloud. A Raksha who had lost in a battle was still a Raksha. In the abyss realm where life could be taken at the slightest pretext, without adequate strength, one must by all means not provoke the other. Otherwise, they would have just courted death. With all the action having dissipated, the crowd gradually dispersed. After such an affair, the hostility between Hemina and Sylph was mostly gone. The two exchanged glances with somewhat complicated looks on their faces before mixing themselves in the crowd and leaving. Over on the upper level of the grandest building in the center of War Demon Valley, stood a muscular man with sharp thorns protruding from his head to toes, wearing a boorish but determined appearance. He had a pair of deep grey eyes, which were in contrast to his tough demeanor. This seemingly unshakable man was overlooking the populace down beneath him. Behind him, Nambra, the commander of Shiro Regiment, was kneeling on the ground on one knee. He dared not to move a muscle. "Are you certain that he is not a spy of Venomfang Castle?" the brawny man said in a deep voice without turning his head. His voice was deep, powerful, and resounding. "My lord, he killed hundreds of men of Venomfang Castle. I believe him not to be a spy sent by Venomfang Castle. In addition, this man practices unique martial techniques, entirely foreign to all the known cultivation methods. Perhaps, as he said, he really had come out from some ancient race that had been shunned by the world," Nambro replied prudently with his head at the level of his knees. He dared not raise his head to look at this muscular man. "Ancient race that has been shunned by the world? Haha, how many ancient and secluded races are there?" With the sudden appearance of some miraculous space-time tunnel at the Venomfang Castle, numerous experts went to catch a glimpse of it. Now, this person suddenly shows up, and even possesses extraordinary strength. It'd be a wonder if nothing's wrong with him, the brawny man coldly groaned. His deep eyes gradually turned towards Han Chuo, who appeared from among the crowd, and revealed a pensive expression. "Your lordship, then, how about we capture him first?" Nam Bra, who had been very friendly to Han Chuo, suddenly suggested. "Imbecile," the burly man groaned before continuing in a deep voice, "other than the fact that I have yet to make clear of his origins, so what if he is a spy from Venomfang Castle? You think that he alone he can flip over War Demon Valley? Your lordship is indeed wiser." "Much wiser," the terrified Nambra said with his heart thrashing like a storm at sea and his head down. He dared not make any more moronic proposals. "Humph, if he truly is a capable talent, and is willing to stay in War Demon Valley, then, I will not look into your failed expedition this time. If not, dismember one of your arms yourself for atonement." The muscular man waved his hand and, without even turning his head, said, "You're dismissed." Nambra again respectfully performed a bow. He stepped backwards with his head hung, and only turned around when he arrived right before the door. Immediately after he stepped out from the gigantic black stone doors, Nambra immediately exhaled. He discovered that his whole body was drenched in a cold sweat. "Mr. Han Chuo, where does your race reside currently? Your martial techniques are exceptional. I truly wonder what kind of place it is that could produce an expert as mighty as you are." When they headed towards the building at the center of War Demon Valley shoulder to shoulder, Kuno, a level 3 Raksha, began to question Han Chuo with a smile. All throughout the way, Han Chuo only glanced around smiling, never directly answering any of Kuno's questions. He would only respond with excuses and beat around the bush. As he did that, his consciousness suddenly sensed an expert at the top of the magnificent building gazing at him. The master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, had successfully molded a body of element. With the help of Great Demon King Manticole, he also managed to form a soul of element. This made his presence so incredibly large that even though there were a few thousand meters separating him and Hanchuo's consciousness could still clearly sense him. Hanchuo raised his head to look at Crozius inside the building before him. The arrogance which most demonic arts cultivators possessed suddenly erupted. For some reason, after entering the carnal realm, Hanchuo was extremely displeased when any living being looked at him with such a gaze. Even if the existence was mightier than he was. After sensing that belittling gaze coming from Crozius, Hanchuo no longer responded to Kuno's inquiries. Hanchuo abruptly activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens and shot into the sky. After a short moment, he had left Kuno much farther behind him, and was standing proudly at the top of the building, face to face with that man with the muscular body and deep eyes. "You are Hanchuo." Crozius looked at Hanchuo somewhat strangely, seemingly surprised at his impudent and brazen conduct. Crozius then continued, "Other than Lord Manticole himself, any expert who steps into my War Demon Valley, no matter their strength, is required to walk here all the way up, step by step. This is my rule, were you unaware? I don't give a damn about your rules. I don't like having people stare me down from high above. I won't allow that, not even if you are stronger than I am." Hanchuo said resolutely without the slightest sign of fear. Even though he would not be able to defeat Crozius in a battle, he had full confidence that he could at least escape unscathed, hence his cockiness. Crozius' stare was fixed on Hanchuo. His cold, detached, and arrogant gaze this time showed a trace of amusement. He nodded his head and revealed an awkward faint smile, and said, "Courageous. A fine youngster." Chapter 526, Visiting Advisor. GDK 526, Visiting Advisor. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As Crozius and Hanchuo conversed, Kuno, who was supposed to lead the way for Hanchuo, rushed in somewhat anxiously. All he could do was stare in awe when he saw that Hanchuo was standing face to face with Crozius in an unyielding manner. Soon after, Kuno looked at Crozius curiously, seeming to seek his opinion. All of a sudden, a dozen level 3 destroyers appeared out of nowhere. Walking on empty air, they circled Hanchuo. Amongst them, a pale old man stared at Hanchuo with ice-cold eyes, as though looking at a dead man. Once Hanchuo was completely surrounded, the old man turned and respectfully asked Crozius, "My lord, what punishment shall be handed to this unruly scum?" Crozius looked at Hanchuo with a pensive expression, and mumbled to himself. He then waved his hand and ordered, "You all are dismissed." The pale old man was stunned at Crozius' order. The old man's entire life in War Demon Valley, he had never before witnessed anyone trespass and leave the place without at least a few dismembered limbs. Now that Crozius had suddenly become so magnanimous, the old man could not quite react. "Yes, my lord," the old man replied with due respect, nodding his head. Even though his mind was clouding with questions, he did not question a word. The old man along with the group of guards returned to their concealment place and vanished out of sight. Crozius looked at Hanchuo deeply. It was only when the guards disappeared did his attention move on to Kuno, who was standing behind Hanchuo. With an amiable expression, he said, "Kuno, come on in." Kuno returned a smile. Perhaps it was because the two had been through tough times together, and so Crozius had great trust in Kuno, while Kuno was not as terrified of Crozius as an average person was. Afterwards, Kuno bowed and gestured towards Hanchuo, and said, "This way please." Hanchuo proceeded bluntly. Even though he understood that the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, possessed uncomparable strength, Hanchuo had confidence that he could escape from Crozius unscathed. Without hesitation, Han Shuo accepted Kuno's invitation and entered the incredibly spacious room unruffled. From the room, one was able to view the entirety of War Demon Valley. Although the room occupied an enormous amount of space, it wasn't well decorated. In it were only a few strange tables and chairs made of stone piled up. After Han Shuo and Kuno entered the room, Crozius pointed to the few empty stone chairs ahead, indicating to Han Shuo and Kuno to take a seat. When they all sat down, Crozius spoke, "Brakya is one of 6 Raksha of my War Demon Valley. In any other instance, I would not have gotten involved if you were to kill him in a battle. However, War Demon Valley is going through a crucial time and Brakya could be useful to have. That is why I sent Kuno to have you spare his life. I don't really hold a grudge against Brakya. It was nothing more than an issue with 2 women. I believe that after this lesson, he will know to act within his competence," Han Shuo said with calm smile. He conversed with Crozius as though chatting with an old friend. "I will see to it that he knows his place," Crozius said, but afterwards, he creased his brows and said with his head lowered, as though he was talking to himself, "In the beginning, I suspected you a spy sent by Venomfang Castle. However, your defiant behavior has dispelled that doubt. If you really were someone from the Venomfang Castle, you would not have met me in such a manner, and certainly would not be speaking to me as you are now." At this moment, Crozius raised his head. With his deep eyes firmly locked on Han Shuo, he asked, "If you didn't come from Venomfang Castle, then where are you from? What brings you to me in War Demon Valley?" Han Shuo revealed a faint smile. With his eyes on Crozius, he calmly said, "To be frank, I indeed came from the territory of Venomfang Castle, but not from Venomfang Castle. I ran into Sylph and Hemina by coincidence, and rescued the Shiro regiment in passing because I'm somewhat fond of them. The reason I came to War Demon Valley is for you. About Sylph and Hemina, you may take them if you wish. Consider it your reward for bringing the Shiro regiment out of the predicament it was in." Crozius flicked his wrist, as though Sylph and Hemina were just commodities of his. Then, in a somewhat puzzled expression, he asked, "So you came to War Demon Valley to look for me, what reasoning do you have behind that?" "I wanted to ask if you were aware of matters regarding the planar guardian of the Abyss Realm. I came through the space-time discontinuum tunnel from Venomfang Castle. The tunnel, however, has now completely crumbled. I'd like to return to my original plane through the planar guardian." Han Shuo said, knowing that there would be no point in hiding these facts from a godly expert like Crozius. Kuno, who had been listening to the conversation with a faint smile, made a sudden appalled expression. Staring at Han Shuo in disbelief, Kuno said with a trembling voice, "What? You came from that chaotic space-time tunnel? You don't originate from the abyss? How is that possible? You're joking, aren't you?" Crozius was indeed worthy of being called the master of War Demon Valley. Even after Han Shuo disclosed this earth-shattering revelation, his expression changed only slightly, still retaining his steady appearance. However, there were strange rays of light that were constantly flashing in his pair of deep eyes, which indicated that in his head, he wasn't as unperturbed as his appearance made him out to be. Han Shuo shook his head with a bitter smile, and helplessly said, "I really wish I was kidding, but this is not a joke at all. Besides, it would not even be funny to make light of such matters. I really have come to the Abyss Realm from another plane of existence. I couldn't find my way back because I had been backstabbed by someone. My purpose for this trip to War Demon Valley was to ask Lord Crozius if he had a certain piece of information about Planar Guardian. To the best of my knowledge, any plane that possesses highly intelligent races will have Planar Guardian present. I believe that an existence as mighty as Lord Crozius ought to be qualified to access matters of such significance." Unexpectedly, Crozius, who had seemed calm and composed all this time, pulled an embarrassed face before he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I have never before heard of such things as a Planar Guardian." Han Shuo was stunned. When he carefully observed Crozius' facial expression, he verified that Crozius indeed was unaware of the presence of Planar Guardian. This left Han Shuo bewildered. He couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. In a most disappointed tone, he said, "How could this be? Don't be discouraged. If it was as you said and every plane with intelligent races has planar guardians, then there definitely would be one in the Abyss realm." After a short pause, Crozius said with some reverence, "I'm unaware of matters relating to planar guardians, that might be because I'm not yet qualified. But if there are planar guardians present in the Abyss realm, then, Lord Manticole would definitely know about it." When Crozius said this, Han Shuo suddenly jolted, thinking Crozius' words actually did make sense. There were altogether 5 great demon kings in the Abyss realm, each with their own territories and cities. If there really was a planar guardian in the Abyss, it would be impossible for those abyssal demon kings to not know of their existence. But the problem was, these 5 great demon kings of the Abyss not only possessed true godly powers, but were actual gods in the Abyss realm. How would Han Shuo, a relatively unknown character in the Abyss realm, be qualified to meet any of the great demon kings? Given that even Crozius possessed the strength of gods, as the one who brought Crozius up to who he was, Manticole must have possessed unimaginable strength. Pit against Crozius, Han Shuo was still confident that he could escape unscathed. But if faced off against Demon King Manticole, even escaping might be an issue. Han Shuo believed that once his demonic attainments reached the next realm, he would possess even mightier strength. However, before he could achieve this breakthrough, he had to first avoid getting killed by the abyssal demon kings. Therefore, although he was pleasantly surprised at Crozius' words, he was also somewhat concerned. "You don't have to worry. You can stay in War Demon Valley, and act as a visiting advisor for the time being. Once the crisis of War Demon Valley is resolved, I will report the matter to Lord Manticole. I can't say for sure, but by then, Lord Manticole might assist you," Crozius suggested as he looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo bunched his brows. He knew this was a sound idea, but he also knew that Crozius would not be so altruistic to help him. Hence, Han Shuo did not rush in accepting the proposal, but asked, "What are your conditions?" "Like I've said, you will be a visiting advisor to my War Demon Valley. Although you are not personnel of War Demon Valley, you have an obligation to assist us when we encounter a against powerful enemy. Such as visiting advisor," Crozius explained. His eyes sparkled as though he was hiding some other ulterior motives. "If the situation ever turned bad, I could always let go and leave without the slightest fetters, instead of staying and fighting to my death," Han Shuo thought. Soon after, he smacked on a faint smile and said, "All right then, I will stay in War Demon Valley as a visiting advisor for now." "Good. Then you are one of us. Rest assured that once the matter is over, I will provide you with my assistance," Crozius pledged as he revealed yet another rather gauche smile. Looking at Crozius' current appearance, Han Shuo was certain that the beautiful young lady Han Shuo met earlier must have been born to a woman of a much different race from Crozius. There weren't many similarities between father and daughter. Chapter 527, Unraveling the Skeletal Staff's Secrets. GDK 527, Unraveling the Skeletal Staff's Secrets. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. A so-called visiting advisor was someone who was well fed during peaceful times, but during critical moments, would have to charge through enemy lines. In other words, they were high-level cannon fodders. Han Shuo was new to this world and didn't have a very thorough understanding of the situation in the Abyss realm. But Crozius made it clear to him what his role as a visiting advisor entailed. Thinking that he could pack up and leave War Demon Valley if anything were to go south, Han Shuo accepted Crozius' proposal right away, reaching an agreement with Crozius in feigned civility. Crozius was rather straightforward. When Han Shuo agreed to the proposal, he immediately ordered Kuno to arrange a residency for Han Shuo in addition to presenting him with a medal made of lead grey stone. On the back of the stone medal was carved a demon. It signified Han Shuo's identity as the visiting advisor of War Demon Valley. "The 3-story building at the center will be yours. You now have absolute freedom in War Demon Valley. If there's anything that you need, you may let us know at any time you wish. As long as it's not anything particularly inconveniencing to us, we shall assist you to the best of our ability, Kuno smiled said as he pointed at the building. The location of this manor was behind Crozius' magnificent building. The manor had about a dozen structures erected from it in a disordered but picturesque arrangement. All those who stayed in this place were high-level cannon fodder, hired by War Demon Valley. The three-story building allocated to Han Shuo was the tallest and most gorgeous of all those buildings. Thank you. Oh, and if it's not too troubling for you, please arrange to have Hemina and Sylph over, Han Shuo bluntly requested for his bounty from Kuno. In any case, Crozius had already agreed to have Hemina and Sylph given to Han Shuo. No problem. I will pass on those instructions. It won't take long before Hemina and Sylph arrive, Kuno said in a very friendly manner and revealed a faint knowing smile. Thanks a lot then. Oh, and, if the enemies from Venomfang Castle come over, please don't hesitate to ask where my help is needed. Since Han Shuo was getting paid, the least he could do was offer aid. All will play out according to Lord Crozius' wishes. You have just gotten to War Demon Valley and have yet to have had a good rest. I shall not disturb you any further. Kuno did not continue exchanging courteous speech, and politely announced his departure. This area contained not just one visiting advisor. When Han Shuo unraveled his consciousness and began surveilling the surrounding region, he discovered that no one here could possibly threaten him. He headed straight for his three-story house. Along the way, Han Shuo caught glimpses of a few silhouettes in buildings beside him, seemingly peeping at him. However, Han Shuo didn't mind them. The structures in the Abyss Realm were purely magnificent, albeit unrefined. The building Han Shuo resided in did not contain any fancy pieces of furniture, save for a few drab tables and chairs. The decoration was minimalistic and clean, which conformed to Han Shuo's aesthetic judgment. After putting up the Do Not Disturb sign outside of his door, Han Shuo closed all the doors and shut every window, then deployed a soundproof and early warning magical formation. Right after, he summoned Earth Elite Zombie to dig up a spacious secret chamber deep underground. Afterwards, Han Shuo withdrew his skeletal staff, ready to seriously dig into the secrets locked within it. Han Shuo knew that there were all kinds of bizarre messages within the skeletal staff. However, as the timing had never been right, and he did not have enough mental strength, Han Shuo had never spent much effort drilling into the secrets inside the skeletal staff. But now, he was trapped in the Abyss Realm with his way home forcibly severed, and the skeletal staff turned into a pillar of hope for Han Shuo. Holding the skeletal staff in his hand, Han Shuo narrowed his attention and gradually released his mental strength. He slowly wound them around the staff like fine thread. When his mental strength flowed into the skeletal staff, Han Shuo immediately noticed the tricolored skeletal staff giving off gentle halos of yellow, blue, and purple. He suddenly sensed three different types of strange energy coming from the skeletal staff. Even though Han Shuo could sense them, they felt extremely vague and faint. He hadn't a clue how to make use of the energy. The skeletal staff had three major functions, namely, doubling the power of necromancy spells, enabling one's soul to travel to the netherworld and back, and the rejuvenation of one's youth. Han Shuo had long understood the three strange energies in the tricolored skulls of the skeletal staff. The first wonderful special ability of the skeletal staff didn't require any additional incantations to be dispelled. One only needed to hold the skeletal staff when releasing necromancy spells, and the function would automatically be activated. Han Shuo had also long mastered the art of traversing his soul to the netherworld. As for the rejuvenation of youth, however, Han Shuo felt that he had only barely grasped it. The rejuvenation magic was only effective on a specific group of people, so Han Shuo had yet to properly test it. And now when Han Shuo slowly channeled his mental strength into the tricolored skeletal staff, he could clearly sense the presence of the three energies. However, he couldn't obtain any useful information from the energy, which was a huge source of frustration for Han Shuo. According to the words of Calamity Church and Lizard King Degassi, there were many secrets contained within the tricolored skeletal staff. These secrets even hid information about the Great War of thousands of years before that involved every mighty existence ever to exist on the profound continent, as well as some secrets about the presence of the Cemetery of Death. As the Calamity Church's wolf had explained, the very complex and intricate large-scale magical transportation array inside the Cemetery of Death seemed to be able to transmit to a different plane of existence. In light of this information, Han Shuo reckoned that the skeletal staff would contain certain information about planar teleportation. If he could learn about the secrets of interplanar transportation array from the skeletal staff, then he could forego meeting this Demon King Manticore. The tricolored skeletal staff flashed 3 gentle lights of yellow, blue, and purple. He could sense the 3 energies from the tricolored skulls, but was clueless about how to obtain the secret locked within the skeletal staff. There was no way to proceed. Han Shuo was dismayed. He knew that there were astonishing secrets concealed within the skeletal staff. Yet, as the master of the staff, he hadn't access to any of those secrets. This feeling bedeviled him to the core. Into his mind. Secrets are usually hidden in a person's brain. There were 3 skulls with 3 different colors on this skeletal staff. Could the secret have been lying within these tricolored skulls? When Han Shuo thought of this, his eyes opened wide. He turned his gaze to the skeletal staff and carefully examined it yet again. The tricolored skeletal staff was around 1.3 meters in length. Its entire body was constructed of a green, jade-like material. The 3 skulls were non-human, taking the colors yellow, blue, and purple. The yellow skull had 3 eye sockets in it, the blue skull had a single horn on it, while the purple skull had its roof plagued with little finger-sized holes. When Han Shuo examined more carefully, he discovered that the yellow skull with 3 eye sockets looked incredibly familiar. Besides being much smaller, the positions of the 3 eye sockets were practically synonymous to those of the trios that Han Shuo had seen in the territories of Venomfang Castle. Recalling the 3-eyed evil god Ansi Desi he saw under the slave trading house at Valen City, he discovered that, with the exception of being more massive and having horns on its head, the 3-eyed evil god Ansi Desi looked practically the same as the trios and the yellow skull on the skeletal staff. Han Shuo determined that the 3 must have originated from the same race. Shortly after, Han Shuo carefully put all his mental strength into the 3-eyed skull on the skeletal staff, especially the 3 eye sockets. Something wonderful occurred. Han Shuo's mental strength very clearly sensed that inside the 3 eye sockets of the 3-eyed skull, the energy contained was of the most intense. They even formed some sort of defensive energy similar to a barrier, preventing Han Shuo's mental strength from probing any further into the 3 eye sockets. This must be the point of my breakthrough. Han Shuo immediately thought and rejoiced. He concentrated his attention even more and his mental strength was no longer scattered but focused as he attacked the 3 bizarre defensive energies, attempting to unravel the secrets inside this 3-eyed skull. Pop! 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 Han Shuo's body jolted. He felt as though his mental strength had crashed into an unmovable mountain. The mental strength of a grand magus wasn't able to break apart 3 strange energies contained in 3 eye sockets. This gave Han Shuo quite a shock. He realized that the skeletal staff was indeed one of a kind. With a morbid expression, Han Shuo took a deep breath and completely withdrew all his mental strength. He meditated for a while to recover his mental strength. Although Han Shuo could use the power of his consciousness, he dared not do anything too rash to the skeletal staff. This was because the energy of the consciousness came from demonic arts, and Han Shuo was concerned that the skeletal staff might be in conflict with the energy of his consciousness and cause irreversible damages to it. Hence, Han Shuo had only been utilizing his mental strength all this time. After a while, Han Shuo had fully recovered his mental strength. This time, he did not set about by attacking all 3 energies at once. Instead, he only attacked at a single eye socket. Ping! A high-pitched noise struck. The defensive energy inside that eye socket had been finally defeated. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He immediately repeated the action to the other 2 eye sockets and had successfully removed all defensive energies. Soon after, Han Chuo learned of some extremely interesting information from the 3 eye sockets. Chapter 528, The Rankings Among Gods. GDK 528, The Rankings Among Gods. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. In the infinitely vast universe, there were innumerable planes of existence. There could have been as many existential planes as there were stars in the sky. Many of those planes were inhabited by advanced intelligent life forms. Profound Continent and the Abyss Realm were just a couple of those countless planes. An indeterminable time had passed since certain high-level creatures had learned to utilize the energy that was present between heaven and earth. By cultivating their bodies they gradually gained terrifying strength, powers that would allow them to transcend life and death, stand above the worldliness, and be called gods. They represented a small fraction of the population who could manipulate the elemental energy all around them, or perhaps mastered some profound natural laws. Through constant cultivation and evolution, they placed themselves far above the ordinary, gaining the admiration and adoration of everyone. One could become a god by mastering any kind of energy to the pinnacle, be it the energy of fear, hatred, desire, or any other. As long as one cultivated methods to put that energy to use to the extreme, they would gain miraculous powers, and become a so-called god. In the boundless universe, there were 2 types of fundamental energies that were omnipresent. Those energies had the most intense presence, and gods who mastered them were the most powerful. The first type consisted of 8 elemental energies: light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, and death. The second type consisted of 4 edictal forces: fate, space-time, destruction, and life. Elemental energies and edictal forces could be found at every corner of the universe. As these 2 types of energies were present in the majority of planes of existence, and were the most rudimentary components between heaven and earth, those who cultivated them had boundless potential, and were usually stronger than those who cultivated in other energies. Division of classes existed between the gods based on the magnitude of their strength. There were demigods, base gods, low gods, mid-gods, high gods, overgods, and creator. To be a demigod, one had to form at least one of the following: body of element, soul of element, edictal body, or edictal soul. Those who united both their bodies and souls with elemental energy or edictal forces would possess strength greater than demigods, and be called base gods. Crozius, Little Skeleton, the 6-horned soul race tribal king, the saintess of the Church of Light, they were all base gods. They were existences whose souls and bodies had completely merged with elemental energies. Base gods had the foundations of a god, but although they were considered actual gods by the average, in the eyes of higher-level gods, they had a long way to go. It was when they progressed one step further, possessing numerous followers, and were able to form the domain of divinity and possess divine powers, that they could be considered legitimate gods. To be worshipped, able to form the domain of divinity, and possess divine energy, those were the 3 key prerequisites to being a true god. Of the 3, divine energy was the key. When a base god cultivated and came to comprehend their domain of expertise to some kind of profound level, they would possess divine power. This was, of course, the most difficult step of all, as one would have no one else but themselves in figuring out how to form divine energy. One could only produce divine energy through their own realization and understanding of the manipulation of elemental energy and edictal forces. When a practitioner finally managed to produce divine energy, they would be even more adept in manipulating the energy they cultivated in. At that point, they would be able to establish a religion or some similar organization to recruit plenty of intelligent life forms to worship them. Upon acquiring believers to a certain quantity, the principles of the faith would transform into some kind of extraordinary energy that the worshipped existence could utilize. By fusing the power of faith and divine energy, the domain of divinity could be formed. Self-cultivation was the most time-consuming method and produced the lowest yield. Apart from that, there was absorption, which refers to the killing of another god cultivating in the same energy and the preceding absorption of homologous divine energy from their body. This method was not without major risks. If one was not careful, they could turn from the hunter to the hunted. Another method was to absorb the energy of some of the wonderful creations of nature. Perpetual and boundless luck was the first condition for this method, which had a far lower probability of success than killing another god and assimilating their divine energy. Accumulating faith to raise divine energy was plenty more troublesome, but it remained the favorite route for the majority of gods. As long as enough people believed in them, they could increase their divine energy through the millions of strands of the power of faith. Moreover, as the power of faith increased, the domain of divinity too would become more powerful. In a battle between gods, it was typically the strength of their domain of divinity that determined which side had the upper hand. For all these reasons, the power of faith was very useful. The Church of Light, the Calamity Church, the Druidic Order, the Shrine of Ice, even the Dark Elves and the Forest Trolls, each worshipped their own gods. These gods accrued divine energy from the faith of their believers. The reality was that different religions fought each other for believers for the purpose of substance gains. 8 types of elemental energies, and 4 edictal forces. Of all the big and small gods that cultivated in either one these altogether 12 energies, a majority of them chose to gain divine energy through cultivation and taking in believers. But that was certainly not the rule for all gods. There lived some who raised their divine energy by other means. For example, gods who cultivated in the element of death could obtain divine energy through the deaths of living beings. Gods who cultivated in the edict of destruction could gain divine energy by destroying life. Gods who cultivated in the edict of life could gain divine energy from material planes full of vitality. However, these methods would, more often than not, be in conflict with the interests of other gods. For example, the gods of death and destruction could gain divine energy from death and perish. On the flip side, however, the gods of life couldn't obtain energy from the life forces of the millions of living things in existence. It was precisely due to such collision of interests that conflict was an inevitable constant between the gods. Just as Wolf of the Calamity Church had said before, the cemetery of death did not in fact originate from the profound continent. The most important feature of the cemetery of death was the large-scale transportation array at its center, which had the capability of navigating across different planes. A mighty overgod cultivated in the energy of death allied with an overgod who cultivated in the energy of destruction. They worked together to spread death and destruction to every material plane, and therefrom gained even greater strength. Meanwhile, an overgod of life joined forces with other gods to stop them in all those planes. Thereupon, wars erupted on every major plane of existence, with profound continent being one of the affected planes. The cemetery of death was a gateway for the 2 mighty overgods to travel between various material planes. Its availability was not limited to the profound continent, it could also be found on some other material planes. Those cemeteries of death made it easier for their subordinates, lesser gods under their control, to bring death and destruction to other planes. When they first set foot on a new plane, they would establish a religious organization and coax organisms on the plane into worshipping them. All those beings who worshipped them were granted protection as they harvested an unending stream of the power of faith from them. However, if living beings on that plane were already worshipping other gods, they would rain death and destruction upon them, and gain energy from their deaths. The profound continent was just a small plane of existence. 5,000 years prior, a great war ravaged profound continent and it involved practically every mighty existence on it. The 2 overgods of destruction and death had only sent out a few lesser gods to participate for them. Although their forces were defeated in the end, they left behind a seed of evil on profound continent, the Calamity Church. Those gods of death and destruction withdrew from the profound continent but left a cemetery of death behind, so that they could return someday in the future. The skeletal staff had been left behind by a mid-god of death. That being was one of the main leaders of the Great War. He left behind some pieces of information in the skeletal staff and the cemetery of death, with the hope that it would assist experts cultivating in necromancy. In addition, the skeletal staff was the key to accessing the cemetery of death. He was convinced that, with it, believers on profound continent could grow stronger, which would allow them to obtain even more power of faith. However, the original master of the skeletal staff also left behind the God's brand in the cemetery of death and the skeletal staff. Therefore, once the new master got hold of the powers of the skeletal staff or the cemetery of death, the spell would be activated, causing its new master to eternally serve them. No wonder. That explains why my soul was affected by some sort of energy in the cemetery of death, Han Shuo thought inwardly. A colossal figure once appeared in his mind, pressuring Han Shuo to surrender his soul and be eternally faithful to it. However, it was stopped by Han Shuo's tremendous willpower and his mighty demonic arts, and therefore he did not get stamped by the brand and lose himself. After Han Shuo broke away from the barriers inside the three-eyed skull, he was so enlightened. Han Shuo's eyes were wide open. A world beyond his imagination was presented before him. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo realized just how magnificent and vast the universe truly was, and how many inconceivable and wonderful things were waiting for him to discover. For the first time, Han Shuo recognized the never-ending struggles between the gods and beings with strength beyond his own understanding. Han Shuo turned his sight to the other two skulls. He wondered if the information contained in them would be the secrets to setting up a magical transportation array same as the one in the cemetery of death. With such wishes on his mind, Han Shuo quieted down his heart again and tried to attack the boundaries in the two skulls with the same method. However, Han Shuo felt that his mental strength hadn't attained the level needed yet. He felt rather powerless towards the secrets within the skulls. Suddenly, a pure, melodious calling entered Han Shuo's ears through the magical formation he deployed earlier. "Mr. Han Shuo, is Mr. Han Shuo in there?" Han Shuo could make out the voice to be Lord Crozius' daughter. After weighing for a while, considering the fact that he couldn't unravel more secrets from the skeletal staff for the moment, Han Shuo stood up and headed outside. Chapter 529, Mystical Demonic Yuan. GDK 529, Mystical Demonic Yuan. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As Han Shuo emerged from his secret underground chamber, one thought circled in his mind like a fly. The 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces, none of them seemed to include demonic yuan. And if they did, what exactly was demonic yuan? Fundamentally, one cultivated in the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces by learning how to utilize the energy present around them. They would absorb and manipulate those energies to strengthen their body and soul. Whichever one of those 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces one chose, they had all been present in the world since the beginning of time. Those who cultivated in them gradually grew stronger and became gods by uniting themselves with these energies. The demonic arts in which Han Shuo cultivated, however, had all the conditions needed for it be generated from within the body. Although he could advance himself by absorbing certain rare energy forms, Han Shuo had never ever sensed the presence of demonic yuan in the world. This realization left Han Shuo dumbfounded. Those who cultivated in the elemental energies and edictal forces relied upon external energies, while Han Shuo's demonic arts was the opposite. Demonic arts was simply a process that unleashed the hidden potential within oneself through constant tempering and evolution. This seemed to be entirely different from those energies identified by the skeletal staff. From the information Han Shuo had just obtained, he also learned that within the boundless cosmos, there were some existences who became gods through other energies, for example, fear and desire. As long as one mastered how to absorb and manipulate those energies through constant cultivation, one could become a god as well. However, they too relied on external energies. The demonic arts and demonic yuan which Han Shuo practiced were all naturally formed inside within the body, even from the start. What was more shocking to Han Shuo was that, by means of some secret demonic arts techniques, the demonic yuan could be catalyzed to form energy that resembled elemental energy. For example, by releasing the demonic yuan with mystical glacial spell fire, a special technique which utilized the meridians and bones, purple-red demonic flames could be produced. The spell fire could produce extreme heat and extreme cold temperatures. In addition to that, Han Shuo could utilize the demonic yuan to heal injuries on his body, and even help others heal theirs. This feat could usually only be accomplished by gods cultivating in the Edict of Life. Other than that, some special attacks formed using demonic yuan could make skies go dark, just like when the gods of the element of darkness attacked. Even more helpful was that, although demonic yuan couldn't naturally be found between heaven and earth, Han Shuo could still absorb some other energies and assimilate them for his own use. For example, the energy of resentment, killing intent, and all kinds of negative energy, Han Shuo could absorb and convert them into demonic yuan, adding to his strength. This attribute was also distinct from the cultivation of elemental energies and edictal forces, as those cultivators could only absorb one of the 12 energies that they cultivated in. Even after becoming God, they could only absorb divine energy from other gods cultivating in the same energy, unable to absorb divine energy of gods cultivating in another type of energy. When Han Shuo carefully thought about it, he noticed that the demonic yuan which was naturally formed within his body could not only absorb and assimilate other sinister energies, but by utilizing the demonic yuan through various demonic techniques, he could even form energies similar to others. Just this fact alone was largely inconsistent with the 8 elemental energies and edictal forces that had Han Shuo learned of. After sifting once through the knowledge contained within the tricolored skeletal staff, Han Shuo discovered that there wasn't an understanding of demonic yuan within those memories, none whatsoever. This meant that the original master of the skeletal staff, a mid-god, was not aware of the existence of demonic yuan. He was bewildered. Han Shuo believed that the manner of dividing the gods by class as understood by that mid-god ought to have been the basis for all division of strength in this universe. From the fact that the demonic arts had entirely different divisions of strength and cultivation methods, Han Shuo arrived at a shocking conclusion: the earth where demonic arts cultivators inhabited likely wasn't part of this universe of numerous material planes. Only such an explanation would make sense. Otherwise, that mid-god wouldn't have been so oblivious to the existence of demonic yuan. As a demonic arts cultivator himself, Han Shuo knew just how mighty a demonic yuan cultivator could be. Just finding his way to the carnal realm, he was already as powerful as a so-called demigod. If such a group of mighty cultivators were actually present in this universe, they would definitely not be such an obscure and unknown group of people, and would be well known to the gods. To add to this, demonic yuan carried inherent and distinct differences in regards to the 8 elemental energies and edictal forces. From all this information, Han Shuo came to the conclusion that there was no way demonic arts cultivators belonged to this universe. Han Shuo let out a sigh and shook his head bitterly. He was speechless. However, given that he had cultivated in demonic arts this far, he clearly recognized just how mighty demonic arts could be. Therefore, his determination to focus in cultivating demonic arts never swayed. Han Shuo could even argue that demonic yuan was superior to the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces. This feeling came from the many years of his cultivation in demonic yuan. But Han Shuo just couldn't give specific reasons as to why. Mr. Han Shuo, are you there? There was a young girl with snow-white wings outside the door, her voice gentle and pleasant. I'm here. Han Shuo recomposed himself from a chaotic state of mind. He flashed a bright smile and removed the magical formations inside the house before slowly opening the door. The beautiful, young winged girl waited gracefully in the open space outside the door. A pair of intense, lively eyes sat on her delicate face. This young girl looked completely different from Crozius, but had inherited his deep eyes. Her eyes, along with her angelic looks and snow-white wings, made her so immensely beautiful that she did not even appear mortal. Upon seeing Han Shuo open the door, the beautiful young girl smiled and said, "Turns out Mr. Han Shuo is inside. My name is Jasper, and I'm very glad that Mr. Han Shuo agreed to be a visiting advisor for War Demon Valley. I came to consult Mr. Han Shuo regarding some martial skills." Jasper cultivated in wind elemental instead of the earth element like her father Crozius. From the presence leaving her body, Han Shuo could tell that she probably had the strength of a level 3 destroyer, and was even a little more powerful than Hemina and Sylph. In the Abyss realm, creatures were categorized by strength into abyssal troopers, destroyers, rakshas, and demons. Rakshas had the strengths of demigods. Those who formed the soul of element and became demons would be considered as base gods among the division of classes between the gods that Han Shuo had just come to know. As for what level the 5 abyssal demon kings were on, Han Shuo could not come to a conclusion without having seen them. Martial arts? Hehe, Miss Jasper, the martial arts I practice isn't exactly the same as yours. But still, I can give you some pointers. Han Shuo gazed at Jasper and said with a smile. What sort of pointers? Jasper asked as she fixed her gaze on Han Shuo. Whenever you cultivate, spend more time meditating and sensing the presence of the wind element with your mental strength using your soul. By doing this, when you form a body of element in the future, you might not even need Demon King Manticle's guidance to form a soul of element. Cultivation with mental strength was a basic skill that every mage on Profound Continent knew. However, those in the Abyss realm probably did not know how to cultivate with their mental strength as they had set out upon cultivation with solely their physical bodies. Han Shuo told her this because he wanted to conduct an experiment on Jasper. As expected, upon hearing what Han Shuo had said, Jasper stared at Han Shuo in confusion. She said, still phased, mental strength? Meditation? I don't understand. You know what? Why don't you come in first, and I'll explain it to you. Han Shuo stepped aside for Jasper to enter. Once Jasper was in and rather confused, Han Shuo commanded her to sit with her legs crossed. He then started explaining to Jasper, when it comes to the training of elemental energies between heaven and earth, you all have only mastered using them through your physical bodies. In fact, you can also utilize them with your soul. Han Shuo imbued Jasper with some of the general knowledge about magic from Profound Continent once through, but Jasper still wore a puzzled expression as she listened. So, Han Shuo began chanting a necromancy spell, forming a few bone spears in the space in front of Jasper, and said, by sensing the elemental energy with your mental strength, the soul can unleash another type of attack with the elements, just like this. The moment he finished speaking, whoosh, 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 the bone spears flew outside. A miracle! Jasper's eyes widened in awe. She continued impatiently, how did you do that? You must empty your mind, let your soul come down and slowly sense the elemental energy. Oh, and your body's assimilation of the wind element could help guide your soul's sense. Let me teach you how you should meditate. Han Shuo ordered Jasper to sit down, and started teaching Jasper according to the meditation method most commonly used by the mages in Profound Continent. Helping Jasper with all his heart, Han Shuo also had other intentions. He wanted to confirm his speculation of what lay ahead at the last level of the Cemetery of Death through Jasper, and figure out if the so-called secret to becoming a god was just the assemblage of cultivation fortes from 2 planes to form both the soul and body of element. Besides, when Han Shuo asked Jasper to absorb and manipulate the wind elemental energy with her body, his consciousness was peeping into Jasper's body, observing how the wind element circulating through her body. He was trying to figure out the secret to how abyssal beings formed bodies of element. As long as Han Shuo figured out the secret to how beings from the Abyss realm could cultivate their bodies to form bodies of element, that would tantamount to Han Shuo having mastered the secret to becoming God. If so, once Han Shuo returned to Profound Continent, he would be able to help some of the mages at his side advance to God status. Chapter 530, Carnal Indulgence. GDK 530, Carnal Indulgence. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The people of the Abyss realm had rather different body structures from the people of Profound Continent. Their bones were denser, and their meridians were firm and tenacious. Paired with their tough bodies, it was no surprise that they could absorb and fuse raw elemental energy into their bodies. Han Shuo stood behind Jasper and unfolded his consciousness. He then extended his left hand and gently placed it on Jasper's pale left shoulder. Like cobwebs, a few wisps of demonic yuan entered Jasper's body. Led by Han Chuo's consciousness, they slowly made a full circulation through Jasper's body. He immediately spotted some of the differences between Jasper's body and his own people's. While doing so, Han Chuo carefully observed the way Jasper's body gathered and made use of the wind element. He witnessed cyclones growing in her body. The wind element around them was drawn into the cyclones, revolving in a mysterious pattern. After passing through the cyclones, the wind element was deposited bit by bit into the meridians and bones. This was similar to Elizabeth's unique body in its ability to absorb a certain divine energy. Han Chuo was amazed just thinking about Elizabeth. Back on Profound Continent, Elizabeth's unique body of divine favor could absorb divine energy from followers of the two major religions, the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice. This ability contradicted all common sense as Han Chuo knew it. Based on the information left behind in the skeletal staff by the mid-god, Han Chuo learned that gods could not assimilate energy from other gods cultivating indifferent energy. Yet, Elizabeth was obviously an exception. The cyclones in Elizabeth's body were rather similar to Jasper's, but she could absorb both the divine energies that the gods of light and ice bestowed upon their believers. This was very strange indeed. Han Chuo thought about it for a moment before coming to a speedy enlightenment. He reckoned that the divine energy that Elizabeth could absorb from the followers of the Shrine of Ice and the Church of Light wasn't actually divine. Divine energy was core and essential to all gods. They gained it through their own cultivation and the power of faith that came from their believers. Hence, it did not make sense at all to grant their followers their hard-earned divine energy. Having thought of it this way, Han Chuo felt that even though Elizabeth's body was peculiar, it was not peculiar to the point of speechlessness. He then continued to carefully observe the cyclones in Jasper's body and quietly wondered how those cyclones were formed. Han Chuo, are you in there, Han Chuo? Han Chuo was jolted out of his contemplation by the cries outside. Han Chuo could tell that it was the two young girls, Hemina and Sylph. Withdrawing his left hand from Jasper's shoulder, Han Chuo raised his head and answered, "I'm here." He then said to Jasper, like a marble carving immersed in meditation, "Mental strength cannot be gained overnight. You can try to meditate according to the method I taught you. After some time, when your soul's ability to sense the wind element strengthens, you will naturally be able to sense the presence of that mental strength." "Thank you so much, Mr. Han Chuo." Jasper smiled sweetly, stood up from her crossed-legged position and said, "After meditating like this for only a little while, it seems that my soul is already closer to the wind element. Your training method is miraculous. I've not heard of such methods before this. Mr. Han Chuo is truly a magical person." Upon hearing this from Jasper, Han Chuo could not help but carefully tap into Jasper's soul with his consciousness. He noticed that her soul had become lighter and more fluid. He could not help but feel shocked, and thought to himself, the people of the Abyss Realm have an outstanding ability to sense elemental energy. With proper guidance, their soul's affinity to elemental energy could grow exponentially. At this rate, it won't take long before Jasper senses the presence of mental strength through meditation. Miss Jasper, why are you here?" Hemina asked in an awkward tone, clearly surprised as she walked in to find Jasper standing in front of the door and talking to Han Chuo. "I was consulting Mr. Han Chuo about a few things regarding martial arts," Jasper answered flatly. She shot a glance at Hemina and Sylph, who also entered with a peculiar expression in her deep eyes, before she thoughtfully said, "In Abyss Realm, the strong command respect. Men, if capable enough, can get any kind of women they want. To be following Mr. Han Chuo, both of you are very fortunate indeed." Hemina and Sylph knew not what to make of this, seemingly wanting to reply. But after stammering for a while, they did not utter a word but stared blankly at Jasper. "All right, Mr. Han Chuo. I shall not bother you any longer. When I can sense the presence of mental strength, I will return with more questions." Both Hemina and Sylph are well known in War Demon Valley for their beauty. Enjoy them well. Jasper teasingly winked at Han Chuo and left with a faint smile before he could even reply. Han Chuo was rather startled. He never expected that Jasper, a beauty of such elegance, would teasingly use the word enjoy in that context. It appeared that the Abyss realm was indeed very different from Profound Continent. Society here was obviously much less sensitive to some matters which would be awkward and embarrassing back on Profound Continent. Han Chuo, she has taken a fancy to you, Sylph, the purple-eyed lady said sourly after Jasper had long vanished out of sight, but Han Chuo's startled expression still stuck on his face. You're kidding, right? That can't be. She only came over to ask questions about martial arts. It's not what you imagined. Han Chuo laughed involuntarily and shook his head, disagreeing with Sylph's conjecture. After a short pause, he continued, have Kuno told you both everything? Yep, from today onwards, we no longer need to fight for the post of Sergeant Major. Lord Kuno has just told us that the two of us belong to you. I heard that it was an order directly issued by Lord Crozius himself. Han Chuo, I see you have friends in high places. Hemina said smilingly at Han Chuo, not in the least offended by Crozius giving them away to Han Chuo like commodities. Somehow, they were even secretly delighted. This left Han Chuo rather confused. Han Chuo, Jasper must have fallen for you. Each and every one of the 6 Rakshas of War Demon Valley is several times older than her, and a few have even taught Jasper martial arts since her childhood. Therefore, she definitely wouldn't adore any of the 6 Rakshas. But you are different. You are not just extremely miraculous, but sufficiently powerful. In addition to that distinct but indescribable trait, it would be a matter of course that she would fall in love with you at first sight. Sylph was still thinking about Jasper, and stubbornly explained. There's no room to doubt that. We adore and revere the strong. Jasper's assistance during your battle with Brakya indicated that she has feelings for you. Then, right after she learned that you are staying in War Demon Valley, she immediately came to consult you about martial arts. This has amply indicated her feelings for you, Hemina opined after hearing Sylph's. After listening to the two ladies and recalling some unusual events he encountered in the Abyss realm, Han Chuo became of the same mind with the two. When he thought of Jasper's fair and tender skin, her beautiful white wings, and those deep, moving eyes, Han Chuo's heart was stirred. Han Chuo suddenly put on a mischievous smile and stared at Sylph and Hemina. He said, since Crozius has offered the two of you to me as gifts, does that mean I can do with you whatever I please? Hemina and Sylph exchanged a glance, and replied immoderately, of course. Han Chuo chuckled. He opened his arms and simultaneously lifted Hemina and Sylph at their waists. As they let out their sweet gentle cries, in no time, they landed on the wide bed inside the room along with Han Chuo. Their limpid green and purple eyes revealed their amorous passion, with a submissive appearance as though to call their man to gorge them to his heart's content. The two alien females didn't have quite the same body structures as the average person. There were naturally formed armors and even spikes joining to their skins around parts of their breasts, abdomen, shoulders, and knees. However, when paired with the bare regions of healthy, wheat-colored skin, they gave off a sense of wild seductive beauty. After throwing the ladies onto the bed, Han Chuo did not rush to consume them. Instead, he stroked on the spikes around their elbows and shoulders as he clicked his tongue in wonder, gorgeous. Oh, and that naturally formed armor on your chest, the pattern is beautiful. It appeared that those spikes and armor were sensitive areas for ladies of their race. As Han Chuo admired them using his two unbridled hands, slowly moving around these places, the two coquettish ladies both began to pant, red spreading across their cheeks as though they were on fire. As the two ladies gasped, they slowly withdrew the spikes on their shoulders, elbows, and knees back into their bodies. Those beautiful armors that covered the most important areas of their breast and abdomen also slowly turned into the same color as their skin under Han Chuo's watchful eyes. They gradually lost their firm, defensive power, causing their tender, upright twin peaks to collapse on themselves. Even their hairy axe wounds were completely exposed. No, I prefer you with the spikes. In my eyes, you two were much more alluring and sexier that way, Han Shuo said smilingly as he caressed the sensitive areas of the two alien ladies with a secret demonic art technique. The two ladies knew exactly what Han Shuo meant. Those spikes they had retracted fiercely extended once more. Even at the site around their breasts and abdomen, beautiful armors were yet again formed. However, the armor formed this time was rather different. Resembling flower blossoms, the most important part at the center stuck out like a pistol. Haha, what a magical picture of beauties! Han Shuo was greatly pleased. His hands caressed the ladies even more unbridledly. The two seemed to have no idea that Han Shuo was using his secret demonic arousal technique on them. After receiving gentle rubs from Han Shuo, their lustful desires broke out like water from a broken dam. They panted heavily, eyes watery, while their bewitching bodies began to twist and fling about like a snake. Mr. Han Shuo, is Mr. Han Shuo in there? For the third time, another person knocked on Han Shuo's door. During the most critical moment, Han Shuo heard a yell from the person he had just defeated. He was shocked. Upon unfolding his consciousness, Han Shuo discovered that Breakia had come alone and was wearing a respectful and solemn expression. He did not appear to have come for revenge. Hemina and Sylph were not deaf to Breakia's voice outside either. A trace of uneasiness flashed in their eyes. They seemed to be weighing if they should sit up on the bed. Breakia had coveted for the two for a long time. He had left fears deep in their hearts, fears which would be hard to completely eliminate in a short period of time. Breakia had long announced to the whole world that their bodies would be his to have. As Breakia was one of the 6 Raksha of War Demon Valley, even the master of the valley himself, Crozius, had accepted those words tacitly. Had it not been for Han Shuo's sudden appearance, the two ladies would have no other choice. Now that Han Shuo had prevailed over Breakia, they finally could be considered as having escaped from Breakia's clutches. However, Breakia was right outside. Although they were aroused and teased by Han Shuo to an almost unrestrainable level, those deeply rooted fears in their hearts still had some effect. This was unacceptable to Han Shuo. As he listened to Breakia's yelling and looked at the two beautiful young women who originally belonged to Breakia, Han Shuo felt an additional intense desire to possess the two. The intensity of the desire was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. Instead of letting go of their chests, he pressed even more firmly, yet gently, leaving the two unable to move a muscle. Yes, I'm here. But please wait for a moment, Mr. Breakia. I will be ready shortly, Han Shuo replied by yelling loud from where he was. Then, as the ladies looked at Han Shuo with gazes begging for forgiveness, Han Shuo pounced on Hemina. Han Shuo's hard object fiercely entered Hemina's wonderful realm covered with sparkling water droplets. Oh! Hemina couldn't help but let out a loud moan which sounded as though she was sobbing. Under the constant stimulation of Han Shuo's secret demonic technique, Hemina was unable to hold back her amorous feelings. When that hollow zone of hers was completely filled in, she felt an intense pleasure that there was no way of keeping down. Outside the building, Breakia, a level 2 Raksha, was sitting on his huge demon-faced spider. The respectful face he had arrived in turned into great disgust. Hearing the beautiful Hemina moan in ecstasy, it was no mystery to Breakia what was going on inside. He was obviously in a sullen mood. Those beautiful, soul-hooking bodies were supposed to be his to enjoy. However, at this moment, he wasn't the one riding them, but the one listening from the outside, imagining how pleasured the man enjoying them must be. But without adequate strength, any amount of fury and wrath he had would be in vain, especially when his lord Crozius had personally given him the order. He had no choice but to come over and apologize to this mighty existence. The rounds and rounds of beautiful melodies reverberated in Breakia's ears, leaving him with an ashen face. It simply was much more suffering than killing him then and there. However, to be a grade 2 Raksha, Breakia's mind was also outstandingly steady. He firmly repressed the thought of recklessly charging in at the cost of his own life. He strenuously endured listening to those sounds that made him furious to the point of spitting blood. Hold back, I must hold back. There will come a chance to seek revenge. There will. Brakya's body was shivering as he constantly hypnotized himself so. Inside the house, while observing Brakya using his consciousness, Han Chuo energetically conquered the wonderful body below him. This gave him an incomparable sense of delight. The young alien lady under his crotch went beyond his expectations. It was as though hundreds of thousands of soft grasses winded around his sturdy object. It gave Han Chuo a rapture that he had never experienced before. Alien ladies are indeed distinctive. This trip to the Abyss Realm has not been in vain. Han Chuo delightedly thought to himself once again. The sense of delight not only came from under his crotch, but also from the heart. When Han Chuo thought of Brakya standing right outside, the man who should have been the one possessing Hemina and Sylph, with no choice but to look on helplessly as he enjoyed the two, he was overjoyed that he almost laughed out loud. What made Han Chuo even more excited was that as he vigorously conquered Hemina, he could sense his realm state reaching a fantastical heightened state. Without Han Chuo actively trying to manipulate, the demonic yuan automatically and rhythmically circulated from the demonic infant and flowed in the body in the trajectory of demonic arts cultivation. While Han Chuo felt the pleasure of 1,000 daydreams, he also more deeply recognized the breakthrough point of carnal realm. As long as he did as he pleased, not only would the realm state rapidly progress, but his demonic yuan would grow deeper and denser. After an eternity, Hemina fainted over from under his body. Han Chuo got up and pulled Sylph over, continuing his expedition with Sylph. Wait for a moment. We'll be there shortly. How long has it been? This goddamn alien, he's humiliating me on purpose. Damn it, damn it. I might as well fight him to death. Outside the house, Brakya was gnashing his teeth. In his heart, his curses had touched upon 18 generations of Han Chuo's ancestors and greeted his family in different ways. Chapter 531, Nether Valley. GDK 531, Nether Valley. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Brakya had no idea how much time he had sat waiting, but, eventually, the whole ordeal was over. Han Chuo casually put on a black-green warrior gown. Wearing a satisfied and contented smile on his face, Han Chuo carried his loose pants and walked out of the house. Although Brakya was furious to the point of almost spitting blood when he saw the carefree smile on Han Chuo's face, he had no choice but to put on an apologetic one. As much as he tried, his smile appeared unsightly and awkward. Mr. Han Chuo, it was my blunder that last time. I specially came here to apologize to you. Please forgive my reckless behavior. Han Chuo stretched himself in comfort. As he looked at Brakya with his squinted eyes, he had secretly prepared himself to handle any surprise attack from Brakya. When the first thing that came out from Brakya's mouth was an apology, his expression flipped. Soon after, Han Chuo's eyes suddenly glimmered as he stared blankly at Brakya. Brakya was obviously growing uncomfortable before that strange gaze of Han Chuo's. He bowed his head even lower as he was afraid of looking directly into Han Chuo's gaze. In an even softer voice, "Please forgive me for my mistakes, Mr. Han Chuo." Han Chuo simply replied with a nasal consonant before turning around and walked back into his residence. Brakya furrowed his brows, and suddenly raised his head to look at Han Chuo's back. He softly cried, "Mr. Han Chuo, you have forgiven me." "Forgiven, all is forgiven. Just leave. As long as you don't offend me, I have better things to do than to mess with you." With just one glance, Han Chuo could tell that Brakya wasn't sincere in his apology. Yet, he had no interest in feigning civility with Brakya. Han Chuo then coldly added, "Anyhow, if you plan to make reprisals, you might want to make the poll a careful and meticulous one. Otherwise, if I'm not dead, you won't be seeing any mercy from this face, not even Crozius. I think you know what I mean." Brakya's pupils suddenly constricted, and gazed at Han Chuo's back ferociously. He seemed to have the desire to pounce on him, but was obviously hesitating. While Breakia couldn't make up his mind whether or not to attack, Han Shuo had walked back into his residence. He took a deep breath as though forcibly swallowing down his grudges, before revealing a faint smile, saying, "Mr. Han Shuo is now a visiting advisor to my War Demon Valley. We are all on the same ship. It was just 2 women. I'm not one who couldn't put up with such an insignificant thing. It better be so." Han Shuo replied coldly. Although Han Shuo looked indifferent on the surface, in his heart, he placed quite some significance on Breakia. For a person to have silently endured until this stage, even if his strength wasn't enough to match Han Shuo's, his attacks were still incredibly fierce and not to be belittled. "Oh right, other than to apologize, I'm here to inform you that there will be a meeting in 2 days at the War Demon Grand Hall, to discuss how to deal with Demon Fang Castle. Lord Crozius wishes that you will be there on time," Breakia shouted as he gazed at Han Shuo's back. "Got it," Han Shuo replied indifferently. With a hunched back, Breakia appeared very humble in his manner. With his head bowed, he said, "Then, I shall stop bothering Mr. Han Shuo in your pleasurable affair." Breakia had taken the opportunity to steal a quick glance inside. His sharp eyes swept over the beautiful bodies of Hemina and Sylph laying tiredly and disorderly on Han Shuo's bed. He was so afraid that Han Shuo would see the killing intent in his eyes which he couldn't completely conceal that he didn't dare raise his head to look at Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo's consciousness had cultivated to this realm, so even without actively probing Breakia with it, Han Shuo could still clearly sense the extreme hatred that came from Breakia. That futile concealment of his only left Han Shuo with second-hand embarrassment and a bad taste in mouth. What a pitiful fella! I reckon he must be fuming with rage right now. Hehe, consider yourself unlucky for trying to snatch away my women. Han Shuo talked to himself after looking at the 2 beautiful sirens on his bed and then at Breakia whose shoulders had been twitching as he left. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but was certainly audible to Breakia given his strength. Breakia suddenly stumbled, and he shivered for a bit before regaining his footing. With his back turned to Han Shuo, Breakia seemed to be hesitating on whether he should go ahead and charge at Han Shuo with his life. But in the end, Breakia managed to restrain himself, and pathetically disappeared out of Han Shuo's callous gaze. "He's actually quite an extraordinary character, but what a pity," Han Shuo mumbled. Then with one thought, he activated a demonic art. Slam! The door was shut tight. Looking at the 2 beautiful young ladies laying disorderly on his bed, Han Shuo's mouth curved to make a contented smile. After he slightly fixed out the house, Han Shuo again returned to that secret underground chamber excavated by Earth Elite Zombie. Withdrawing the skeletal staff, following his connection with Little Skeleton, Han Shuo's soul descended upon the netherworld. He came to a valley made up of heaps of corpses. The aura of death was intense in this area. It was as though the entire region was wrapped up with the pure element of death. The ash-grey aura of death lingered around the air. There were countless mighty undead creatures located in such a bizarre place. Evil knights, mummy lords, old fey demons, bone devils. These high-level undead creatures could be found everywhere in this great valley. They placed about like devoted guards, prudently and carefully defending the Great Canyon. A few mighty presences were coming off from the depths of the canyon. They seemed likely to be undead creatures even mightier than old fey demons and bone devils. For numerous high-level undead creatures to all gather there, something unusual must have been happening. From the Abyss Realm, Han Shuo had sensed the intense mental fluctuation of Little Skeletons. Therefore, after Breakia had left, Han Shuo conveniently descended upon the netherworld and landed at this strange place following the location of Little Skeleton's soul. Han Shuo stood atop a bald mountain. All around him were densely packed undead creatures, among which was Little Skeleton, mounted on a bone dragon proudly hovering in mid-air. He had the demeanor of an overlord, overlooking the world. Underneath him, the 5 elite zombies were all present. There was also another bone dragon, 1 king zombie, and 3 evil knights that had been reformed by Han Shuo using demonic arts. After absorbing the tremendous energy from the ice goddess statue inside the frozen mountain of the Shrine of Ice, Water Elite Zombie had a face with faint wrinkles and a pair of eyes which seemed to contain water ripples. He also had a water blue, ripple-patterned armor that covered most parts of his body. He gave off a soft and unearthly quality, incoherent with the lifeless atmosphere of the netherworld. After the lanky Wood Elite Zombie obtained the Virile Leaf, he made breakthroughs after breakthroughs in his evolutionary pathway. There was an exuberant vitality that naturally emanated from his body. Surprisingly, the exuberant aura perfectly blended with that aura of death coming off from Wood Elite Zombie. Han Shuo was in awe of the miracle that was the Penta-Elemental Elite Zombies. "Father, why have you come?" Little Skeleton, floating high in mid-air, suddenly asked as Han Shuo gazed at Wood and Water Elite Zombie. After a short pause, before Han Shuo could answer, Little Skeleton continued, "Father, who is it that harmed you the last time? I want to eternally imprison his soul here, and have him suffer never-ending torment. Don't worry, there will be a chance for that. When I return, we will fight shoulder to shoulder," Han Shuo replied. His gaze soon turned to the Great Canyon ahead filled with high-level undeads, and asked, "I sensed intense fluctuation from your soul, and so I came over to see what's the matter. You have gone all out this time. Up to something big?" "Yes, Father. That is Nether Valley up ahead. I sensed the presence of an extremely mighty creature within the valley. This creature is more powerful than the Bone Dragons and the King Zombie. He severely threatened the path of my territory expansion. Therefore, I came here to eliminate him and take over that Nether Valley. I want to see why that place has nurtured so many high-level undead creatures," Little Skeleton explained. Han Shuo's eyes widened to the Great Canyon. From the sensation he first felt, Han Shuo already understood that the Great Canyon was rather unusual compared to most places in the netherworld. This place called Nether Valley had much more intense element of death compared to other places. Furthermore, the few mighty presences hiding inside caught Han Shuo's interest. After absorbing the origin crystal of death, Little Skeleton's strength had been advancing at rates at which even Han Shuo felt astonished. After forming both the body of element and soul of element, based on the classes between the gods that Han Shuo had recently learned, he understood that Little Skeleton could already be considered a base god of death. In this realm, Little Skeleton was, with no doubt, an extremely mighty existence. He really did not expect Little Skeleton to so quickly find another existence of the same grade in the netherworld. After having stayed in the Abyss realm for some time, Han Shuo came to understand the cultivation method of that world. He also knew that in the netherworld, Little Skeleton had been cultivating with the element of death through his skeleton, and his cultivation pathway was basically equivalent to that of abyssal creatures. However, as his soul had obtained a portion of Han Shuo's memories, in addition to having many fortuitous encounters, and the boost from an origin crystal, Little Skeleton had quickly formed a soul of element. As he had been using the element of death to forge his bones, he came to form a body of element soon after. It suddenly came to Han Shuo's mind that Little Skeleton ought to be extremely familiar with attacking using bones. With his soul now a soul of element after absorbing that origin crystal of death, if he could proficiently deploy necromancy magic, then he would certainly be even mightier. Although Little Skeleton had previously obtained some of Han Shuo's memories, at that point in time, Han Shuo had little to no understanding of necromancy. Thus, the Little Skeleton now had no idea how to use high-level necromancy magic. Suddenly, as Han Shuo looked at Little Skeleton, he had the idea of transferring his memories pertaining to necromancy to Little Skeleton. Chapter 532, Memory Transfer. GDK 532, Memory Transfer. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. There existed a unique connection between Han Shuo and Little Skeleton, which started the moment Little Skeleton was refined using Han Shuo's blood essence together with the cocktails of some unknown junk materials. Afterward, through the seal of darkness Han Shuo left behind an eternal brand on Little Skeleton's soul. But in that process, a portion of his memories were somehow also transferred to Little Skeleton. With those refinements and the backing of some demonic arts, Little Skeleton had advanced his strength at a rate at which even Han Shuo would be flabbergasted. And now, having formed the body and soul of element, Little Skeleton was within the base god realm. With more knowledge about the element of death and the essence of necromancy, Han Shuo believed that the Little Skeleton would be able to make even greater breakthroughs, and become a true god. Let me transfer you some memories. It might help you better understand the element of death, and subsequently improve your strength, Han Shuo transmitted as he looked at Little Skeleton. Little Skeleton, riding on a bone dragon, appeared rather startled at Han Shuo's words. The purple demon eye radiated glimmering lights. He looked at Han Shuo and asked, "What memories, father?" "Some skills pertaining to manipulating the element of death using the soul. Given your body's affinity with the element of death, once you comprehend how to use the element in this respect, your strength is bound to improve," Han Shuo explained. Little Skeleton was fully deserving of being called the master of the crowd of undead creatures. In their presence, Little Skeleton possessed absolute dignity. But before Han Shuo, Little Skeleton would always be submissive, never acting in contrary to his command. After listening to Han Shuo's words, Little Skeleton kept his docile silence and leapt down from the bone dragon. Standing before Han Shuo, he asked, "How do we go about it, father?" Whilst in the carnal realm, Han Shuo's consciousness possessed all kinds of wonderful abilities. And given his connection with Little Skeleton, to transfer some of his own memories of necromancy magic to Little Skeleton using the consciousness would be especially simple. Moreover, Little Skeleton had united his soul with the element of death. Han Shuo had full certainty of his ability to successfully complete the process. "Is this place safe for the moment?" Han Shuo did not immediately set about the task, but gazed at the nether valley some distance away filled with high-level undead creatures roaming everywhere. In this nether world, as a base god of death, Little Skeleton had a much deeper understanding of this world compared to Han Shuo. Therefore he asked for Little Skeleton's opinion before setting about the task. Little Skeleton swept his purple demon eyes over the distant nether valley and glanced at the 5 elite zombies beside him before he replied, "Father, they have succeeded in practicing the formation. With the 5 of them here, I believe it will be very safe." Han Shuo was overjoyed and asked, "Very good. The penta-elemental undead formation is finally ready. And the 5 classes of energies can finally fuse together. How powerful is it?" All the 5 elite zombies could sense Han Shuo's glee. They felt just as well. The 5 little critters now each possessed high intelligence, and even talked over each other in taking credit for the achievement, bragging to Han Shuo about how much effort they had dedicated to it and how remarkable their accomplishment. This left Han Shuo between laughter and tears. "Rest assured, father. The formation is very powerful. Even I wouldn't be able to escape from the 5 of them," Little Skeleton replied. As Little Skeleton continued to explain, Han Shuo grew even happier. His understanding of the might of the penta-elemental undead formation from Chu Kinglan's memories was limited. As for whether or not the formation would bring him the help he needed, Han Shuo did not have too much certainty. And now, Little Skeleton, a being of base god strength, said himself that not even he could escape from the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Shuo was immediately reassured that the formation was not to be taken lightly. More importantly, the might released by the formation wasn't a constant value. As long as the 5 elite zombies continued to evolve, the power of the penta-elemental undead formation would grow and strengthen in the same magnitude. Given Han Shuo's understanding of the 5 elite zombies, he believed that sooner or later, an enormous, pleasant surprise was destined to come his way. "All right then, let's begin right away." Han Shuo stood firmly before Little Skeleton, extended his hand and gently put it on Little Skeleton's sparkling, jade-like white skull. His consciousness unfolded. Black lightning flashed across his pupils as he narrowed his vision on Little Skeleton. The consciousness had drawn out memories pertaining to necromancy. Those memories assumed the state of speckles of starlight. Guided by the consciousness, they slowly moved into Little Skeleton's soul through that big hand of Han Chuo's gently placed on Little Skeleton's skull. This demonic technique of using consciousness to transfer memories required an extraordinarily high degree of skill and flair. It also required the practitioner to have proficient mastery and familiarity with the soul. Although the one on the receiving end did not require great skill and understanding, their soul needed to be extremely mighty. A fragile or weak soul wouldn't be able to withstand the invasion of the consciousness energy, and before the memories could enter, the soul would disintegrate and scatter in an instant, with absolutely no chance of recovering. It was precisely because memory transfer was such a dangerous process that Han Chuo was so cautious. At first, his consciousness only carried the most minute and simple of memories, and was very gradual in transferring them into Little Skeleton's soul, lest Little Skeleton couldn't withstand it and an irreversible tragedy occurred. The fact proved that the soul of element formed by Little Skeleton after absorbing the origin crystal of death was much stronger than Han Chuo had expected. Knowledge about the basics of necromancy, without the slightest impediment, entered Little Skeleton's soul, and it was quickly absorbed and digested by Little Skeleton in a manner mysterious to Han Chuo. Han Chuo was neither sad nor delighted. He was fully engaged in the task. The pair of eyes on his face beamed brilliant rays like black bolts of lightning. Using the most exquisite ability of his consciousness, he transferred his memories bit by bit to Little Skeleton through his right hand. Although memory transfer was a very dangerous procedure, it did not wear down much of Han Chuo's demonic yuan. The primary requirement for the procedure was that the executor had a refined realization and profound understanding of the soul. In this situation, the necromancy magic that Han Chuo had cultivated for many years, a field which required expertise study and deep comprehension of the soul, gave him a clear advantage. Necromancy studies had a very high requirement for the cultivator in their knowledge of the soul. Thanks to his extensive knowledge and attainments on this subject, Han Chuo managed not to run into the slightest trouble on his very first attempt, and the memory transfer was carried out with extraordinary precision. In this region densely covered with high-level undead creatures, Han Chuo was performing a most exquisite and abstruse demonic arts maneuver on Little Skeleton with his consciousness. If it all went as planned, it wouldn't take too long before Han Chuo could export his many years of knowledge about necromancy into Little Skeleton's soul. Then, Little Skeleton would come to gain a profound understanding of necromancy in the shortest time possible. However, as Murphy's Law has it, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Midway, two waves of ferocious dangers arrived from their front and back. A kind of sinister soul energy suddenly erupted from within Little Skeleton's body. This sinister energy definitely had nothing at all to do with Little Skeleton. It carried a very obvious trait of plundering. Not only did it attempt to steal the memories that Han Chuo was transferring to Little Skeleton, but it also wouldn't let Han Chuo's and Little Skeleton's souls slip by. It began wildly plundering the moment it appeared. Han Chuo, whose eyes were radiating black flashes of lightning, could clearly see the sinister purple light circulating from Little Skeleton's purple demon eye. Han Chuo could sense that the sinister soul energy that suddenly erupted originated from that purple demon eye worn on Little Skeleton's left eye socket. Back then, at the forest troll's sacred ground, Little Skeleton forcibly dug out this purple demon eye from the sculpture of Datara that the forest trolls enshrined. When Little Skeleton first wore the purple demon eye, both Han Chuo and Little Skeleton simultaneously felt the invasion of a kind of wicked energy. But at the critical moment, Little Skeleton put on that unique eye patch, averting the calamity. From that moment onwards, Little Skeleton continued to wear that peculiar eye patch for a long time. It seemed to have the function of suppressing the wicked energy of the purple demon eye, and Little Skeleton was unharmed all the while. Until one day, the eye patch self-ignited. But from that time onwards the purple demon eye did not continue giving out intense invasive energy. Han Chuo even assumed that Little Skeleton had completely familiarized himself with the bizarreness of the purple demon eye, and thought that that unforgettable painful experience would not make its wrath known once more. But at the most critical moment of the memory transfer process, the purple demon eye, which had not behaved abnormally for a long time, saw an unwelcome eruption with intense looting energy. This energy was even quicker and more violent than the previous times. It was forcibly stealing that memories Han Shuo was transmitting to Little Skeleton, and attempted to seize both souls of Han Shuo's and Little Skeleton's at astonishing rates. At the same time, that mighty existence inside Nether Valley, perhaps it had sensed that Han Shuo and Little Skeleton abruptly ran into a trouble, let out a terrifying loud yell. All those mighty undead creatures inside Nether Valley seemed to have received the signal to attack. They stopped aimlessly and passively defending the Nether Valley and charged at the bald mountain atop which Han Shuo and Little Skeleton stood. An aura of death equally matched with that of Little Skeleton rushed out from that Nether Valley as unannounced and instantaneously as that chilling screech. It charged out with its elite army of undead, preparing to seize the opportunity to detain Han Shuo and Little Skeleton in Nether Valley, forever. Chapter 533, Three Souls as One. GDK 533, Three Souls as One. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The situation was as good as hopeless. Han Shuo and Little Skeleton barely withstood the invasive energy of the purple demon eye working together. This sinister energy was more powerful than Han Shuo could have imagined. The memories pertaining to necromancy that he was trying to transfer to Little Skeleton with his consciousness were gradually being stolen by the energy in little fragments. That was, however, the least of their worries. As it absorbed Han Shuo's memories of necromancy magic, it also unceasingly released sinister energy, forcibly looting Han Shuo's consciousness and Little Skeleton's soul with overwhelming power. It seemed unlikely to stop until it completely occupied both the souls of Han Shuo and Little Skeleton. In a battle between souls, bystanders could do absolutely nothing to help. Especially in this extremely unique state, Han Shuo and Little Skeleton simply couldn't receive any external assistance. All they could do was strenuously hold and defend against the invasion of this corrosive, sinister energy. Although Little Skeleton's soul had become one with the element of death and formed a soul of element, compared to Han Shuo's consciousness, it was nevertheless much inferior. Han Shuo's consciousness was formed using a special method of demonic arts that elevated the soul. It was a cultivation method which was completely distinct from the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces, with all kinds of inconceivably amazing abilities. It was when he faced soul invasion from such a degree of sinister energy, against which he had no chance to prepare himself, that Han Shuo fully unleashed the extensive catalogue of abilities of his consciousness. Mustering all his strength, Han Shuo's consciousness constricted into a fine thread hardly visible to the naked eye. It had actually congealed into various bizarre formations in the mind, putting up hurdles to obstruct the invading energy. After forming a soul of element, Little Skeleton's soul had utmost familiarity and affinity to the element of death. However, during such a battle between souls, the soul of element that Little Skeleton cultivated could not compare to the resilience of Han Shuo's consciousness. It could only hardly act together with Han Shuo under the guidance of his consciousness. Right from the start, Little Skeleton's usage and manipulation of the aura of death were limited to enhancing his body. The cultivation pathway taken was the same as abyssal creatures. By accumulating intense element of death on his white bones, he formed himself a sparking skeletal body of the most formidable fighting strength. For the same reason, once his soul had fused with an origin crystal and formed a soul of element, he quickly figured out the knack of forming a body of element for himself, reaching the base god realm. Although he indeed had a soul of element, Little Skeleton didn't understand much about using the energy of the soul. The reason that Han Shuo wanted to transfer his knowledge of necromancy to Little Skeleton was precisely to make up for Little Skeleton's ignorance in this respect. Yet, it appeared that he was still one step too late. The sinister energy that erupted from the purple demon eye was no longer confined to just the purple demon eye. It had gushed towards Han Shuo and Little Skeleton with force that could move mountains. Not even Han Shuo's almighty consciousness, which had saved him time and time again in the past, could bail him out of this invasion. Han Shuo was outclassed, and all he could resort to was further retreat into defeat. Just as Han Chuo and Little Skeleton's souls were to be conquered by the energy, a cloud of green mist began to emerge from Nether Valley, carrying with it the most severe aura of death. At its center glowed a faint green light. The terrifying screech appeared to originate from that very light within the green lump of smoke. Behind it, 3 king skeletons and 2 bone dragons followed, along with an army of high-level dark creatures, the ranks of bone devils and old fey demons. They charged forward with tremendous momentum. The mighty existence within the green lump of smoke possessed strength well matched against that of Little Skeleton. Along its path the terrifying aura of death ravaged like flood water, causing all the subordinates surrounding Little Skeleton to spontaneously explode. The creature within the green lump of smoke destroyed and obliterated every undead creature in his path as though he were breaking dried twigs. He had charged to the hillside with numerous high-level undead creatures behind him. He wasted no energy on superfluous speeches, instead roaring incessantly with every inch forward. The undead creatures by Little Skeleton's side could do little but recede in fear. Without the backbone that was Little Skeleton, their morale had weakened significantly. This undead creature of base god strength definitely had a soul way stronger than Little Skeleton's, who had only just joined the League of Base Gods. His loud roars showed evidence of necromancy magic. It utilized the aura of death all around to form magic similar to soul tremor, destroying the willpower of the numerous dark creatures on Little Skeleton's side. Only the 3 evil knights that Han Chuo had reforged with demonic arts and the 5 elite zombies were completely unaffected by the waves of loud roars. The 5 elite zombies displayed not the slightest fear, but more astonishingly still, began to assume their own positions in the penta-elemental undead formation. They dispersed themselves from the top of the bald mountain. Except for water and earth elite zombies, all the elite zombies had taken out their respective attributable treasures. The energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth began to blend in ways that no others could understand. Suddenly, chill winds started blowing in the penta-elemental undead formation, and cyclones of all colors took shape. Eerie, sinister, ruthless, cold, all kinds of aura that could destroy a man's willpower began spreading from the formation. It was as though an ominous devil was inside, ready to wreck any creature that dared go forward and challenge its might. Remarkably, the undead creature that had barged his way in with seemingly unstoppable momentum suddenly halted in its tracks before entering the penta-elemental undead formation. The puff of green smoke lingered outside the formation before letting out another one of its deafening roars, causing the skeletal kings and bone dragons to freeze. They dared not take another step forward. That green lump of smoke stood and waited outside the penta-elemental undead formation. Its loud roars turned into orders to prevent its subordinates from attacking. It seemed to have sensed great hazard in the viciousness and ruthlessness concealed within the penta-elemental undead formation. Still, Han Chuo and Little Skeleton were on the losing side. The layers upon layers of defensive energies deployed by the consciousness had been completely shattered in the invasion of that sinister energy. They could no longer put up any effective defenses. Just as a feeling of dispiritment rose in Han Chuo's mind, enormous soul energy erupted from the green smoke. In an instant, it joined the fierce battle between Han Chuo and Little Skeleton, and the sinister soul energy of the purple demon eye. This soul of base god strength also had similarly wild ambition. Upon joining the battle, it was immediately launching attacks against Little Skeleton's soul. It seemed determined to possess Little Skeleton's soul. Although they both cultivated in the elemental energy of death, he was far superior to Little Skeleton in utilizing the soul. When the new soul energy appeared, Little Skeleton's soul, which had been sheltered by Han Chuo's consciousness all the while, suddenly felt an unbearable pressure. It was like candlelight in the wild wind that could extinguish at any moment. Han Chuo felt fear that he had never experienced before. He was terrified for Little Skeleton's soul, but couldn't do anything more. Han Chuo was on the verge of choking up blood. Suddenly, a window of opportunity opened in the seemingly dead-end situation. The purple demon eye immediately diverted a portion of its overbearing energy away from Han Chuo and directed it towards the soul that had just made its entrance. The soul energy that came from the purple demon eye was the strongest of the four. It ferreted an intense attribute of looting, and gave the impression that it wanted to scoop up the whole lot of little skeleton, Hanchuo, and the soul which came after. After the soul energy suffocating him was cut in half, Hanchuo's consciousness was instantly less restricted. He hastily redeployed the devastated defensive formations within the battlefield of souls. The newcomer, who joined the battle to completely absorb little skeleton's soul, turned its focus to withstand the soul energy from the purple demon eye instead. For a moment, Hanchuo, little skeleton, and that newcomer were passive defenders. However, with that new participant, the pressure on Hanchuo suddenly loosened a great deal. Although the battle was far from on his favor, he wasn't being crushed as rapidly as he had been just a moment ago. However, if this trend continued, the three of them would not stand a chance and their souls would be completely erased in the end. They would forever be puppets to the soul of the purple demon eye. At this moment, an absurd yet completely bodacious idea crossed Hanchuo's mind. Hanchuo only hesitated for a short moment before executing the plan right away. With some of the leftover energy in him, taking the risk of having his consciousness annihilated in this truly life-threatening situation, Hanchuo performed the soul shuttling procedure. Suddenly, something spectacular happened. After Hanchuo triggered the soul shuttling mechanism, the four souls that were tangled together fell into a space-time tunnel that delivered them all towards the distant abyss realm. Once they entered the space-time tunnel, the other three souls, including little skeletons, weakened to their lowest levels. Only Hanchuo, as the caster of the spell and the master of the skeletal staff, was not affected by that space-time tunnel, and the power of his consciousness did not dwindle by the slightest. Hanchuo had planned well in advance for the sequence of actions to be performed within the fleeting period of a few seconds. First, he bombarded the weaker soul that came later by simultaneously attacking using his consciousness and mental strength, and thumped it in an instant. After a short while, Hanchuo launched a second attack. He gathered all his strength and bombarded with unbroken succession at that sinister soul of the purple demon eye, which had turned extremely weak inside the space-time tunnel. At that same instant, the soul from the purple demon eye was also giving its all. Its energy collided with Hanchuo's, causing a terrifying rumble to erupt from the three souls. Hanchuo felt as though his head had been smacked with a huge hammer. Blood started flowing from each of his 7 apertures. Hanchuo's body was violently trembling. He felt an intense, splitting headache. It was as though thousands of tiny blades were whirling inside his brain. The pain was unbearable. That sinister soul energy from the purple demon eye had not in fact been eliminated, and had survived with its tenacity. Although it had become much weaker than before, it was still as ineffably fierce. It carried on occupying Hanchuo's soul with utter persistence. Suddenly, a presence of boundless resentment, destruction, and massacre exploded from the demon slayer edge that had been hibernating inside Hanchuo's body. This main soul of the demon slayer edge, which possessed the accumulated negative energies of thousands upon thousands of souls, finally completed its fusion with the origin crystal of destruction at this most critical moment and came to the rescue. The main soul of the demon slayer edge joined forces with Hanchuo's consciousness and ferociously attacked back at the soul that came from the purple demon eye. Rumbles. It was as though a nuclear explosion had set off inside Hanchuo's brain. 7 arrows of blood spurted out from his 7 apertures that had been bleeding like waterfalls. Hanchuo's magnificent body collapsed to the ground, not a sign of life in sight. Forever had passed when he felt the rumble still reverberating inside his aching brain. For a moment, he even thought that he was dead. After a while, Hanchuo gradually sobered up. Suddenly, chains of disordered memories filled every corner of Hanchuo's jumbled-up mind. He stared ahead with nothingness in his eyes and started mumbling, "Who am I? I'm Datara. I'm Hanchuo. I'm Lich Haley." All sorts of memories suddenly flashed through his head at once. Hanchuo seemed convinced he was 3 different people, with 3 different sets of memories in his brain. As he mindlessly mumbled to himself, his brain rapidly reorganized the chaos that was his memories. Han Shuo remained still in this state of empty mumbling for ages. Suddenly, after an undetermined but long amount of time had passed, Han Shuo began to laugh in the same vein as a cartoon hyena, completely disregarding the stream of blood overflowing from his mouth. With the skeletal staff in his left hand and the demon slayer edge in his right, he exclaimed, "Low God Datara and base god of death Lich Haley! Haha, all traces of their souls were wiped clean, and their empty vessels occupied by my memories. Wakaka! The heavens favor me, the heavens favor me!" As Han Shuo cackled, the skeletal staff and the demon slayer edge in his hands began to transform. They melted into a liquefied state and rose again to form two humanoid figures. After a while, the skeletal staff and demon slayer edge had turned into two carbon copies of Han Shuo's. Han Shuo pointed at the then skeletal staff and laughed maniacally, "Base god of death, is me." Then his finger turned to point at his other weapon, and cried, "Low god of destruction, is me as well. Haha! All me. After separate demon, they are all me. This is what they call 3 souls in 1 in demonic arts. Something that requires extreme luck to come by. They are all avatars of myself. Ahahaha. Chapter 534, Giant Leap in Strength. GDK 534, Giant Leap in Strength. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Han Shuo racked his brain, yet he couldn't understand what had really happened during the short few seconds of soul shuttling that caused such a phenomenon. It was all so strange, but it also made him incredibly happy. Low God Datara and base god of death Haley, every last trace of their wicked souls had been banished to obscurity and replaced with Han Shuo's memory and awareness. Simply put, Low God Datara and base god of death Haley may have just as well never existed at all. Their souls had been occupied by Han Shuo's separate demons, and become attached to the demon slayer edge and the skeletal staff in a way that Han Shuo couldn't yet understand, granting Han Shuo total control over the 3 souls, forming the so-called avatars in demonic arts. Datara became a low god by cultivating in the energy of looting. However, as the energy of looting wasn't as widespread as the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces were among the material planes, after cultivating to the heights of low god, Datara progressed very slowly. He couldn't advance further even after tens of thousands of years had passed. Datara, this low god whose very nature it was to plunder, also participated in the great battle 5,000 years ago on Profound Continent. However, he did not stand on either side of the battle but like a sneaky thief, he waited for opportunities for himself to plunder. In the end, his divine body was destroyed by a druidic order's mid-god cultivating in the Edict of Life, sealing his soul in the purple demon eye formed of what remained of his divine body. It was rarely heard of for a god cultivating in the edictal force of life to commit such acts as destroying a person's body and soul unless forced to the last resort. In spite of the fact that Datara did not mix well with those evil gods of death and destruction, he managed to escape death, and was only sealed and imprisoned. It was even returned to the forest trolls. Datara was a god after all. Although he was sealed by the eye patch, he still wielded divine energy. During the endless days of 5,000 years, the forest trolls remained faithful to their Datara. Hence, Datara still gained divine energy from the constant stream of faith that those forest trolls offered to him. Not a moment went by that Datara had not thought about breaking free from the seal. Back then, when Little Skeleton inadvertently removed the eye patch, dug out the purple demon eye and placed it in his empty eye socket, Datara was overjoyed and immediately attempted to occupy Han Shuo and Little Skeleton's souls. When Little Skeleton and Han Shuo could no longer bear the pain, Han Shuo reminded Little Skeleton to put on the eye patch that had kept Datara under. The eye patch detected Datara's plundering nature, and released energy left behind by that mid-god of life, immediately causing heavy injuries to Datara. Having suffered severely, Datara remained well behaved for a long time. Gradually, as all the energy was released and exhausted, the eye patch finally lost the ability to contain him. Having been injured once, Datara did not act impulsively for the fear that he might suffer yet another blowback. He silently waited for an appropriate opportunity to strike. The occasion when Han Shuo utilized his consciousness to transfer memories to Little Skeleton was just the opportunity that this cunning Datara had patiently waited for all that time. He suddenly made his assault at the critical moment when both Han Shuo and Little Skeleton's souls were connected, intending to possess the two of them at once in a spurt of energy. Had it not been for the arrival of base god of death Haley, Datara, who managed to remain concealed for so long, could have actually been successful in taking over both the souls of Han Shuo and Little Skeleton. What a pity, he seemed to be an unlucky one. In the end, he had only benefited Han Shuo. The main soul of the Demon Slayer Edge in Han Shuo had completely wiped away his soul imprint. Han Shuo's consciousness then formed a separate demon with the complete set of Han Shuo's memories and took over his soul, fusing to become one with the main soul inside Demon Slayer Edge. The Demon Slayer Edge turned into the body of Han Shuo's avatar. Datara gained nothing. Worse still, he had lost everything he had. His memories, divine energy, soul, all was taken over by Han Shuo. The Demon Slayer Edge, forged and refined using demonic arts and an exceptional murder weapon that had fused with the element of destruction, most bizarrely, was now a low god of destruction. As for Haley, he cultivated from the soul of a necromancer. It was only after going through long, endless years of cultivation that Haley managed to become a base god of death. The Nether Valley where he occupied housed a massive gravestone of unknown origin. That gravestone had the function of gathering the element of death. After he discovered the wonderful ability of the gravestone, as he couldn't move it out from the Nether Valley, he stayed in there to speed up his cultivation and gathering of the element of death. Han Shuo obtained a ton of useful information from Haley's memories. As Haley was necromancer in the base god realm, his knowledge of the element of death far exceeded that of Han Shuo's. After gaining Haley's memories, the boundary of aging that Han Shuo had been unable to deploy as well as some trouble he met in necromancy were suddenly so clear to him. This was the second time that had Han Shuo absorbed the soul of a necromancer. The last time, that Clarendon directly made Han Shuo a grand magus while allowing him to understand things he previously couldn't. This base god of death known as Haley had knowledge and understanding of necromancy far above the level of Clarendon's. Many of the cryptic, difficult to understand necromancy topics were plain to Han Shuo in an instant. Inside the space-time tunnel, Han Shuo had somehow managed to erase Haley's soul imprint, with his consciousness separate demon forcibly occupying Haley's thoughts and memories. With Haley's original soul and the skeletal staff for a body, it formed an avatar of Han Shuo with the strength of a base god. Simultaneously, the secrets contained in the other two skulls of the skeletal staff had completely fused with Han Shuo's secondary soul. One of the skulls contained bits of knowledge and understanding of necromancy, while the other skull detailed the floor plan of the Cemetery of Death and how to utilize all the secrets of the facility, including how to perform interplanar transmission with the skeletal staff. The original owner of the skeletal staff was a mid-god of death. The knowledge and understanding of necromancy that he had left behind was absolutely suitable for the cultivation of Han Shuo's death base god avatar that inherited all memories and experiences of Haley. It couldn't have turned out any better. The only thing that was somewhat regrettable was that the Cemetery of Death wasn't created by the original owner of the skeletal staff. He only knew how to operate it, but couldn't rebuild one by himself. The Cemetery of Death was manufactured by the Overgod of Death. It was handed down to his subordinates as an instrument, allowing lesser gods under his command to travel between different planes, spreading death and destruction to every corner of the universe, while recruiting more believers for the Overgod, giving him greater and greater divine energy. As long as he could find another interplanar transportation array, or perhaps another Cemetery of Death, given the memories he currently obtained from the skeletal staff, he could, without a doubt, perform an interplanar teleportation. Although there was still quite some distance to go before he could return home, it would be a breeze once he found an interplanar transportation matrix. Father! Father! Little Skeleton's thoughts entered into his mind. Han Shuo stared blankly before coming to his senses soon after. He hastily and worriedly asked, "Are you all right?" I'm fine, it's just that my soul is separated from my body, Little Skeleton replied. After a short pause, Little Skeleton suddenly asked in an extremely puzzled tone, Father, why is it that my senses tell me you have 3 split personalities? What is going on? The other 2 energies, where did they go? During the soul transfer, Han Chuo's consciousness had only aimed at Datara and Haley. Little Skeleton did not participate in that gravely dangerous battle between souls after entering the space-time tunnel. Once he emerged from the tunnel, Little Skeleton's soul had restored to normal, although he was slightly jolted by the aftershock generated from the final attack against Datara. Haha, there weren't 3 people, it was just me alone, Han Chuo was greatly delighted. Without any further explanation, he continued, Come, let's return to the netherworld and put your soul back in place. This time, Han Chuo did not move a muscle in his main body, but he had the avatar fused with Haley's soul and the skeletal staff to perform the task. After a bright flash of light, his soul traversed across space-time and descended upon the netherworld. The big bony hand of the skeletal body he previously congealed still sat atop Little Skeleton's skull. However, without souls within, the 2 skeletons appeared rather strange. Once Han Chuo and Little Skeleton's souls fell inside, the 2 skeletal bodies regained their vitality. The purple demon eye in the left eye socket of Little Skeleton had completely shattered. Speckles of purple starlight absorbed into the jade-like bones of Little Skeletons. This soul of Han Chuo's was in the realm of base god and had a tight affinity with the element of death. At a single thought, the element of death would gather, and release its might through all kinds of wonderful magic at Han Chuo's. Although this soul had all the memories, awareness, and ability to remember just like the consciousness of the main body, this soul was not the consciousness. Han Chuo couldn't transfer his own memories using this death-base god soul of his. The process of memory transfer could only be achieved using the consciousness refined using demonic arts. Han Chuo did not rush to anything. Using that skeletal body he congealed with the element of death, he cast his gaze at the army of undead that charged along with Haley. No changes took place there either. Ahead of the penta-elemental undead formation, the cloud of green smoke hovered still in the air. The 3 skeletal kings and 2 bone dragons behind it were silent and submissive as they waited for further commands from their master. Han Chuo discarded the skeletal body he had congealed before turning into a shadow and entering the smoke. The green smoke lingering in the air gradually dissipated, revealing a rhombus-shaped green crystal. The crystal was precisely Haley's body. But after Han Chuo's soul fused with the skeletal staff, this piece of green crystal formed of the pure and highly concentrated element of death was no longer needed. It served now the same purpose as an origin crystal, the only difference being that the former was used to fuse with the body, while the latter was used to fuse with the soul. A being cultivating in the element of death could fuse their body with this green crystal to form a body of death element. While Han Chuo had no need for it, he figured Fanny the necromancer would. As long as Han Chuo came to fully understand the method of cultivating the physical body in the abyss realm, he would be able to assist Fanny in forming a body of element using the green crystal that was a body of element itself once he finally returned to Profound Continent. Using the soul that had occupied the base god soul of Haley's, Han Chuo entered the green crystal and emitted Haley's aura. The 3 skeletal kings and 2 bone dragons, as well as other high-level undead creatures, immediately kowtowed on the ground, and dared not twitch a muscle. In this moment, Han Chuo was Haley. Those undead creatures naturally grew silent in his formidable presence. Han Chuo pointed straight at Little Skeleton in the distance and commanded, From this day forth, you shall concede to this creature in addition to myself. Those high-level undead creatures were intelligent life forms. When they heard Han Chuo's words, they revealed thoughts of confusion. However, the division of classes was deeply rooted among creatures of the netherworld. Even though they were puzzled and doubtful at heart, they dared not to disobey Han Chuo's command. As they crept on the ground, they respectfully replied, Yes, Master. There is a rather peculiar gravestone in Nether Valley. It has an intricate cryptic pattern engraved on it. Cultivate there in the future, you will improve a little faster. Also, spend some time and see if you can comprehend anything from it. Han Shuo looked at little skeleton and transmitted in an amiable tone. Got it, father. Congratulations, father. I now understand so much more. A remarkable transformation has befallen you. I know that father has become even mightier now, said little skeleton. He's indeed the most intelligent of them, Han Shuo thought to himself. He replied, all right, I need to leave for a while. Soon, when I have the time, I will transfer my memories of necromancy to you using my main body. Shortly after, Han Shuo handed Haley's green crystal to Earth Elite Zombie and did a soul transfer back to the Abyss Realm. Afterwards, he summoned Earth Elite Zombie, collected the green crystal, and sent the naive and simple-minded Earth Elite Zombie back. Although Han Shuo's soul could freely travel back and forth between the two planes, he couldn't carry any material object with him. Therefore, he used Earth Elite Zombie as the delivery man. Han Shuo still couldn't quite skillfully use two avatars of his that were just formed. Before he completely understood the secrets of his avatars, he would not separate the three souls from each other, lest there be any irreversible accident. Oh dang, almost forgot about that meeting Breakya mentioned. I don't even know how much time has passed. I should go up and take a took. The skeletal staff and the demon slayer edge turned into two streaks of light and simultaneously disappeared into Han Shuo's body. Given that Han Shuo's strength had sharply increased at least tenfold, he no longer needed to pay any extra caution to Crozius. Han Shuo wasn't at all worried that he might be late to the meeting. Those who possessed greater strength could absolutely make others wait. Such is the rule of the Abyss Realm. Chapter 535, A Rule Specially for You. GDK 535, A Rule Specially for You. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo, where have you been? Lord Crozius has dispatched messengers to hasten you, asking for your presence at the War Demon Grand Hall to discuss important matters. Hemina was the first to see Han Shuo after he ascended from his secret underground chamber. She began to yell anxiously at his sight. Hemina obviously revered Crozius. Within War Demon Valley, Crozius was basically an overlord with absolute authority. Hemina was afraid that Crozius might hold Han Shuo accountable for his tardiness, hence her concerned reaction. The passing of time wasn't quite the same as it was in the Profound Continent. A day in the Abyss Realm was the same as approximately half a month on Profound Continent. Given that the meeting was to take place 2 days from the day he went underground, Han Shuo figured that he must have stayed in his secret chamber for around a month. It's no big deal. I'll head over there right away, Han Shuo said in an unruffled manner. After surveying the area with his consciousness, he smilingly asked, "Where's Sylph? She is asking around to find out where you are. We tried looking for you but had absolutely no idea where you'd gone, so we decided to have her asking all around outside while I wait for you here," Hemina replied. I should have informed the two of you ahead of time. If I ever go missing again, don't come looking for me. I will return eventually, Han Shuo said somewhat embarrassedly. He then marched outside in big strides and said, "All right, let's go to that meeting then, see if it's ended." The War Demon Grand Hall is the grandest building at the center there. I can show you the way, but I cannot accompany you into the Grand Hall. I don't have the qualifications. I'm deeply sorry. Hemina said apologetically as he followed behind Han Shuo towards the War Demon Grand Hall. The division of classes in the Abyss Realm was every bit as strict and rigid as it was in the Netherworld. They weren't allowed to simply interact with characters of greater strength. Hemina and Sylph only possessed strength the level of Destroyer, and were not qualified to participate in the meeting at War Demon Grand Hall. Such were the rules of the Abyss Realm. Han Shuo did not insist on it either. They headed towards the War Demon Grand Hall very rapidly. Along the way, Han Shuo inspected his body using the consciousness AA found that his main body had suffered some damage. Even the demonic infant was injured. However, after his consciousness went through the extremely treacherous battle, his willpower became even more tenacious. Compared to the slight injuries to his demonic infant, the benefit he gained was simply incalculable. At this moment, Han Chuo's main body practicing demonic arts only had the strength of demigods. Of his avatars, on the other hand, one was a base god of death, while another was an even more formidable low god of destruction. After gaining 2 additional souls, Han Chuo was far stronger than ever. If he were to return to Profound Continent right then, Han Chuo reckoned that even the 6-horned soul race tribal king and the saintess of the Church of Light would face certain death when pit against him. They might not even have the ability to flee from his presence alive. On the whole of Profound Continent, perhaps only that primordious dragon with unfathomable strength could evenly match Han Chuo. There wasn't a moment that Han Chuo was not thinking about his bone-deep enmity with the primordious dragon. "Oh, Captain Nambra, so it turns out that you are in charge of guarding the door. Han Chuo is late for the meeting. Is the meeting still going on?" Hemina hastily asked after she saw the captain of the Shiro regiment, Nambra, standing tall and upright in front of the entrance upon arriving at the grandest building. Nambra still appeared very cordial when he met Han Chuo again. With rather anxious eyes, he replied to Hemina, Lord Crozius had informed Mr. Han Chuo about the meeting long ago. He even sent men to invite Han Chuo over again. Why have you two only come now? Captain Nambra, it's true that my master is a little late to the meeting. But can he still enter now? Hemina asked anxiously. I will take Mr. Han Chuo inside. You wait for a while outside, Nambro replied to Hemina before he turned to Han Chuo and said, Mr. Han Chuo, please follow me. Han Chuo nodded with a faint smile, not at all anxious or embarrassed like someone who was late should be. He followed behind Nambra unruffled, and asked nonchalantly, how long ago did the meeting start? Who participated in it? What were they discussing? It's been some time. The 6 Rakshas and a few honorable visiting advisors are in attendance. The main topic was how to deal with Venomfang Castle's impending attack. As Han Chuo had rescued Nambra's Shiro regiment the last time, naturally, Nambra would show special care towards Han Chuo. After a short pause, he added, the forces of Venomfang Castle are approaching our War Demon Valley as we speak. More and more scouts of ours placed around the valley are being eliminated. It won't be long before Venomfang Castle carries out a full-scale invasion against our valley. This time, with Demon King Golander's shadow warriors assisting Venomfang Castle, the future of our War Demon Valley is bleak. Han Chuo furrowed his brows. Shadow warriors? Are they really that formidable? That terrifying? It was as though a formless pressure would envelop Nambra whenever the shadow warriors were mentioned. He forced a smile and nodded before replying, the Shadow Warriors are the mightiest fighters under the control of Demon King Golander. Every Shadow Warrior possesses the strength of demon. Moreover, the most powerful fighter among them was even stronger than Lord Crozius. The devastation that a demon could cause isn't something that you could imagine. He sighed, unfortunately for us, the message sent to Black Jade City was too little, too late. I'm afraid that we cannot hold on until the reinforcement army dispatched by Lord Manticole arrives. As they conversed, the two rapidly climbed up 100 or so flights of stairs. When they finally arrived at a huge stone door being watched by an excessive number of guards, Nambra indicated to Han Chuo to wait outside for a moment while he walked in alone to inform of his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Nambra made a quick gesture and Han Chuo walked into the meeting room casually. The hall was extremely spacious. There was an enormous, oval-shaped table at the center, with broad stony chairs surrounding it. Right ahead was Crozius, proudly sitting in the chairperson's seat, displaying a magnificent, imposing, and dignified demeanor of a person occupying high position. The seat next to Crozius was occupied by the head of the 6 Rakshas of War Demon Valley, Kuno. In the 5 seats after him were demigod experts wearing the decoration of Raksha. That level 2 Raksha that Han Chuo had taught a fierce lesson, Brakya, was among the 5. Next to the 6 Rakshas was seating for the visiting advisors. Han Shuo had never met these visiting advisors before. Who knew where in the world they came from? There were 5 visiting advisors in total. Of those, 3 possessed demigod strength, and the other 2 were slightly weaker. They must have been summoned here to aid the crisis. These 5 visiting advisors resided in a different place than the area that Han Shuo resided in. They seemed to receive slightly higher treatment. From the way that Crozius looked at them, Han Shuo could tell that he attached great importance to these 5 visiting advisors. Once Han Shuo made an appearance, all the eyes in the hall turned and cast on him. Kuno forced a smile at Han Shuo as a gesture of greeting. Even Brakya nodded at Han Shuo with a faint smile. However, his eyes carried the overtone of taking joy in Han Shuo's misfortune, seemingly ready to watch Han Shuo be roasted. Other experts of the War Demon Valley that were meeting Han Shuo for the first time all revealed expressions of amazement and astonishment. Who knew what impressions they were making as they secretly observed Han Shuo? At a corner far away was Crozius' daughter, Jasper, standing straight atop her slender legs. She was writing on the slab of documents she held in her hand. When she saw Han Shuo entering the hall, she snuck a few glances at him, indicating to him to be careful, before burying her head down and continuing to write. Han Shuo learned from Hemina that Jasper had been acting as a recorder all the while. She would attend every meeting of great significance to War Demon Valley by using this role she played. However, as the Abyss Realm was a place where the mighty were honored, although she was Crozius' daughter and had a reasonable excuse to stay in the meeting room, she could only record from a distance away, and was not even given a seat. To be fair, to have been standing in this room with an insufficient level of strength itself could already be considered as having taken a ride on her father's coattails. She simply did not have the qualifications to sit. Right ahead, Crozius was looking at Han Shuo with a somewhat cold expression. In a displeased tone, he said, "I had asked Brakya to inform you of the meeting ahead of time in addition to dispatching people to invite you before it started. Who knew Mr. Han Shuo could so disdainful to only join us just as our meeting was to adjourn?" Han Shuo actually felt a slight trace of embarrassment. After all, Crozius truly had acted fairly and given adequate reminders. His tardiness combined with that arrogance displayed when he first met Crozius obviously had left Crozius with a totally dissatisfactory impression. The Abyss Realm was a place where the mighty were respected, including the rules they set. Despite the insolence Han Shuo displayed in their first ever encounter, Crozius could still make an exception and let him off. But this time, Crozius had notified Han Shuo ahead of time, twice, and yet Han Shuo was late in the end. From this perspective, Han Shuo was just intentionally breaking the rules. This wasn't something that Crozius could forgive. "Mr. Han Shuo, as a visiting advisor to War Demon Valley, you should learn to play by our rules. Lord Crozius has treated you well. Screwing up at a critical moment isn't something that a visiting advisor should do. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you, I'm the chief of visiting advisors to War Demon Valley. In the future, you will answer to me." "Understood," said an alien with 2 faces and 4 arms to Han Shuo in a mystifying voice. It looked like a conjoined twin. It appeared from the front like a tall and sturdy man, while on the back of the head was the face of an enchanting woman, with all the characteristics of a female, including a pair of tall twin peaks. When it spoke, there were 2 voices, male and female, talking in unison, giving any listener inexplicable goosebumps and discomfort. It had the greatest strength among the visiting advisors. Its strength wouldn't pale in comparison with the second in command of War Demon Valley, Kuno. As it spoke, it would twist its body and neck to allow both the male and female faces on its head to look at Han Shuo. It was a beast. "My apologies, I was just off the boat, and haven't quite adapted to the time in Abyss Realm yet. I wasn't careful and accidentally forgotten the time during cultivation." Han Shuo only looked at Crozius and explained as though it was no big deal. As he spoke, he walked towards the oval table as though he had not heard the words of the chief of visiting advisors. "Fine. I will let this pass. You have just become a visiting advisor to War Demon Valley and might not be clear about the rules of my valley. I will forget about it this time. But the next time this happens, I won't be so kind." Crozius looked deeply at Han Chuo and let out a gentle groan. He did not hand any punishment to Han Chuo at this critical moment. But if it was in ordinary times, this master of War Demon Valley, who had gained his seat through bloodshed, definitely wouldn't be so forgiving and merciful. "Thanks," Han Chuo casually replied. As he walked to the table to get himself a seat, he looked at the seat of the meanest status and deeply creased his brows. Then, a thought seemed to have ran through his mind and he revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. He walked to the chief of visiting advisors that had male and female faces on the same head, and said, "Hey cunt boy, get off my seat." The few Rakshas and a few other visiting advisors that were softly discussing why Crozius' temper had taken a 180-degree turn this time stopped talking as soon as Han Chuo spoke. The grand hall suddenly heard pin-drop silence. What did you say?" The chief of visiting advisors were somewhat stunned. The male face facing Han Chuo revealed an expression of astonishment. "You cunt boy, get off my seat. Do you not understand my words?" When he finished, Han Chuo gently placed his left hand on the shoulder of this chief of visiting advisors. The aura of destruction that came from the demon slayer edge instantly overflowed to his body. Every expert in the meeting hall immediately sensed a destructive, ruthless, and terrifying sinister energy. The soul within the demon slayer edge possessed the strength of a low god. However, Han Chuo had not fully revealed his true strength. At first, he released the aura of a demigod and gradually raised the strength. When the aura released approached that of a base god, the chief of visiting advisors could no longer bear the overwhelming pressure. It stood up shuddering. In a squeaky, quivering tone, as though he had been at fault, the creature said, It's just a seat, no need to be so fierce with me, you scared me." This time, only the female talked. The mouth on the male's face was completely shut. However, the face of the male had the odd expression of a bashful, dainty, and delicate girl. The strangeness of this chief of visiting advisors gave Han Chuo a chill down his spine. He sat on the seat that he had just forcibly taken as he blankly looked at the bewitching woman on the back of that alien. Somehow, he was left between laughter and tears. "Mr. Han Chuo, from today onwards, you are allowed to be late to any meeting. This is a new rule of War Demon Valley, specially set for you," Crozius said decisively as he looked at Han Chuo with a pleasantly surprised expression. Chapter 536, Preferential Treatment. GDK 536, Preferential Treatment. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. In the Abyss Realm, might was always right. When Crozius sensed the base god strength aura exhibited by Han Chuo, all feelings of annoyance at Han Chuo for his tardiness were completely vacuumed away. His immediate expression of his stance had amply proven that Crozius' place as master of War Demon Valley wasn't solely a result of his outstanding strength. The meeting hall remained in pin-drop silence even after Crozius uttered his last words. Every gaze from the 6 Rakshas and 5 visiting advisors was potent with appall. Of those, the feeling of dispiritment from powerlessness was obvious from the eyes of Brakya. He was silently sighing in disappointment when he thought that he might not even have the opportunity to exact his revenge on Han Chuo. Jasper the Beauty, meanwhile, suddenly stopped her rapid scribbling and gazed at Han Chuo with glimmering eyes. She was pleasantly surprised. In the realm of the abyss, as long as one harbored great strength, gaining anyone's respect was no task, not even an enemy's. Han Chuo had long clearly understood this law of the abyss realm, hence he decided to do a little experiment on that chief of visiting advisors. Who knew that there would be such a sudden change and world of difference in Crozius' attitude towards Han Chuo? With a calm, unruffled smile on his face, Han Chuo unhurriedly claimed his spot on the seat of the chief of visiting advisors. Just as he was about to open his mouth for a few words, the hermaphrodite creature, who sat opposite Han Chuo with its female side eyeing Han Chuo bitterly, said in a tone as though having been wronged, "Happy now?" You can have the chief of visiting advisor's seat from me. Hehe, a powerful man like you is very attractive to me. Goosebumps exploded on every inch of Han Shuo's skin like landmines. Before he could reply, he seemed to recall something and immediately stood to his feet. Crozius thought that Han Shuo was upset, and hastily asked, Mr. Han Shuo, is there something about the War Demon Valley not up to your satisfaction? No worries, when the meeting is over, I will arrange an expansive and secluded space for your residence, in addition to providing you with beauties of all races. I can guarantee your total satisfaction. Han Shuo was stunned, but soon after, he replied, all smiles, in that case, many thanks to your lordship. He then lowered his head and looked at the chair that the hermaphrodite had previously occupied, revealing a look of antipathy, and said, please replace this chair with another one. Mr. Han Shuo, you are such an unlikable person. Me hate you. Humph, the two-faced being denounced Han Shuo in humiliation and anger. When Crozius saw the unsightly look on Han Shuo's face, finding it somewhat laughable, he tried to hold back a cough before saying, all right, Brayshaw, stop provoking Mr. Han Shuo. Brayshaw, the hermaphrodite, again revealed a bitter expression and resentfully looked at Han Shuo in silence. It was seemingly using its disgusting eyes to make reprisals for Han Shuo's threatening display of might. Nam Bra, come in and get Mr. Han Shuo a new chair. Nam Bro ran into the hall as fast as he could and had replaced the chair in no time. However, he became noticeably startled when he saw where Han Shuo was standing. Nam Bra stared blankly for a moment before snapping out of it at Crozius' hastening glances. Afterwards, when he was respectfully retreating himself, Crozius suddenly said in a calm voice, Nam Bra, I will no longer look into the matter about Shiro regiment from 3 days ago. Nam Bra was stunned for a moment. Shortly after, he hastily turned around and kowtowed. With his head touching the ground, he said, Thank you Lord Crozius. When he raised his head, he took a glimpse at Crozius before revealing a pair of grateful eyes towards Han Shuo. He then respectfully backed out from the meeting hall. He understood in his heart the reason that Crozius decided not to look into the incident, was certainly owing to Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't quite clear about the rules in this War Demon Valley. Therefore, he found it rather strange when Nam Bra looked at him so gratefully after he sat down. However, he did not dwell on it any further. When he was about to ask Crozius what they had been discussing, he again saw that disgusting gaze from that bitter Brayshaw sitting opposite. At once, Han Shuo shouted as he glared at Brayshaw, look at me like that one more time, and I will finish you right away. Brayshaw was alarmed, her lovable expression suddenly changed, and her eyes immediately turned to Crozius. She no longer dared to look at Han Shuo for the fear that Han Shuo might suddenly attack and get rid of her right inside that meeting hall. Brayshaw had been in War Demon Valley for some time, and was very clear how much Crozius valued a mighty expert. An expert of demon strength was definitely incomparable to an expert in the realm of Raksha like herself. In the case where she was in conflict with Han Shuo, Crozius would not think twice to stand on Han Shuo's side and sacrifice Brayshaw. Such a strategic move couldn't be less trivial in the Abyss realm. If one wished to live a little longer, they were not to, by any means, provoke characters that they could not afford to provoke. This word to the wise was long well understood by Brayshaw. Mr. Han Shuo, I must say, I did not expect you to have concealed your true strength all this time. Hehe, had I known earlier that Mr. Han Shuo was this powerful, I would have given you the very best treatment from the start. Crozius openly acknowledged Han Shuo's snobbish behavior days prior. Then, looking at Brayshaw and co., he continued, you have all witnessed Mr. Han Shuo's strength. I believe none of you will have any objection to his appointment to the position of Chief of Visiting Advisors. Absolutely not, agreed, the few visiting advisors responded in unison. Even Brayshaw, the former Chief of Visiting Advisors, coyly declared, rules are rules. It is only natural that the strongest stand at the highest place. I won't have any objection to that. Very well then, Crozius turned to gaze at Jasper standing far, far away, and instructed, "Let the records show that from this day forth, Mr. Hanchuo will be the chief of visiting advisors to War Demon Valley. He shall receive the best of all treatments. The 700-meter manor in the south will be allocated to Mr. Hanchuo as his new residence. In addition, select one young and beautiful lady from each and every race in War Demon Valley, and send them to the manor. It is their honor to be given the opportunity to serve Mr. Hanchuo." "Yes, father," Jasper replied and sneaked a peek at Hanchuo before hastily lowering her head to carry on with her note-taking. This time, War Demon Valley has run into a major crisis. Experts from Venomfang Castle are on their way here as we speak. Some of our defensive measures in the surrounding territory have been removed by experts from Venomfang Castle. They might mobilize and launch the full attack on War Demon Valley perhaps just a few days from now. Not only is the size of the invading enemy was the greatest we will have ever encountered, they even have at least 2 shadow warriors participating. That's what I'm most concerned about. Strength in the class of demons. On top of the master of Venomfang Castle, Yuki, there would be at least 3 demons. That won't be easy for our War Demon Valley to deal with." Crozius explained the situation once through for Hanchuo. He revealed a rather awkward amiable smile, and said, "Luckily, we now have Mr. Hanchuo on our side. With Mr. Hanchuo here, our odds have now increased. As long as we can hold it until the reinforcement army arrives, our War Demon Valley will then be able to teach Venomfang Castle a good lesson." "Lord Crozius, which level of demon is Yuki? And the other 2 known shadow warriors, what level of demon are they?" Hanchuo asked with slightly bunched brows. "Yuki's is the same as mine, we are both level 1 demons. As for the 2 shadow warriors, their strengths are undetermined," Crozius replied. As he nodded his head, Hanchuo thought to himself that given his current strength, merely with the destruction low god avatar of his, he would be able to keep all 3 demons under control. The crisis didn't seem particularly difficult to manage. These are just the known forces of Venomfang Castle. As for whether they might employ additional fighters, we have no clue. Besides, after news of the explosion of the interplanar portal became widespread, some other experts from smaller forces had secretly crossed over. Some of them were from the other 3 demon kings, and some were experts with small influence. They left no clue as to what their intentions were and if they would participate in the battle, Crozius said with a deep voice as he recalled those unknown and possible threats. "I see," Hanchuo thought for a moment before suddenly putting on a straight face and saying to Crozius, "I know a magical matrix. As long as it is deployed outside War Demon Valley, it will surely cause enormous casualties to the enemy. However, this formation requires plenty of unique materials. I don't know if War Demon Valley can gather them." Hanchuo was especially allured by a certain material unique to the Abyss realm. However, as he possessed not a dime of this world's currency, it was none too feasible for him to obtain great quantities of those materials. However, with such a reason, he could easily justify harvesting a large amount of those substances. Magical matrix? What is a magical matrix? Crozius didn't understand the term that Hanchuo had referred. Just like this, Hanchuo didn't quite know how to put in it words, and so he casually pulled out a few magic crystal ores and arranged a hexagram necromancy matrix on the floor. Under the effects of Hanchuo's mental strength, the intense aura of death in the surroundings gathered towards the center of the star. Finally, with one thought, the magic crystal ores all exploded. The aura of death that had accumulated in the center instantly erupted with multiple folds in magnitude, rays of death soaring across the room. After absorbing the memories of Haley the base god, Hanchuo knew how to deploy some necromancy magic formations. The one he was demonstrating was just the most basic radiance of death. He utilized a few magic crystal ores to condense the element of death by several folds in a split second, causing them to explode to release intense death rays. Hanchuo had deliberately arranged it so that none of the experts in the Grand Hall would be injured. Those stones that made up the hall were as hard as steel, but by the end of it, were left with holes big and small after the flash of light. As the dumbstruck Crozius continued to stare at Hanchuo, he put on a smile and said, "This is just a more basic magical matrix. With sufficient materials, of the finest quality of course, its power can be further optimized to deal hundreds or thousands of times more damage." Crozius had shock written all over his face. He was in a daze as he looked at the holes all over the grand hall. After a long while, he suddenly turned to Jasper and solemnly instructed, "Take Mr. Hanchuo to the weaponry material warehouse. Let Mr. Hanchuo select and gather any goods or material he requires. If it is insufficient, I shall find a way to get more." Chapter 537, Can't Help Myself. GDK 537, Can't Help Myself. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Throughout their walk towards the warehouse of War Demon Valley, Jasper's dazzling eyes lingered on Hanchuo's body. She asked Hanchuo with the utmost interest, "Mr. Hanchuo, have you really come from outside of our abyss realm?" Hanchuo nodded with chagrin and helplessly replied, "You have asked that same question 3 times already. I am not of this realm. What more must I say to make you believe me?" "I believe you," Jasper said as she smiled and quickly continued, "I'm just curious. Hehe, never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that there are other material planes out there. It's truly remarkable to think that you have come from another plane." "Oh, right, have you been meditating during these past few days using the method I taught you?" Hanchuo was afraid that Jasper would ask the same question again, and so he tried to change the topic. "Of course. I have been meditating this whole time. And yet, I have not been able to sense the presence of mental strength," Jasper replied with knitted brows on her beautiful face, appearing rather vexed. "It's okay, this is not to be rushed. As long as you keep meditating, with the wind element in your body as the fundamental, you will definitely be able to sense it sooner or later," Hanchuo consoled her. After thinking for a short while, from his space ring, he withdrew a delicate silver chain that had a green crystal the size of palm strung on it, and handed it to Jasper. The green crystal was dug out from the staff of a wind magus that Hanchuo had previously murdered. The green crystal had the ability to store the wind element and amplify wind magic spells. An average magus who used the green crystal during their cultivation would be able to sense wind elemental energy quicker. The chain made from mithril sparkled glorious and silver, complementing the glimmer and translucence of the green crystal that was emitting faint light. Even without all the advantages it had for a wind magus, it would still be a fine piece of jewelry. In the same fashion that Hemina and Sylph had reacted, when Hanchuo revealed the jewel, Jasper's eyes sprung wide open and glowed as her gaze fixed onto the green crystal necklace. In a pleasantly surprised manner, she said, "What a beautiful necklace! Is this for me? Take it. Put it on when you meditate. Perhaps it will let you sense the presence of mental strength even quicker," Hanchuo said dully as he generously handed the necklace to Jasper. He wouldn't at all mourn parting with a magic crystal of such grade. "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hanchuo. You truly are remarkable." Q2. Jasper was delighted as she gently and carefully received the crystal necklace from Hanchuo. Then, out of nowhere, she tipped her toes and leaned into Hanchuo. Her fragrant, cherry-red lips met with Hanchuo's left cheek for a brief moment. The fresh and sweet fragrance immediately entered Hanchuo's nose. The sensation of her soft, moist lips traveled from his face into his heart. He touched where Jasper kissed him with his left hand, and subconsciously put it over his nose. He whispered to himself, "You smell gorgeous." Jasper's charming face was still radiating the luster of joy and excitement. She wasn't bashful about her actions at all. She admiringly fondled the magic crystal necklace in her hand, and did not seem bothered one bit by what she had just done. Crude thoughts began to flood Hanchuo's mind as his eyes traced Jasper's body. Her tender white skin, slender, willowy body, the pair of swan-like wings as white as snow. Whichever angle he looked, Jasper was breathtaking. Especially those wings, they made Han Shuo's intense desire to possess her burn even more vigorously. At this moment, the two were walking towards a rather uninhabited region of the valley. Not a living soul wished to call that place home, as it wasn't too far from the War Demon Valley warehouse, a heavily guarded place. Only a rare few strangely shaped plants and tall rocks arranged in a disordered manner filled the land. Smelling the faint fragrance that still remained on his fingertips and gazing at Jasper right ahead with angelic beauty, an unrestrainable desire rose from Han Shuo's heart. Conforming to the cultivation philosophy of doing as the heart wished, Han Shuo did not restrain from taking action almost as soon as the thought arose. He suddenly stretched his big hand forward and placed it on Jasper's wings. Jasper, who was admiring that green crystal, immediately felt a big hand was caressing her wing. For people of her kind, the wings were one of the most sensitive areas of the body. When Han Shuo suddenly stroked them like that, her body went limp and numb. Looking at Han Shuo with astonishment in her eyes and blushing cheeks, she somewhat timidly said, "Mr. Han Shuo, what are you, oh?" Before Jasper could finish the sentence, Han Shuo lost his patience and turned from stroking her soft wings to pulling Jasper into his embrace. One of his hands was fondling Jasper's snow-white wings while the other landed on her straight and slender leg, unrestrainedly assaulting the most beautiful woman in War Demon Valley. "Oh! Mr. Han Shuo, don't do this, don't!" Jasper began to grow anxious, her face flushing not only from the sensation, but also out of shyness. Although she had some feelings for Han Shuo, she had never before experienced such a thing. Above all, in such an area where someone might pass by at any moment, she instinctively resisted Han Shuo's sudden violation. "What's that noise? Who's there? Identify yourself!" Jasper's squealing in her struggle had alerted the War Demon guards stationed at the depot not far away. A dozen War Demon guards began to march their way. As the timing wasn't right, that lustful desire of Han Shuo's slowly receded upon hearing the guard. He knew that if he were to forcibly possess Jasper at this moment, he would, in fact, be untrue to the realm state. He awkwardly withdrew his hands, put on a somewhat embarrassed face, and let out a light dry cough. He forced a smile and said, "This, Miss Jasper is too beautiful. I wasn't able to restrain myself." Jasper's tender, white cheeks turned completely red. She looked at the embarrassed Han Shuo with her watery eyes and said in an ashamed but delighted tone, How could you be so lewd? Because you are too beautiful. It's true. You gave me a kiss just now, and so I thought you were," Han Shuo explained embarrassedly as he scratched his head. He had yet to cultivate the thickness of his face to the legendary realm of invulnerability. He. When Jasper recalled Han Shuo's domineering performance at War Demon Grand Hall along with his unstoppable momentum when he fought Breakia, and saw his embarrassed face at this moment, she simply couldn't help herself but to giggle. She bit her lips in restraining her laughter and softly scolded, "Lies! You scoundrel! Oh, it's Miss Jasper! What's the matter? Is this man taking advantage of you?" A towering man mounted on a flying abyssal creature similar to a giant eagle shouted from afar. He seemed to be of the same race as Crozius and Hemina. Behind him were a dozen or so war demon guards with the same strength as himself. Each one rode on a similar eagle-like abyssal creature as well, and each watched Han Shuo with unkind eyes, as, if Jasper were to say so, they would immediately charge over to shred Han Shuo into pieces. "Even if he was taking advantage of me, it would be none of your business. Besides, do you think you have the strength to avenge me when even Breakia and Brayshaw couldn't handle him?" Jasper said indifferently. The dozen or so war demon guards were no fools. Upon hearing Jasper's words, they immediately realized Han Shuo's identity. They dared not try to be brave and offend him. The leader of the group revealed a rather awkward smile and said, "So it turns out to be Mr. Han Shuo. Miss Jasper, why have you come here with Mr. Han Shuo? Is there anything we can help you with? This is the authorization token my father issued. I brought Mr. Hanchuo here to browse through the materials inside the depot. My father has commanded that Mr. Hanchuo be allowed to take anything he desires from the depot. You people just have to stand guard outside the depot. Matters inside are none of your concern. Jasper held up a piece of token and flipped it before the dozen or so people, then proceeding to escort Hanchuo into the depot. When the war demon guards saw Jasper raise the token, their mannerisms became respectful and every muscle in their bodies froze. It was not until both Hanchuo and Jasper had left and entered the depot that the group leader let out a sigh of relief and said, "That is in fact an authorization token of the highest level from Lord Crozius. What's the background of this Hanchuo? He has actually been permitted to take anything he wanted from the depot. Truly inconceivable. Whatever. I reckon that Miss Jasper had most likely fallen for him. Perhaps Lord Crozius has the mind to marry Miss Jasper off to him and therefore handed the token to Miss Jasper. This fellow is really lucky. He managed to deflower both Hemina and Sylph as soon as he arrived in War Demon Valley. And now he managed to take Miss Jasper. What a lucky guy," another person said with ire. As a person who could defeat Lord Brakya, there's nothing unexpected for him to receive the best treatment from Lord Crozius. From the young lady's words, it appears that even the monster, the chief of visiting advisors, was defeated by him. If his lordship doesn't provide some truly good stuff, how would he be able to make this mighty expert stay? While the war demon guards gossiped behind Hanchuo and Jasper, the duo came to a small ravine. After that assault on Jasper, the atmosphere between Hanchuo and Jasper became much more intimate. Although neither of them said a word, when Jasper turned back to take a look at Hanchuo, her beautiful eyes would fade through different hues that would almost certainly provoke Hanchuo to repeat his crime. "We have arrived," Jasper said as her footsteps came to a halt, with her eyes gazing at the humongous metal door before her. Hanchuo was about to open his mouth when suddenly, that soul attached to the skeletal staff stored inside his body sensed a very familiar aura coming from a chamber behind the door. Hanchuo's heart jolted. He impatiently shouted, "Open the door! Quickly!" Chapter 538, Harvesting. GDK 538, Harvesting. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It was a feeling that could not be explained with words. As Hanchuo stood before the door, his death-base god soul attached to the skeletal staff had definitely sensed an unsettlingly familiar aura coming from an item inside. It felt almost unreal. From the pressing tone of Hanchuo's words, Jasper could tell that he was very excited. Although she was somewhat puzzled, she did not say a word before proceeding to the stone door with the authorization token Crozius placed in her hand. When she inserted the token into one of the grooves, the stone door started to rise slowly. A wide, well-lit tunnel was revealed. There were lighted torches placed on the wall made of stone. There were 4 chambers connected to the tunnel, and 2 on each side of the tunnel. At Jasper's indication, Hanchuo walked into the tunnel with her. She pointed at the stone chambers and explained, "This is War Demon Valley's weaponry depot. There are also some unique and rare materials stored in here. You may have anything you wish." From the moment he entered the tunnel, Hanchuo only had eyes for one of the stone chambers. He rushed straight in as Jasper talked. A round of clanking reverberated through the tunnel as Hanchuo rummaged through a bunch of curiously shaped weapons. From a notch in the dust-coated stone wall, he dug out a bone tablet. The tablet wasn't big, shaped like a brick, and it wasn't obvious which creature's bone it was created from. On the front side of the tablet was the pattern of a skull, while the back side was a canopy of necromancy magical matrix, emanating faint element of death. Having completely unlocked all the secrets inside the skeletal staff, Hanchuo recognized that this bone tablet was the key to opening and operating a cemetery of death. The original owner of the skeletal staff had once received a bone tablet similar to the one Hanchuo was holding. It was given to him along with the cemetery of death. Later on in his career he had managed to memorize the imprint inside his bone tablet and transferred the imprint onto his own weapon, the skeletal staff. This had effectively rendered the bone tablet useless. The fact that Han Shuo had found the bone tablet suggested to him that another cemetery of death was present in the Abyss realm. Han Shuo gradually released his mental strength using his death-base god soul, allowing it to flow into the bone tablet. He discovered that the imprint within this bone tablet had been stripped off as well. Han Shuo, what are you doing? Jasper approached, puzzled, as Han Shuo contemplated while fiddling with the bone tablet in his hand. This thing, where did it come from? Han Shuo raised the bone tablet at Jasper and asked with a grave expression. I have no idea, but it looks like it's been here for a while now. Probably some tribute offered ages ago. The thing is wrapped in a thick layer of dust, I doubt there's anything special about it. Han Shuo, does it serve any sort of function? Jasper was perplexed. Help me figure out the origins of this item. I need to know. Han Shuo knew that Jasper was in charge of the arrangement and classification of some items inside the warehouse. This was also the reason that Crozius had appointed her to lead the way for Han Shuo. Sure. However, this thing is rather old and was certainly put here long before I was in charge of managing the warehouse records. It might take some time, Jasper replied with a big smile. She seemed absolutely thrilled to be able to assist Han Shuo. Thank you, Han Shuo answered. Finding this bone tablet had disentangled a big stone in his heart. The presence of this bone tablet indicated that a subordinate of the overgod of death must have, at some point, made a presence in this abyss realm, and therefore a cemetery of death must also exist in this world. After verifying his beliefs and finding its location, Han Shuo would finally be able to return to Profound Continent via the cemetery of death. Seeing that his chances of getting home were growing more and more promising, his heart flipped like a pancake. Relax. Give me some time and I will find out for you. For now, you may select the materials you require from the 4 stone chambers, Jasper said with a graceful smile. After taking a glance around this musty room, Jasper continued, this room is of the most ancient period and most things inside are of antiquity. I don't think you will find many goods that would fit your needs. Perhaps you should start by looking at the other 3 rooms first. It was only after listening to Jasper's words that Han Shuo remembered the reason he was there. After looking all around, Han Shuo discovered that the stone room was bigger than he imagined. The whole room occupied the size of a basketball court, and the goods were orderly and densely placed. There were some oddly shaped weapons and armor, with all kinds of stone, bone, and wooden materials of all colors, textures, and shapes. Han Shuo had never even seen the majority of items in the room. Han Shuo was rather lacking in a certain knowledge of the Abyss realm. Most goods there were distinct to those on Profound Continent. However, Han Shuo believed that he could certainly find some shockingly good material in this miraculous Abyss realm given the power of his consciousness. He unhurriedly inquired Jasper about the properties and specific functions of the items and materials inside the room one by one. Jasper's extensive knowledge as a manager caught Han Shuo by surprise. She could describe the properties and specific uses of most materials in the room as though an expert. As Han Shuo listened to Jasper's description, he examined each and every piece using his eyes and consciousness, not letting a single item slip by. Over time, strange rays of light flashed across Han Shuo's eyes, and his lips curved, revealing a pleasantly surprised smile. One after another, Han Shuo collected the items into his space ring. After just a short while, 100 or so items inside the room disappeared out of sight. Jasper was shocked at what she saw. Han Shuo, what is that thing? A pocket? How can it store so many things? That's unbelievable. Oh, this is a space ring. It's exactly like a pocket and is used to store things, Han Shuo explained. He suddenly recalled that as cultivators of the 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces in the Abyss realm had only been training the body, they did not have adequate knowledge about the soul and couldn't sense the presence of mental strength. For this reason, it would be impossible for them to construct an item like the space ring. Space ring. Jasper was at a loss. Soon after she turned extremely interested and asked, "How many things can it store?" Han Chuo glanced at this stone chamber around the size of a basketball court before he replied, "Its capacity is around 5 times this stone chamber's." "That much? Han Chuo, you truly are magical. Why are there so many mysterious objects in your possession?" Jasper opened her little mouth wide for a long while before she finally said with shock, "Here, I'll give you one. This space ring is only 1 stone chamber big, but still it's enough for you to store a lot of stuff." Han Chuo casually withdrew a low-quality space ring and handed it to Jasper before he continued, "However, it will only become functional after you managed to sense the presence of mental strength. It's precious." Jasper was delighted and quickly slid light purple space ring onto one of her slender fingers. "But nothing could be more beautiful than those 2 hands of yours," Han Chuo said candidly as he reached out to grope her fingers. He thought, "I'm going to take this girl down slowly. It wouldn't be as much fun if I were to rush it." Jasper's pretty face blushed. She looked at Han Chuo with her bright eyes before clenching her teeth and whispering, "Naughty boy. You really know how to flatter a woman, don't you? It's true. Who can deny that you are the most beautiful woman in War Demon Valley?" Han Chuo grinned. He was elated, but that happiness came from all the good stuff he had discovered in this abyss realm. With Jasper's explanations and his own examination, merely in this stone room, he had struck a goldmine of artifacts that Profound Continent lacked, many of them treasured materials that could refine demonic weapons. Apart from that, some strange materials that were exceedingly difficult to obtain on Profound Continent and Earth were stored in large quantities in this warehouse. For example, black iron ore and black gold ore of the highest purity, and an assortment of blue gold sand that was more precious than diamonds. Hundreds of rare materials, as long as Han Chuo found them useful, were swallowed into his space ring with no trace of modesty. With so much good stuff on his hands, in addition to the brain gorge Raksha he had plundered before, Han Chuo could immediately set about refining Dark Dragon Gilbert a new body. Furthermore, with these materials at hand, along with some extra time, he could refine demonic weapons just as useful as the Blood Seether. It would be a wonder not to be overjoyed by that. "Have Hemina and Sylph been deceived by you like this? Humph, you lustful animal!" Jasper feigned anger coquettishly. But soon after, she let out an adorable giggle and whispered, "But still, in this abyss realm, there hasn't been a man who could talk so amiably and be so approachable with ladies like you. You are quite interesting." Any fool could tell that Jasper had feelings for Han Chuo. However, as he had proper business to complete, he did not rush to set about occupying her. He let out a mischievous laugh and said, all right, let's move on to the other 3 rooms. Hee. As he spoke, Han Chuo deliberately got near to Jasper to sniff the refreshing fragrance from her body, putting on a punchable face as he relished her scent. As Jasper had feelings for Han Chuo to begin with, she only berated Han Chuo with a smile. She appeared most willing to be teased by Han Chuo. Later, she proceeded to introduce the materials in the other 3 stone chambers. Han Chuo found even more materials that were extremely useful in the other chambers, not to mention equally rare on Profound Continent. Han Chuo couldn't have been more thrilled harvesting those goods and continuously repeated, "This is good, this is useful, oh, this is useful too." Jasper was just speechless. Chapter 539, Deploying the Formation. GDK 539, Deploying the Formation. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo, Hemina, and Sylph were moved into a manor in the southern part of War Demon Valley. This new mansion was far more luxurious compared to that 3-story building. Abyssal beauties of all races, at Crozia's command, were arranged to serve and attend to Han Chuo's every need. For so many years, Han Chuo had never before been so relaxed and enjoyed life so much. Not even his high position in Brettle City could excuse him from painstakingly studying magic and demonic arts, not a waking minute spared on such luxuries as joie de vivre. However, Han Shuo took advantage of his time in this abyss realm to completely let himself go in conformance with the principle of the carnal realm to live an unrestrained and hedonistic life. As Han Shuo's stature in War Demon Valley grew larger and larger, Hemina and Sylph's admiration and adoration for Han Shuo had raised to the point where they could not bear to take one step away from him. They would feel as though something was lacking if Han Shuo went out of their sights for even a moment. It is also worth mentioning that Han Shuo was rather astonished by just how long the alien ladies could endure when it comes to doing a certain activity. Perhaps it had something to do with their distinctive internal body structures. Back on Profound Continent, even Phoebe, someone who had cultivated to the heights of a great sword master, could not endure Han Shuo's conquest in the room for any lengthy period of time. Yet, these two coquettish ladies were much more outstanding than Phoebe when it comes to endurance. Their outstanding bodies could more often than not bring Han Shuo unimaginable indulgence, pleasure, and joy. However, Han Shuo's stamina and endurance were far, far mightier than the two ladies' imagination. Every time they pleased Han Shuo, even when they joined forces and went as wild as they possibly could, they would always be beaten by Han Shuo in the end. They would always be tormented by him until every last bit of their strength was exhausted. Each time he was finished with the two, Han Shuo would still have spare time to head outside War Demon Valley with Jasper. Using the material he found in War Demon Valley, he spent the time setting up a Shura Soul formation just like the one he once deployed at the place of extreme water in Sunshine Valley. Compared to then, his strength now was more than a cut above. As the materials Crozius supplied were plentiful, Han Shuo even had access to deploy some other additional magical matrices. The two avatars of Han Shuo's possessed an outstanding understanding of the element of death and the edict of destruction. During the past several days, Han Shuo had even fused some necromancy magical matrices and some essence of the edict of destruction within this Shura Soul formation. Just how powerful would the final result of this Shura Soul formation be? Even Han Shuo himself got somewhat excited and was looking forward to finding out. During the several days, Jasper had always been helping Han Shuo with all of her heart, helping Han Shuo to acquire the materials he needed, as well as organizing the War Demon Guards to help deploy the magical formation. During the few days, Han Shuo did not slack in taking advantage of Jasper, either. The two were like lovebirds, openly teasing each other. As the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius had clearly seen how the two interacted. He did not obstruct Han Shuo's invasion of his treasured daughter, but on the contrary, he deliberately provided opportunities for the two, as though he was itching to shove Jasper into Han Shuo's embrace. Just as that War Demon Guard had gossiped, given the strength that Han Shuo displayed right now, he could snatch an honorable and high position from any of the 5 great demon kings. What's more, War Demon Valley was currently in a critical period. Crozius of course had to spend some effort and money if he wanted to make Han Shuo stay. Han Shuo had displayed outstanding performances since he first stepped into War Demon Valley. Crozius was going to have to do better than just material incentives if he hoped to keep Han Shuo in his valley. Jasper, the most beautiful lady of War Demon Valley, was precisely the biggest chip Crozius had. Mr. Han Shuo, so this is a magical matrix? Could you please teach me? So magical, Brayshaw the two-faced person, as Han Shuo's assistant, had been following Han Shuo all the while with who knew what intentions. She kept talking with that coy and disgusting tone of his, jabbering on and on beside Han Shuo's ear, causing Han Shuo annoyance. As soon as he heard Brayshaw's voice, Han Shuo's face turned unsightly. He shot a warning glare at Brayshaw and threatened, "Cut out the chatter. Have you completed your task today?" "Of course. How would me dare to not earnestly complete tasks that you have assigned me?" In her interaction with Han Shuo during the past 2 days, she discovered that Han Shuo really wasn't as fierce as she imagined. As long as she refrained from intentionally provoking Han Shuo, he wouldn't take anything too far. This two-faced being, whose position and limelight was robbed away by Han Shuo, did not resent Han Shuo for it. On the contrary, she was rather too passionate and worked very hard to help Han Shuo in manpower and physical resources. Although Han Shuo couldn't make out what intentions this fellow was actually harboring, her actions had indeed saved Han Shuo quite some time and effort. Therefore, although Han Shuo felt extremely irritated by her constant coy talk, he did not do anything to her. Ugh, forget about it. Freaking ladyboy, I don't feel like talking to you, Han Shuo said impatiently. He then turned to Jasper beside him, who was secretly laughing, and said, "All right. The project can be completed by tomorrow. After that, all we've got to do is wait for the Venomfang Castle to make their way over so we can try it out on them." Han Shuo, Uncle Brayshaw is actually a good person. He is, at least, much more upfront than that Braykya. During the journey back to War Demon Valley, Jasper suddenly started to talk to Han Shuo. There were some faint traces of worry in her eyes. Han Shuo was slightly bothered by the statement and asked, "What's the matter with that Brayshaw, anyway?" Uncle Brayshaw came from an eccentric race that lived far from civilization. People of their kind all looked like that. When he first came to War Demon Valley, Uncle Brayshaw was discriminated by many. However, under my father's protection, and his own powerful strength, he gradually gained a footing in War Demon Valley. Uncle Brayshaw even regularly played with me when I was little. He's a modest and approachable person. It's just that his voice sometimes alternates between male and female. He's certainly not someone like Braykya who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I truly hope you do no harm to Uncle Brayshaw over some small matter." Jasper said those words of persuasion to Han Shuo for fear that he would dispose of Brayshaw with any random excuse that arose. She seemed to care a lot for Brayshaw. Han Shuo nodded with creased brows and replied, "I see. Not to worry. As long as he doesn't try to provoke me, I wouldn't do a thing to him." With Han Shuo's reassurance, Jasper's heart loosened up. She put on a smile and mentioned the task that Han Shuo had given her 2 days prior. "Oh, by the way, about that bone tablet you asked me to check, I have found its origins." Han Shuo's look jolted. He hastily asked, "So what did you find? You might really need to take a trip to Black Jade City." This bone tablet was obtained from Lord Manticole. Back then at Black Jade City, my father managed to advance to the level of demon with the assistance of Great Demon King Manticole. Lord Manticole was delighted with him and let my father choose anything he liked from his weaponry depot. This bone tablet was one of the items that he selected. My father later found out that this bone tablet served no function and just threw it into the depot, explained Jasper. Manticole. From the looks of it, he definitely knows about it, Han Shuo mumbled to himself and turned to Jasper. "All right. Why don't you go home and continue meditating? I reckon that in just a few days, you will be able to sense the presence of mental strength." After having interacted with Han Shuo for the days now, Jasper had grown the utmost respect for the mysterious Han Shuo. Therefore, upon hearing Han Shuo's words, she put on a smile, nodded, and left without saying another word. However, she mumbled to herself as she left, "Humph, I know he's rushing back to his manor for Hemina and Sylph, those the 2 little vixens." Han Shuo's sharp ears managed to pick up with total clarity those soft mutterings of Jasper's. He couldn't help but laugh, and thought to himself, "It seems that it's time to find a chance and pluck down Jasper. Otherwise she'll just keep cursing me behind my back." Han Shuo was welcomed back to his own manor by the 2 tender and beautiful ladies, none other than Hemina and Sylph. All smiles, they each took one of Han Shuo's arms and led Han Shuo straight to the room. Their eyes revealed strong indications of love. "We will postpone it for today. I need to cultivate for a while in the secret chamber," Han Shuo apologetically explained to the 2 as they walked inside. Afterwards, he entered the secret chamber exclusively found in this manor all alone. Once inside, he went deep underground, and finally withdrew the ring that contained Gilbert's soul. Han Shuo had been communicating with Gilbert these days and Gilbert was aware of the environment they were in. Now that Han Shuo had sufficient materials and Gilbert's soul was mighty enough, he said to Gilbert, "Gilbert, I have gathered all the materials needed to refine you a body. Even without your original skeleton, I can forge you a pretty good physical body. Would you like to try? Never mind, master. I can wait a little longer and I much prefer my original body. I'd rather wait until we have returned to Profound Continent, and forge a new one with my original body as the foundation. After having cultivated his soul for so long, Gilbert now possessed an extremely tenacious soul. Han Chuo believed that if Gilbert had a new physical body, he would be able to make leaps and bounds. All right, then. We shall wait a little longer. But don't you worry, it won't be too long. I have already made some progress. After the matter of these 2 days are over, we will head to Black Jade City right away and look for an interplanar transportation array. Han Chuo knew that Gilbert had gotten somewhat anxious, especially when he informed Gilbert the little lewd dragon of the brilliance of alien abyssal ladies. He was beginning to grow restless. After consoling Gilbert, Han Chuo chanted an incantation and summoned the little skeleton with the intention of transferring necromancy memories to him. But when little skeleton traveled across plains from the netherworld and stepped onto the abyss realm, Han Chuo was immediately shocked by the little skeleton he saw. Chapter 540, 2 Demonic Weapons. GDK 540, 2 Demonic Weapons. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. A piece of grey-white gravestone was embedded on little skeleton's chest. The gravestone bore intricate and cryptic inscriptions on it and gave off an intense aura of death. It had formed some kind of connection with little skeleton's soul, giving him an unconventional air of might. After forcibly occupying all of Haley's memories, although Han Chuo had yet to personally visit the Nether Valley, he was completely familiar with each and every stone inside the valley. He took only one look at the gravestone inside little skeleton's chest and immediately cried out in surprise, "That gravestone in your chest, is it the one inside Nether Valley?" The reason that Haley the base god of death remained in Nether Valley for so long was that the valley contained a gravestone that possessed an unusual ability. That gravestone also had the miraculous ability to cause the element of death to converge. Therefore, Haley's strength would increase more rapidly in the Nether Valley than anywhere else. He also stayed there as the gravestone could not be moved. Overlooking its far smaller size and higher level of intricacy, that gravestone on little skeleton's chest looked very much the same as the one in Nether Valley that Han Chuo remembered. Han Chuo asked so for that reason. "Yes, Father. As you have asked me to investigate the gravestone, I surveyed it using my soul for a while. Some way and somehow, this thing entered my body. It could help me absorb the energy of death around me faster. It's very useful," little skeleton replied. Han Chuo was shocked. He recalled that Haley had spent nearly forever on it, and yet he couldn't move it even an inch, hence he stayed in Nether Valley. Who could have predicted that in just that little while little skeleton was in Nether Valley, he would manage to miniaturize that elephantine gravestone and put it into his body, and even turn it into a wonderful treasure that could grow his strength. These facts were far from Han Chuo had anticipated. Did you sense anything wrong with it? Could it turn out like the purple demon eye where some mighty soul will suddenly emerge from it with the intention of occupying your soul? Han Chuo questioned after thinking for a short while. He became instinctively alert of any peculiarity on little skeleton's body after having encountered the sneak attack from the purple demon eye. No. I even seem to understand some things through this gravestone. But as it wasn't too long ago that I managed to put it into my body, I have yet to truly figure out the full story, little skeleton replied. After staring at little skeleton for a long while, Han Chuo put on a bitter smile and shook his head, saying, "Fine. Just be careful. There better not be any problems. Otherwise, we are going to be in deep trouble again." "Got it, Father. I will be careful." Han Chuo did not continue with an elaborate speech. He repeated the same steps he made at the netherworld before in preparation to inculcate his memories of necromancy to little skeleton using his consciousness. Although Han Chuo's main soul was distinctive from his other two avatars, his memories were shared and common between all three souls. In other words, all three souls, may it be the main body or the avatars, could access each other's memories and knew each other's experiences. Thus, Han Chuo's consciousness was completely aware of the death-base god avatar's comprehension of necromancy. Subsequently, the consciousness would have no problem transferring those memories into Little Skeleton's soul. However, this time, Han Chuo still wasn't able to have his wish fulfilled. This time, it was the gravestone on Little Skeleton's chest that was the source of interruption. That gravestone Little Skeleton had recently obtained seemed to contain some kind of miraculous energy, protecting Little Skeleton's soul from any foreign intrusion. Even Han Chuo, as Little Skeleton's master and someone who shared a special connection with him, couldn't make it through the shield for the purpose of instilling memories into Little Skeleton's soul. What surprised Han Chuo the most was that the energy was not subjected to Little Skeleton's control. Whenever Han Chuo's consciousness attempted to enter, that energy would automatically emerge and form a safeguard, forcibly blocking down Han Chuo's consciousness and those memories. This energy carried an intense element of death. Han Chuo dared not to make any clashing with Little Skeleton's soul rashly. Otherwise, he could very possibly bring on the destruction of Little Skeleton's soul. Therefore, Han Chuo only attempted for a while before disappointedly giving up and explaining the issue to Little Skeleton. "Father, I sense the energy too. However, it feels as though it's just protecting me and has no intention of causing me harm," Little Skeleton finally replied after a long breath of silence. "Yes, the energy was definitely trying to protect you. I can feel it," Han Chuo then continued with furrowed brows, "but then, I won't be able to teach you a certain comprehension for necromancy through this method. Sigh, let's forget about it for now. Perhaps we'll try again when you learn to control this energy and the secrets of the gravestone in the future." "Agreed, Father. I have been sensing and learning about the energy inside the gravestone recently. Through this gravestone, I've even made some inexplicable progress with the manipulation of the element of death. Perhaps, this gravestone could help me advance faster as well," Little Skeleton explained. Han Chuo appeared rather shocked. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, then. During this period just focus on studying the abilities of the gravestone. I shall transfer all those memories I gained after you've learned its secrets later in time." With an incantation, Han Chuo delivered Little Skeleton back to the netherworld. What will come, will come. The enormous threat that was Venomfang Castle had gradually been closing in on War Demon Valley. Within just 2 days' time, all the scouts stationed within a 100-mile radius of War Demon Valley had been eliminated. After discovering that the enemy forces of Venomfang Castle were close by, Crozius immediately issued the order to have all scouts return to War Demon Valley, as not to waste away that manpower. Those of the Venomfang Castle seemed to be waiting for something. They did not immediately attack after they arrived outside War Demon Valley. Meanwhile, the citizens of War Demon Valley, who were strictly prohibited from exiting the city, gradually realized that the threat they were facing this time wasn't quite the threat they were used to. As time went by, news of the astounding strength that Venomfang Castle brought overspread among the populace. Shadow warriors became the most discussed topic of conversation among everyone in War Demon Valley. Whenever those two words were mentioned, their faces would pale. In those few days, the whole War Demon Valley was shrouded in the atmosphere of an oncoming storm. All those War Demon guards who came and went about the valley, the experts at the 6 Rakshas sites, and a few visiting advisors widely and well known to most, all wore a worried look, seemingly concerned about the unordinary battle this time. Crozius, the 6 Rakshas, the 5 main visiting advisors, and Han Chuo gathered and stood shoulder to shoulder before War Demon Valley's city gate. A few days' time in the Abyss Realm was equivalent to around a month on Profound Continent. Making good use of this time, as well as the abundant and varied materials Crozius provided, Han Chuo had not only successfully deployed Ashura Soul Formation outside War Demon Valley, but even succeeded in refining 2 kinds of demonic weapons. Of them, one type was the Pearls of Annihilation. Each would befall a wide-range explosion upon activation. And from those explosions, soul piercers as sharp as katanas would launch. Anyone hit by the soul piercers shot out from the pearls of annihilation would be instantly annihilated if their souls were not strong enough. Even those with sufficiently powerful souls had to immediately seek a safe harbor to clear away the toxins of the soul piercer within a small window of time. The longer they left it untreated, the greater the injury in their souls. Even for godly experts whose souls had fused to become one with the elements, once hit by the soul-piercing spikes, would instantly and temporarily lose their ability to fight. Left long enough, their souls would be annihilated. The cyano-demon blaze was a weapon that could set vast areas ablaze with a cyan flame. It was a vicious demonic weapon that would cause anyone who made contact with the slightest speck of it to start burning from within. These two types of demonic weapon were painstakingly refined after spending some materials found in the Abyss realm as well as some of Han Shuo's time and effort. Pearls of destruction were consumable and Han Shuo only had 16 of them. Although they had tremendous power in the instant they exploded, they would be gone once used up. The cyano-demon blaze, on the other hand, was activated using the mystical glacial spell fire. Just like the blood seether, it required Han Shuo's demonic yuan as the power source. With these two types of demonic weapons, in addition to the two avatars he had, Han Shuo had ample confidence. He didn't take those invaders to heart. Compared to Crozius and his people, Han Shuo appeared most calm and unruffled. "Mr. Han Shuo, is your so-called magical matrix completely deployed? Can it really bring out immense power just as you described?" Breakia asked somewhat disdainfully, with his lips curled and his eyes narrowed on the dense stone forest, erect and decorated with colorful yet oddly shaped banners outside War Demon Valley. "Powerful or not, Mr. Breakia may step in there and try it for yourself. However, if you were to accidentally lose your life in there, I won't be taking any responsibility," Han Shuo giggled with ample confidence. "I believe that Mr. Han Shuo will surprise us." From the looks of it, Crozius appeared to have full confidence in Han Shuo. However, his eyes looking at those densely gathered pillars of rocks told a different story. As Crozius didn't have much of an idea as to how mighty magical matrices could be, what mattered the most to him was Han Shuo's strength itself. He thought that Han Shuo was just taking advantage of the situation to plunder his weaponry resources and did not actually place his hopes on the magical matrix. "Venomfang Castle will attack after half a day," Han Shuo said confidently. When the party looked at him with puzzled eyes, he revealed a faint smile and said like a mystical seer, "I can feel it." Chapter 541, Wait a little longer. GDK 541, Wait a little longer. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Before the Great War erupted, War Demon Valley was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. Practically every citizen was mustered to fight and defend War Demon Valley. The Abyss Realm was truly a place where everyone was a soldier. Through constant struggle, every high-level abyssal being would certainly be a fighter that had been through military campaigns. Although the offense Venomfang Castle brought over this time wasn't quite the same as it was before, and everyone in the valley was fearful, with things having developed to this stage, not one of them cowered. Indeed, as Han Shuo had predicted, after half a day, more and more oddly shaped abyssal creatures appeared before the stone forest Han Shuo had placed outside War Demon Valley. The forces of Venomfang Castle were numbered in the tens of thousands, with the majority being massive but low-intelligence abyssal creatures. Those mighty abyssal creatures with humanoid figures accounted for merely 1/10 of the army. Their leaders were the race of trios that Han Shuo had met before. Under their guidance, more and more abyssal creatures assembled outside the tallest city wall of War Demon Valley. The defensive measures of War Demon Valley remained at a rather primitive stage. The best they had was fences covered with sharp knives, some gigantic bows and arrows on the city wall, as well as boulders scattered all around the Abyss realm. A trios wearing pitch-black armor that covered his rather enormous body held a 2-meter-long trident in his hand, mounted on a warhawk with 5 python-like tails, majestically hovering in the sky before War Demon Valley. His eyes were cold and ruthless. His body boasted an imposing demeanor. Behind him was a group of trios mounted on warhawks who wore the same pitch-black armor. Those trios were the true trump cards of Venomfang Castle. Each possessed at least the strength of level 3 destroyer. Beneath them were densely packed abyssal experts within human bodies. Han Chuo easily sensed the source of the 6 to 7 Raksha grade aura being unreservedly discharged. Lord Yeki, why is there a stone forest covering the front of War Demon Valley? In our previous rounds of attacks, this stone forest didn't exist. Will it be an issue? Asked an abyssal creature whose face was covered in wrinkles and appeared much like a bulldog, gazing at Yeki up above. At his words, the invaders turned their attention towards the land between the two opposing forces. Hundreds of thousands of stelae had been erected, disorderly dispersed on the center of the battlefield. There were also large, multicolored banners, on them painted some kind of monster making threatening gestures. Lush green and deep blue miasma gently lingered around the rock forest, giving it an air of mystery. What in the world is that? There are intense element of death in there and it seems to contain the aura of destruction. What sort of nasty tricks is War Demon Valley up to? A trios said quizzically with one of its eyes glowing a strange light as bright as a torch, casted onto the stone forest ahead. Second brother, with General Zagia here, no matter what tricks War Demon Valley have up their sleeves, they won't be able to escape their final fate. We have nothing to worry about. All we have to do is act in concert with Lord Zagia and take down War Demon Valley once and for all, Yeki said with a cold smile after he glanced at the trios beside him. Sure, the trios nodded his head and also revealed a confident smile. He conveniently turned to gaze at the legendary general of the Shadow Warriors, a level 3 demon Zagia. This man measured over 4 meters tall. He had bewitching purple-colored skin and criss-crossed scars from head to toe. His eyes were of the same purple hue and made feverish gazes that one would expect from a lunatic. A kind of intense aura of destruction faintly emanated from his body. Some of those abyssal creatures beside him would deliberately keep a distance from him. Even though they were all on the same side, they seemed to be most unwilling to go anywhere near him and instinctively feared him. It is only once we completely take down War Demon Valley and crush Crozius into pieces that we can return to meet Lord Golander. Gazing at the broad, towering city wall of War Demon Valley, Zagia slowly said with an ear-piercing voice, Yeki, you better take this opportunity to finish Crozius once and for all. After taking down War Demon Valley, your Venomfang Castle can then be named Venomfang City. It is only so that the Lord would put you in an important position. Lord General, let me assure you that after this day, Venomfang Castle will be known as Venomfang City. I have operated Venomfang Castle for many years and now is the time take it higher. Yeki licked the corner of his lips. Humph. The time has not come to be excessively cheerful. You have not adequately completed the matter about the interplanar portal within the territory of your Venomfang Castle. His lordship will not be so eager to let you off the hook. Taking down War Demon Valley can only be considered as making up for your mistakes. Don't even think that you are going to escape the Lord's punishment, Zagia said after shooting a deadly glance at Yeki. Yeki's face suddenly turned rigid. Revealing a trace of fear and a humble expression, he said, would Lord General please put in a good word for me before the Demon Lord? I will, Zagia replied indifferently before he continued, considering that those ladies with tender bodies you prepared were absolutely delicious to eat, prepare me another 30. Yeki revealed a painful look, but nonetheless nodded in a servile manner. He pledged, don't worry, Lord General, you will have all 30 of them. Zagia nodded in satisfaction and did not say another word. He proceeded by grabbing a tender and white arm that was still warm to the touch and began munching away as though no one was watching. Other than the experts that Venomfang Castle originally had, there were demons who ought to be the Shadow Warriors you earlier mentioned. The one who lead them is called Zagia. He seemed to have a very literal taste for women. Truly a sickening thing, standing on top of the city wall, Han Chuo slowly explained with a face full of loath and disgust. What? Zagia? Why does it have to be him? Breakya cried, unable to hold back his shock. He wore an unconcealable fear on his face. Brakya, however, was not alone in his concern. The 6 Rakshas and 5 main visiting advisors all wore similarly terrified faces. Among them, even a few beautiful ladies began to pale paper white, with ice-cold despair in their eyes. Even the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, couldn't conceal the feelings of shock in his pair of deep eyes. He let out a sigh, helplessly shook his head, and said, "General Zagia, the head of Shadow Warriors. Who knew that this insane demon who is known to be fond of eating women would come? I really don't know if we will be able to resist them until the assisting army arrives," he sighed. Crozius suddenly turned to Jasper, as though he had just made a stunning recollection. With a pain in his heart he bellowed, "If War Demon Valley is breached, destroy your body and commit suicide. Zagia the lunatic fond of eating beauties alive. In that process, the victim does not immediately die and will suffer unimaginable pain. It is a cruel and unbearable way to die." Understood, a shiver travelled down Jasper's spine. She couldn't even beat to think of that scalp-tinglingly terrifying scene. "Here, take this. If he dares approach you, throw this at him. However, you must take note that this thing has enormous coverage. You will need to toss it at least 50 meters away from you. Or else you yourself shall suffer the same fate as your oppressors," Han Chuo explained after handing her a pearl of annihilation when he noticed her frightened to the point of hyperventilating. Jasper held onto the pearl of annihilation as if her life depended on it. She resolutely said, "I know what to do now. However, you have nothing to worry about. With me here, he would have no chance of getting anywhere near you." Han Chuo winked. After Han Chuo had uttered Zajia's name, the expressions on all the experts of War Demon Valley around him flipped. It was as though a magnanimous, incorporeal mountain was pressing down on everyone's chests. The atmosphere was stifling to the pinnacle. Han Chuo's unruffled demeanor did not make anyone feel better. They all assumed that as Han Chuo was a foreigner, he had no idea at all how terrifying General Zajia was, and therefore would be so at ease. Han Chuo's eyes gave off a hard-to-perceive feeling of despise as he looked at those people around him. Zajia, an expert with the strength of a level 3 demon, could at best be considered as being in the late stage of base god realm. Han Chuo could easily settle him merely with his low god of destruction avatar. The one who should be afraid was Zajia, not the other way round. However, that Zajia couldn't sense Han Chuo's mighty presence. It is only when during battle that he would truly understand how terrifying this enemy of his was. "All of you on the front lines, take down that valley." Under the repressive atmosphere, the master of Venom Fang Castle, Yeki, suddenly raised his head and yelled in a voice as sharp as that of a banshee. Abyssal creatures covering almost every inch of soil, with high-level expert propelling them, bravely marched forward and charged at War Demon Valley. The densely packed stone forest seemed filled with these abyssal creatures in just split second. However, that so-called magical matrix, which Han Chuo had asserted to be extremely powerful, did not erupt with shocking killing power. All that it did was obstruct the steps of those invaders. "Mr. Han Chuo, so this is the formidable power of the magical matrix you have spent enormous resources and several days devising," Brakya said in an ashen expression. He was a little incoherent in his speech, perhaps because of his fear towards Zajia or something else. Crozia's face grew equally grim. Although he did not say a word or move a muscle as he looked at Han Chuo, his eyes had clearly expressed his discontent. As the one whose resources were greatly expended, to have not immediately burst out with rage amply proved his self-cultivation was of the topmost. "I have yet to activate it. What are you rushing for? Wait a little longer. When more of their people have entered, I will activate it." Han Chuo remained calm and unperturbed, disregarding everyone's bludgeoning stares. Chapter 542, You Will Call Me Daddy. GDK 542, You Will Call Me Daddy. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It indeed is useless. Scared me for a second there, I actually thought that there was something to it. Yeki sneered as he looked on at his troops pouring into the rock forest. 3rd and 4th Squadron, advance and take down War Demon Valley in one blow. After this day, War Demon Valley will be ours, the trios shouted excitedly, licking the corners of his lips. At his order, the numerous forces of Venomfang Castle, some mounted on giant, oddly shaped abyssal creatures and arranged in neat, tidy lines, marched right into the stone forest. Zaijia, the commander of Shadow Warriors, kept his cold eyes fixed upon the frontmost forces of Venomfang Castle charging at War Demon Valley as he munched on an arm coated in fair, white skin. Blood overflowed from his mouth. It was a horrific scene. The stone forest, situated between the two opposing forces, occupied a vast area. It didn't appear to have caused any congestion even with thousands of enemies combatants pouring in. Watching as more and more enemies had entered the stone forest, those in the front line almost arriving at the city wall, Crozius repressed the fury in his heart and glared at Hanchuo. When the enemy was almost within reach, he gnashed his teeth and commanded, "Get ready. Once the enemy is within range, hit them with all you got. Mr. Hanchuo, the enemy has already reached the city gates. Isn't this the time to activate it?" Brayshaw, the eccentric alien, could be considered as having kept his composure, seeing as he still found the time to ask Hanchuo when Crozius, Brakia and those people no longer harbored any hope in Hanchuo. "Yeah, Hanchuo, perhaps it's time to activate the magical matrix." Jasper reasoned anxiously as she looked at him with ever-growing eyes. Of all the people in War Demon Valley, Jasper was likely the only one who truly cared for Hanchuo. It was precisely because she cared for Hanchuo that she held on to the hope that Hanchuo could make some contribution and truly prove himself useful, make all those people question how they could have ever taken Hanchuo as worthless and as a scoundrel who availed himself of the situation to plunder through the resources of War Demon Valley. Forget about it. I will not count on this so-called magical matrix. I only hope that when those shadow warriors charge over, Mr. Hanchuo will help me take one of them down. I would be content with just that. Crozius shook his head and gently sighed with disappointment scribbled all over his face. Even now, Hanchuo still had on that infuriatingly punchable, unruffled expression. He put on a smile, gazed at the party, and explained, "Those who have entered the stone forest are low-level existences playing the role of pawns, cannon fodder. There may be a lot of them, but I believe they can be taken care of without breaking a sweat given War Demon Valley's current defense capabilities. The energy of my magical matrix will not be wasted on this garbage. I want to see just how much power your so-called magical matrix can actually exhibit." Faced against enemy forces with practically undefeatable strength, Brakia no longer had any hope to come out of the battle alive. As he thought that he would die in the end anyway, he was no longer afraid of Hanchuo and openly revealed his resentment and anger towards Hanchuo. "You will see." Hanchuo replied with a tranquil smile. Hanchuo found it unnecessary to bicker with anyone who already considered himself a dead person. As they conversed, the very first batch of combatants sent into the stone forest by Venomfang Castle as expendables had made it past the stone forest and reached the fore of War Demon Valley's city walls. These enemies who carried no climbing tools with them whatsoever, suddenly began secreting sticky substances on their hands and feet. Under Hanchuo's surprised gaze, those forces of Venomfang Castle rapidly scaled the walls. "Wow! Abyss Realm truly is remarkable. No wonder we don't see them with any ladders or hooks." Hanchuo exclaimed in astonishment as he watched those low-level abyssal creatures climb up the walls with nothing but their limbs, much like primates climbing up trees. "Kill!" yelled Crozius, wearing a gloomy face. Thousands of soldiers simultaneously took action at his command. Large boulders, arrows, nets tied with hooks, and other simple and crude but extremely destructive defensive measures, were abruptly activated, falling on enemy combatants below as they tried to scale the city wall. Blood spurts, broken bones, and dismembered corpses. There would be hundreds of low-level abyssal creatures that fell off the wall as a result of the shower of boulders and arrows, with their lives eternally washed away between heaven and earth at any given moment. A backwards and barbaric world would usually be a cruel and bloody world. And the Abyss Realm was no exception. In the Abyss Realm technological advances were few and far between. The populace had spent their days in massacres since the dawn of their existence. In every great battle, a great number of precious lives would be squandered. As lives were lost, more and more warriors would grow even more savage and ruthless. Such a cruel scene was unfolding right below Hanchuo. Those combatants at the front line attacking War Demon Valley were well aware that they would be the first to throw their lives away for those behind them. And yet, they advanced dauntlessly in face of certain death, as if the word cowardice had no place in their vocabulary. The populace of War Demon Valley, who knew that they couldn't defeat the invaders, as well as the pawns up front, were both the same in this regard. The Abyss Realm was truly cruel. Kill! Yeki of Venomfang Castle ordered, and took a short pause before he continued, Crozius. After today, War Demon Valley will be mine. And I will personally take your precious skull from your spine. Yeki's voice reverberated throughout the battlefield, greatly boosting the morale of the invading forces of Venomfang Castle. All the trump card experts who had been stationary until this point finally prepared to make a move. In the wake of Yeki's roar, they charged ahead like swarms of locusts. Zajia the mad, bloodthirsty demon appeared unperturbed at this moment. His eyes revealed unrestrained excitement. With his mouth still munching on fragments of bone and tissue, he soared into the air, landing by Yeki's side in an instant. His late-stage destruction base god aura instantly spread to cover the entire area. When Zajia rose, the other two shadow warriors finally completely revealed themselves. One of them was a dark-skinned man who looked as tough as a rock. His enormous presence was out in the open as he charged at War Demon Valley like an unstoppable bulldozer. The other was a bewitchingly beautiful woman. She had a curvaceous body and a sharp, seductive smile. Her long scarlet hair that grazed her shoulders danced in the wind as she flitted forwards like a beautiful butterfly. The three shadow warriors took the lead, and all the experts of Venomfang Castle followed suit, charging over empty air. Each and every one of them completely revealed the mighty presences coming off their bodies, as though they aimed to crush the willpower of everyone in War Demon Valley as soon as the battle began. Ironstone Warrior, Scarlet Fiend Warrior, and General Zajia. I am afraid that this time, we won't be able to escape the calamity. Crozius mumbled to himself with an ashen and dejected face. He shot a glance at Hanchuo, shook his head, and let out another soft sigh. The grand reveal of the other two shadow warriors sent chills down the spines of many experts on War Demon Valley's side familiar with their strength. A sense of dispiritment and helplessness rose in each of their hearts. Even their willpower to put up a resistance seemed to have weakened all of a sudden. Although Hanchuo didn't know how infamous and prominent Ironstone Warrior and Scarlet Fiend Warrior were, just from how everyone looked at them, he could tell that these two were characters so terrifying that people in the Abyss Realm would be scared at the mere mention of their names. Hanchuo gazed into the distance to observe the two. When he saw that full-bosomed woman with big buttocks, a slender waist, and a pretty and flirtatious face, he couldn't help but reveal a smirk and said, "Interesting, interesting. This kind of woman ought to be wonderful to dally with. If you can toy with this woman, I will crawl at your feet and lick the bottom of your shoes and call you daddy." Braekya sneered after shooting a glance of despise at Hanchuo. "Oh." Hanchuo shot a glance at Braekya in a half-smile and nonchalantly said, "Well then, just you wait. You will call me daddy." "Humph. I'm waiting." Braekya coldly groaned and no longer batted an eye at Hanchuo. He turned to fully focus his attention on the enemy flocking over among the swarm. Knowing full well that he would have no chance of returning alive, Braekya threw caution to the wind and charged ahead. "Hanchuo, that Scarlet Fiend is fond of toying with women and is hateful towards all men. Her methods are vixen. You already have Hemina and Sylph, no point in messing with her," Jasper said with deeply knitted brows as she was sincerely worried for Hanchuo. Almost there. It's about time to activate the magical matrix," Han Shuo obviously didn't care for Jasper's kind words of persuasion. He simply interrupted her before she could finish. Moments later, looking down towards the enemy forces charging over like swarms of locusts, dark cold demonic lights abruptly began shooting out from between his two hands and flew towards the towering Stelia head. Just like sparks falling on grounds drenched with gasoline, the few rays of demonic light were enough to ignite a flabbergasting transformation of the forest of stone pillars that had been tranquil and sleepy. In just a split second, a thick and dense layer of dark cloud covered the stone forest. When the canopy of necromancy was activated, its negative energies immediately spread to cover the entire battlefield. Immediately, the three trump card boundaries of necromancy, the boundaries of fear, weakness, and aging, were completely deployed to cover all those that entered the stone forest. Chaotic energy of destruction flung back and forth throughout the stone forest like thousands of swords in an out-of-hand duel. Any abyssal creature hit by the energy was left with a gaping hole in its body. Finally, the Shura Soul formation was activated. The stone forest started to glow with magnificent light in the shade of blood. Terrifying energies of ruthlessness and viciousness erupted from it. Judgment Day seemed to have abruptly befallen the stone forest. Various kinds of energies interweaved and tens of thousands of abyssal creatures were completely annihilated almost instantly. Some had been penetrated by the energy of destruction, some turned into rotten corpses under the boundary of aging, some were enveloped by bloody light, their boiling blood exploding from their bodies, while some sank into a land of fantasy, stabbing themselves uncontrollably, again and again. Chapter 543, I'm taking them all. GDK 543, I'm taking them all. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Rubble swirled through the air. Bloody light rays pierced the skies. Remnant explosions continued without end. In just an instant, the stone forest had turned into an entirely different place. Tens of thousands of abyssal creatures, at practically the same instance the magical matrix was activated, were stopped of their lives. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, those bloody rays remained as violent and berserk as before. As it split bodies apart, it also reduced the victim's bones into shrapnel, stabbing through anyone in its immediate surroundings. It was hell on earth, complete with dead bodies and skeletal remains piled up in the stone forest. The scent of blood reeked. Resilient souls that carried irreconcilable hatred did not dissipate but lingered within the stone forest. Some sort of peculiar transformation was occurring with those souls. The souls of the dead, under the effects of the formation, did not immediately dissipate from between the heaven and earth after losing vitality. Instead, they turned into blood-red shadows that drifted about. Carrying boundless resentment, they would nip those who had yet to die into shreds, causing the already terrifying scene to turn even more dreadful. In just a brief period of time, the originally static and inert stone forest turned to a machine of massacre, a perfect trifecta of demonic arts, necromancy magic, edict of destruction. They all turned into blood-red shadows that shrieked as they roamed the stone forest, ready to reap the lives of those who entered it. The originally clamorous party around Han Shuo hushed momentarily, lips sealed shut. The crowd on top of the White War Demon Valley city wall turned unusually silent while the war raged on. Crozius, Brakya, Brayshaw, the 6 Rakshas, 5 visiting advisors, Jasper and everyone else wore stupefied faces as they foolishly gazed at the hellhole ahead. They witnessed as tens of thousands of living beings were destroyed in those few moments. Fear, shock, and disbelief translated into chills down their spines. Uncommon for the likes of such folk. I'll be damned. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Hehe, well you can't say I've wasted any of those materials now, can you? Han Shuo's jaws dropped too as he was slightly shocked by the terrifying scene caused by the matrix he had architected. The frightening devastation caused by the combination of necromancy magic, the edicts of destruction, and demonic arts formations, 3 martial arts which did not all originate from the same universe but were just as vicious and cruel. Han Shuo could hardly breathe for a moment. Tens of thousands of those so-called elite experts from Venomfang Castle, in just an instant, were consumed by Han Zhuo's stone forest, with not a single survivor. Such formidable power was simply horrifying. Mr. Han Zhuo, this is the ruin caused by the magical matrix. Crozius was choking up in his speech. His deep eyes were empty and at a loss, seemingly still unable to process the scene before him. It should be. So, Lord Crozius, are the results up to your satisfaction? Han Zhuo asked with full composure, before curving his lips to make a bantering smile and winking.